Welcome back. It is Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou, a fight I never fucking thought we'd have. But bloody hell, it might be the two biggest punchers ever to step foot in a ring together. What we saying, lads? You excited for it?
Very
excited, man. Just big fight tonight.
Just been saying there, I can't remember how excited I've been for a fight in a long time. Like, this has really got me hyped, this fight.
Because it's one mistake, right? And it's all over. Like, no one can really afford
AJ to win.
Yeah?
That's
for
what I'm
Just
saying.
for boxing.
Yeah,
for
for
the sake of boxing.
And because I'm biased.
No, but I mean, you're literally... No, to be fair, Viddal, you're literally signed to 258, right?
Yeah,
So, yeah, this is your guy now.
This is my guy.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm the biggest supporter of him, but I think Brian's got in my head a little bit. He keeps on talking about Ngannou, and I'm like, I'm scared for AJ, I'll be honest, you know.
Well, you were on Team G with AJ.
Yeah.
And look, at this point in his career, however many fights, or 30-odd fights he's had, and all the amateur experience, winning Olympic gold, a man in his second ever pro boxing fight should not be a threat to him.
I shouldn't be worried.
But why is he? Why do you think he is?
Because he's just an animal. He's a freak of nature. I mean, he's like I say, look what he done to Tyson Fury. That shouldn't have happened. But like you say, forget the skill. It's that he's a physical, absolute specimen. Yeah. So he defies the odds, doesn't he? You know.
In terms of like what we think went wrong that night, though, for Fury and that, how much of it was Fury underperforming? Has that brainwashed us?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Like, Fury severely underestimated him, had no background to go off. I think he went in there with an exhibition mentality. He thought, Usyk's the person I really have to worry about. This is just some bread in the meantime.
Yeah.
And then when the person turned up and said, right, I'm going to win, actually, then it's too much of a shock. If you have a shock like that on the night you're fighting, you can't recover on that night.
No.
Yeah.
It's difficult. Only the elites can recover on the night when they're literally more professional. I think Tyson saw he's emotional. So once he's clocked, oh, this is a surprise. He's still thinking, oh, this is a surprise, but
You can't.
that's how the fight looked.
You can't just flip the switch, can you? You've like,
No.
you've just been expecting one thing and then something else. Because he would have been, for months and weeks thinking this is going to be an easy fight, an exhibition. Then all of a sudden, like you say, he's got a real competitor. Like, although he's experienced being a world champion, he should be a switch flick the switch, but. It's hard, when you're being...
The thing is, everyone's wired different.
Yeah.
The way Fury's wired, it's like, this is not a worthy contender.
In his mind, yeah.
But, then again, he's a professional boxer. He should be acting professional. He didn't at that night. He got clipped, dropped.
Joey is our Fury fan, right? And one of the things Dewey Cooper said was Francis Ngannou's trainer, I had him on the podcast. He was like, yeah, fair enough, but... you had 10 rounds to figure it out. You had 10 rounds to make it look better, and you still were struggling in the 8th round. What do you think?
Do you not think, though, like, when we talk about these crossover fights, right? When you talk about a guy coming over from MMA to boxing, the weight difference and the weight division is the difference maker. So when you see Conor McGregor come over and he's fighting Mayweather and they're both in the ring at 150 pounds or something like that, 155, it's so different because the actual power factor doesn't play anywhere near as much significance. When you go all the way up in weight, that one factor that in the lower weight divisions might not mean as much is massive. So when you look at Fury's performance there, the first thing you could say is he got dropped, he got back on his feet. We know that Fury can do that. We know he's got good powers of recovery. His feet recover very, very quickly after he gets put down. But it's like you were saying, having the ability to change not only the way you're boxing, but the emotion. So it's like, in the first two, when you're sparring, right, the first 2 rounds get away from you and you're pissed off about it. It's very hard to then all of a sudden not be pissed off. Say, for example, I'm in with someone, I start loading up with my punches for the first 2 rounds. Very, very hard to then start flicking a jab in the 3rd and 4th. You've committed to loading up now, and you're in that autopilot mode of not being able to do it. And sometimes we look at guys like Fury and think, but you're the elite level. You should be able to... It's not that different. It's not that different because what I'm trying to say is it can be more of an emotional thing in the fight to be able to change. So, listen, Fury massively underperformed in that fight and maybe he underestimated what Ngannou was going to bring, but what Fury's done there has definitely taught AJ a lesson without him having to learn it the hard way himself.
I actually think Ngannou might have done Fury a favour as well because you can see how slim he looks now in recent videos.
Weight cut, cool. Weight cut,
big
cool. 100%. Like, it's definitely... Sorry.
No, you go, man.
It's definitely down to emotion, though. What you're saying, it is emotion because the skills required to beat Ngannou, Fury has them in abundance. He beat Klitschko doing what you could.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's really on emotion. You see someone like Floyd who can remove it. he can get shaken up in the second round and then just change the style from the third and then just win. You know, that requires a lot, but you can't get, it's that emotional attachment. You can't have it too much.
You talk about how pissed off Fury was, though.
Yeah, like
He's
I
still,
think
pissed off.
If they were to
look
rematch,
how angry he is this week.
Yeah.
Have you seen the way he's talking to Francis?
Yeah.
You can tell the mere existence of Francis. He's like, you should be thanking me. You should be kissing my feet. And without me, you wouldn't have this payday. He is livid about what happened that night.
When I've seen like how angry he's got over it, it's one of the first times he's reminded me of his dad. When I'm like, I can see that. Because you know when John gets angry, when Tyson used to get like in certain confrontations, there used to be like a lot of wit and charm, charisma around it type thing. Like, especially with Klitschko, like mentally, he knew he had Klitschko's number. So sometimes he would get a bit irate and whatever, but there'd be these classic one-liners, like he'd be funny with it sort of thing. Whereas with this one, you can tell he's fucking pissed off, man. Like he's getting pissed off with Ngannou because if you put yourself in the mind of Fury, right? And of course, I'm going to be the one that tries to do this, but in the mind of Fury, you're thinking, listen, you've had a massive payday off me. At the end of the day, you put me over, but you're not the first man to put me over. You're not the fourth, fifth man to put me over. I've been down nearly 10 times in my career now, and I did get up off the canvas. And despite what some people think, I would still say Fury won it by a point or two. And you know, if you win it by a point or two, you do still win it. It's a lot closer than a lot of people think. So I can see why he's pissed off, but it more like, this is what I'm saying about seeing a lot of the elements of his dad, John Fury, in here. You see when John Fury gets a bit annoyed about stuff, he gets intimidated, all of a sudden it's like, right, how much can I bark? How loud can I be around this? And it's almost a way to push away the criticism. That's what you're seeing from Fury a little bit here now, I think.
And when Ngannou is being the witty one in his second language. I'm fucking all for it, mate. I'm obviously, but I love Ngannou. I've always liked this guy. I had him on my podcast, and he's such a cool bloke. And you look at the story, and now you think, what kind of movie are we watching where this guy is in his second fight, fighting for a chance at the undisputed title?
Unbelievable.
Like, if he wins, his third fight will be for the undisputed title.
You know, when you say about Ngannou there, yeah, like in terms of the mental warfare, the war of words, Ngannou's always going to have the trump card, isn't he? And he pulled it out the other day, because I don't think any of us can all right, maybe you could go, Fury could clip him first. But the other day when he was arguing with Fury, and he said, listen, you're lucky that boxing saved you. Boxing protected you. And it's like, I'm watching it and I'm thinking,
there's no comeback.
It is true. There is no, he pulled the trump card there.
But you know as well, we're talking about Tyson Fury not being able to adjust, but at the same time, we're not giving Ngannou the credit, because the example that I'm thinking of there is when Tyson Fury fought Otto Wallen. You know, he kind of, I don't think he was expecting Otto Wallen to come at him, and like he did make the adjustment, but like he struggled a little bit there. And this is a man with not half the physical attributes that Ngannou's got, and I think it wasn't just like. I do feel as if Tyson Fury was trying to make adjustments, but it was like Ngannou just didn't allow him. I think we're giving, we're kind of saying, oh, Tyson Fury just didn't perform. He couldn't, it was all down to his emotions. But I think it was a simple fact, as Ngannou was just so much better than we expected. And like every time he tried to make adjustments, Ngannou was just in his face. He didn't give him that room. And if you look at a lot of his previous fights, I've never seen anybody walk at Ngannou, and like everything Tyson Fury done, there was everything Tyson Fury done, there was no reaction from Ngannou. Like normally people are like, they might, you might Tyson Fury might clip them and they might sort of back off a bit. Ngannou just laughed at everything he'd done. He just kept coming forward. He didn't give him no breathing space. So I just think, forgetting what we're just trying to analyse Tyson Fury's mentality, why he didn't do this, why he didn't do that. It was because Ngannou just didn't let him. It was as simple as that. His physical attributes that he has over him just didn't allow for it.
This brings me on to the point that you said before about the weight division playing a massive factor, because I think that we're a little bit blinded by the fact that we don't have anything to compare some of these heavyweight fighters to, athletically speaking. And I think as good and as clever as we've seen Tyson Fury, let's not kid ourselves. In every fight he has, as with Anthony Joshua, you're the bigger, stronger guy. Yes. So when are we going to see you in with another alpha, right? No. It doesn't really happen. Otto Wallen was so beta looking in that fight, mate. He looked like a frail little deer compared to the lion that Anthony Joshua was. And with Tyson Fury, he was in there with a man who was bigger and stronger, and those dirty roughhouse tactics weren't going to work. And actually, I looked on Anthony Joshua's record today, and I thought, who have you ever fought who's as strong and as big as you? No. Not one guy. Well, and we're going to find something out today.
Just Klitschko.
But Klitschko was 10 pounds lighter than him, bro, and he was 15 years old.
So
let's get real. Let's get real. The one person
Dylan White.
who weighed more
Yeah, maybe.
than Anthony Joshua was Andy Ruiz.
Yeah.
And for me, that made me go, you're in there with someone who's bigger and stronger than you again. So the trump card Anthony Joshua has in his back pocket at all times is, I'm more powerful than you and I can enforce that on you.
Yeah.
Today, he is going to have to be the boxer.
Yeah.
So this boxing ability that he's been working on his whole entire life, he's going to have to pull from that. Because if he tries to outman Francis Ngannou, I think it could be fucking lights out, mate.
It's not going to happen. That's not. You can't even think that is a possibility because I think any boxer knows when they get it with the MMA guy, they're in close fighting. That's their bread and butter. You know what I mean? That's what they do day in day out.
Especially with Francis,
training.
we're seeing him up close with Fury, who's a better inside fighter than AJ.
Yeah.
And he made Fury look like a kid sometimes.
Yeah, his strength is just ridiculous. Like I was just thinking earlier on. I remember when he picked up Shaq, the basketballer. He picked him. I mean, he's a huge bloke.
Yeah, he's 7 foot, isn't he?
He picked him up like it was his son, no problem. Like his strength is unreal. So I just think, AJ tries to at any stage hold his feet for that little bit too long. I mean, the thing is with AJ, his speed and his power, because everyone's saying they can't see AJ hurting Ngannou, but AJ's got serious power and his hand speed. So
that's crazy.
And he's
people to
quicker.
say
So
that.
for me, the speed is a key factor.
Like I do,
Speed is the power.
I do think Ngannou, he's got a great chin and all the rest of it, but I don't believe he's been hit with a boxer or a fighter of any sort who can punch as sharply as AJ. So, I don't think it's a thing where AJ can't hurt him. Everyone's saying like he's invincible. And, I was starting to buy into it a little bit myself. But realistically, I do think this is going to be the difference. The hand speed, the sharpness of AJ's punches. And he's very good at like straight down the middle shots. And
The jab, the jab.
we're seeing against Tyson Fury towards the end. He started, I think it was actually early on.
Ngannou has a wide guard as well.
Well, he leans back a lot off his shots. He leans back, and I think there's a shot where Tyson Fury hits him and Ngannou throws a hook and kind of half turns around because he lands clean. And if AJ lands like that, it will have an effect. It won't just bounce off his chin like it has against Tyson
Do you just think
Fury.
AJ has to take his time before he starts that?
He just needs to be really patient
Yeah.
with it and just kind of, just use his boxing. Like, don't force nothing. Do what needs to be done. Have a nice high work rate so the punches just build up. And I just think that power, he'll land a lot cleaner than Tyson Fury because straight from the off, Tyson Fury was very hesitant with his shots. It wasn't like when we're seeing him against Wilder 2, where, he was really stepping in with that backhand.
I don't know, like, I think Fury went to put it on him and it just, he wasn't.
In the first round, was it the first round? Well,
First punch he threw, he went straight after him, man.
he went in, but even then, it wasn't the same way. He kind of, it was half-hearted for me.
It's never going to be Anthony Joshua, like.
No,
I agree.
and like even when he actually got dropped off at Ngannou, he kind of stepped in. Then more like amateurish in and out. It wasn't like he was really stepping in like he done against Wilder and planting his feet. So I just think, despite he tried to like turn it up at stages, he still wasn't fully committing like I'd seen against Wilder. And I just think Anthony Joshua punches much harder and a lot sharper. So yeah, like the way he stabs to the body, because on Ngannou, a lot of the MMA guys have quite high guards and don't really protect the stomach. I just think them jabs and stabs to the body might start to play.
I bet you'll see Ngannou go to the body.
Yeah.
Because you look at those quick feet of AJ and you'll think, I need to slow this man down.
He's got to.
And he actually has quite good body shots in Ngannou.
But the thing with AJ is he has the spirit of fear. And Ngannou has no fear.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you know how many times the Grim Reaper had to run away from Ngannou?
Yeah.
He is no joke. He is no joke.
Yeah.
But I think that potentially could be his downfall.
Yeah, 100.
That's what I think. Like, I mean, it could work for him.
Tell me the last fighter who went for Anthony Joshua, who really went for him, though. Do you know what I mean? I don't think he's used to it.
Maybe Dylan White.
Maybe
AJ versus
Dylan
Dylan
White.
White. I think the fight might sort of play it
Yeah.
like how AJ and Dylan White did.
The only guys I can think of off head is like Dylan White, Ruiz. And Klitschko when he fought Klitschko.
Yeah.
They were the ones that successful in going
even
for him, because
Povetkin-
Pulev did.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
Povetkin, I meant
Yeah,
to say-
Pulev did
that's
try
what I
and
meant.
go for me. He just wasn't
yeah.
successful in You know when you say about like we haven't really got any fights to compare this to. One that just came into my head, and I'm not saying this guy is stylistically like Francis Ngannou, but when you were saying about fighters that don't often come up against physically stronger, bigger guys, Klitschko against Samuel Peter. That is a fight. When you look back at that fight, that's a fight that, like, Samuel Peters was never as technically skilled as Klitschko, but I see what,
he was
mate,
strong.
like,
Yeah.
he was strong, and he bounced Klitschko up and down off the canvas a couple of times. So
I forget about that fight.
yeah, that was a good fight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a good fight.
In terms of you talk about the fear of AJ, there's been a lot of talk about the rebuild because obviously after Usyk, he had that moment where he threw the belt. He was psychologically in a bad place. They've done a rebuilding job on him. He's got a brand new new coach. Are we convinced after the Wallen fight, like he's rehabilitated and he is the new version, or are we still worried about the fear factor?
I think he's on in that going in that direction. I definitely think there's a level of rebuilding because you can see his whole demeanor's changed. He's going for this a lot calmer and more chilled. He's not as reactive to, you know. I mean, we've discussed this as well. It's like he's not reactive with Ngannou because he knows if it kicks off, you know, with no gloves on, he's probably going to come off second best. So he can't be as intimidating as he previously has. But I definitely think he's going for a different approach. But I think the Otto Wallen fight gave a false sense of security, thinking AJ's back. But like the level of resistance wasn't really there. If you know Otto Wallen, like you mentioned earlier, Joe, like when he fought him, he sparred him multiple times for training camps. He's fought him twice in the amateurs, so he was very familiar with him. So I don't think that fight against Otto Wallen is enough to see exactly where mentally he is. When this is kind of where we're going to find out tonight, because we've got Francis Ngannou, who fears no man.
There was a big difference between the Hellenius Joshua and the Wallen Joshua.
Even pre-fight, everything about it.
Yeah,
Do you think that's Ben Davison?
Yeah, I think he plays a big part. I think he plays a part because once you find comfort in the team you're with, you can focus then on being who you are. You know what I mean? You can focus on just getting back to what you know. I think they've definitely helped him with that. And I think that is what convinced me, okay, I think he is on a new wave now.
I think he's sick and tired of media week. He feels that all these people just betrayed me when I was down. Now they want to talk to me now.
You're right.
It was like that Dev Sani guy.
Yeah, he hates
do you
Dev.
remember? Do you remember, like, he didn't want him to ask him the questions. I think as well, like the point you made about being trained by Ben Davison now, it's funny, on the kickoff, we were talking about younger managers being better like managers of players.
Because they understand the age graphic.
Yeah, and you can kind of see it a little. Look, I don't know Robert McCracken. I mean, that's someone you've probably spent time around, but you'd assume that maybe like someone of that generation maybe might not be able to tap into your mind as well, your psychology as well, as someone that's closer to your age, like a Ben Davison. So I think having someone like a coach like him on board, he's probably found a little bit more peace in his mind and being able to disconnect himself, like you say, from the media stuff and just go, right, let me just do what I'm good at. It's funny though, because we were having this conversation. We've been for ages going, mate, AJ needs to stop trying to box his way to things and just get back to the old wrecking ball, AJ. And then you saw, like, you sort of felt like you had seen a mix between the two. A little bit of boxing there, not taking too many risks, but at the same time being able to take the chance when he got it, like he did against Otto Wallen. You're thinking, right, this relationship with Ben Davison's worked really, really well for you, and that's what we want to see from you against all the other heavyweights, barring one man, and that's Francis Ngannou. Ngannou's the one that I don't feel like AJ should do that with. I almost feel like he should try and box him a little bit more, because
he's the only bigger wrecking ball than him.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can't play that game.
It's funny you should mention about the Rob McCracken side of things, and I think he was a good fit, because I think that's what McCracken does. He's quite a he looks at boxing in a quite a simplistic way, and I think it worked for AJ. Evidently that's how he won his world titles and, you know, got to where he got to. But I think at that point in time, when he got lost against Ruiz, I think too many people were in his ear saying, you know, you need a better coach, you need someone who's going to teach you new things. I think at that point in time, there was too many people in his ear kind of giving him advice of what he needs to do. But I think the likes of Rob McCracken, and this is why I think that Ben Davison's a good match, because I've spent time with obviously Rob McCracken being on GB, and I haven't spent time with Ben Davison, but they seem to have a similar like approach. They're very calm, and they're very, like, you know, the mental side, I think they're both great at. That's how I thought it would be a good match. So I just think,
imagine having a conversation with Ben Davison, like the amount of information he has on Fury and AJ.
Oh, it's gold.
He nursed Fury back from 400 pounds of fat, broken, and literally rebuilt him into a man who beat, in my opinion, Deontay Wilder in the first fight, and then he's now taking on AJ. Like, he's got such a wealth of knowledge of those two. The thing that interests me about tonight is I've had a lot of questions about AJ for a while mentally that I feel like Francis is going to make him answer. He is going, as you said, that man chased the fucking Grim Reaper away. The stories, I've heard them firsthand from Francis, they're enough to bring tears to your eyes. What this man has been through in life, there is no way Anthony Joshua is a harder man than him. And that's the thing. I think we look at Anthony Joshua and we see body beautiful, model looking bloke. He's nice as well, so you can't even dislike him. But the thing that we've always looked at is going, yeah, you've beaten all these guys, but did you beat them because you were just more gifted than them? Or did you beat them because you're a bad motherfucker? If you strip that all away, could your heart outdo his heart? And that's my question about Anthony Joshua.
It's a serious question, friends.
Do you know what it is? Because right now, if I had to bet money on it, and they'd been raced from day one, both on Team GB, and it was Francis Ngannou as well next to him, my money'd be on Francis ripping his head off.
Yeah,
however, that's not the case. But still, because Francis is such a monster of a man, I believe he's going to drag these answers out of AJ tonight, because it was Teddy Atlas who said about Mike Tyson on Joe Rogan once, Mike Tyson's 0-5 because your only real fights are when there's actually resistance there. Yeah. And Mike Tyson was so gifted, there was no resistance for them because you were just so much better than them. And when I look at so many AJ fights, like the Wallen fight, where's the resistance? So we're going to see him in there with some resistance, because against Usyk, I feel like he wasted 2 fights against him, 2 opportunities where the answer was staring you. What are we saying tonight about Anthony Joshua versus the power puncher? Box him.
Yeah.
And what are we saying to Ngannou? Fight him.
Right.
And what did he not do to Usyk? He didn't fight him because he was too scared to empty the gas tank. Scared might not be the right word, but he didn't want to put himself in a position where you will die trying. But it's like the fucking the Dark Knight Rises when you got to jump to the other side. You got to fucking cut the rope, bro. You're either going to make this or you're not, and he wouldn't do it. And I think tonight, like, when Francis is putting it on him, which he absolutely is going to, that's where it's like, right, well, what happens when you're getting punched by the bigger, stronger man? Who are you? Because I don't know who AJ is yet, you know. And I've seen the man fight 30 fucking times or something.
I think
Sorry, I just went off there.
You know what? I think maybe even AJ went through a phase of feeling what you just said about knowing who he is and how far he can take this and how he wants to go. But I think his goal of becoming heavyweight champion again is something that's what his spirit is connected to. I think he really wants to become heavyweight champion of the world again. Like, it runs deeper in him now than it did when he beat Charles Martin for his first heavyweight championship.
I think that loss to Ruiz is built that hunger, because the way everyone's doubted and turned on him since. I don't even know if it's for him. It's almost just to prove a point to everybody else, like, I can still do it.
I feel like he's more comfortable in the position he's in now than when he was on top.
Like, less
and
pressure.
Everyone was on. Everyone was saying, you're the best, you're the best, you're the best.
Yeah.
I feel like he's more comfortable in this position because the doubt just allows him to get on with what he's doing and just keep proving people wrong. Proving people wrong.
Yeah, it's just, and with when you mention about what do you call it, the way AJ is now, like, you know, all the pressure and all the skill set that he's got. I think this often happens in boxing when you've got a guy who's so naturally gifted. There's certain aspects of the skill set that doesn't develop, and it's that typical, you know, when you've been the bully, and everyone's just eventually you don't really need to do anything because everyone falls over as soon as you come at them. Like, you're almost handicapped because you're that used to people just falling down. And I think AJ's been a little bit like that. Like, there's elements of his skill set that he probably didn't develop because people were just, he didn't have that resistance. People were, like Mike Tyson, like you say, his trainer said he was 5-0 because, 0-5, sorry, because nobody had put up that resistance. He just basically, he'd beaten everyone before he'd even got in there. And the first time someone stood up against him and kind of fired back, it was a shock to the system. He wasn't used to it, you know what I mean? And this happens a lot in boxing when you're so physically gifted.
When I was watching the fights that AJ's had recently before this, I was looking at the other guys. I was seeing what they were doing. And they're on the edge of trading distance because they don't actually believe they can beat him. Franklin didn't believe, Wallen didn't believe,
Parker didn't believe.
They don't think.
Not the true belief.
If we go to war, my power can stand up against yours. They don't believe it. And that's why, even though Francis has so little boxing ability by comparison to all these guys, but is blessed with power, chin, and heart, that's why he is more of a threat than any of them, because he's got the courage to step forward. The way he did in his first fight against Fury. We can say Fury looked like shit. Bottom line is, that should never have happened.
This is when you appreciate guys, you know, like, could be back in the day, Roberto Duran, or, you know, all these guys who went up through the weight weight divisions because it's not just about your physical attributes anymore.
Right.
It's about your actual skill set. And you know, Pacquiao, all these different people. Yeah, you the real heart and the mind. It's like
the true heart.
But like, and it's like because it's easy when you're the biggest guy, like you say, the fastest guy, the most powerful guy. But when that's removed and it relies on your pure mental strength, your heart, and your skill set, your actual skill set, that's when you really know who the greats are. And like you say, this isn't me kind of putting AJ down because he's an absolute specimen and he's been blessed, you know, with his skill set that he's got. And I do think, you know, from a guy who didn't have much of I don't think he boxed as a junior at all, he's actually done extremely well in his career. But at this point in time, and you know, he's maybe a little bit lucky in the era that he's been born at. Like, you know, if you look at back in the 2000s, 90s or whatever, the Lennox Lewis eras, all that era, when there was heavyweight upon heavyweight, you know, there was a lot of good big guys. If you look at really like now, other than AJ, like we've said, and maybe Klitschko, and probably Fury, that's probably three big guys who have got them natural attributes of size and strength. We haven't got as many big, strong, fast guys. But even like sort of Fury's a big guy, but he's not as powerful and as explosive as some of the guys back in the 90s. Like there wasn't like, you know, even
there's been a lot of criticism of these guys, by the way, like by the Lennox Lewises.
But
and Lennox specifically.
But you can understand, if you look at his era, like what would he have done with all these guys?
Well, that's what he said. But this is the thing. If Ngannou comes in tonight and does it,
it almost proves it.
But what it does is it absolutely ruins the entire division in my eyes, because it goes not only in his first fight did he do what he did with Fury, if he then does what he potentially might do with AJ, you're thinking to yourself, well, you lot weren't as good at boxers as what you've told us, because the reality is you were clearly relying on your athleticism, and a bigger, badder athlete just came and just showed you up.
Yeah, because if you go back to like Lennox Lewis days, like all them guys, if there was an MMA guy coming over to boxing then, there's no way we would be having this conversation, be as worried. There's just no chance. And even someone like a Frank Bruno, you know, he used to get a lot of sticks saying, you know, he had a glass jaw and all this and he wasn't great.
That's mental, that.
If you look at Frank Bruno, I mean, the punches that he took, you know,
he was a fucking warrior, like, Bruno.
You know,
he took some heavy ones.
He was getting hit so clean by absolute animals of that era. Like, there was nothing the matter with his chin. He just got hit very clean and very hard, you know what I mean? And even then, he rarely went down. He just wouldn't go down, would he? He would just be against the rope most of the time. But
question for you, Joey, specifically about Fury, though. If Ngannou gets wiped the floor with tonight, does this negatively impact Fury? Because AJ, in theory, then has gone, not only did I smash Wallen a bit, who you had trouble with,
right,
I've then smashed Ngannou, who you've had trouble with. Is the table then at the end of the night going, AJ probably fucks Fury up here?
It depends how Usyk and Fury get on. That's the real decider.
That's the real decider.
Because if Fury deals with Usyk in some type of way,
right,
then everyone's gonna look at like
100%.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
It's very much dependent on their next performances. You know, I won't leave today thinking, AJ smashed Ngannou, he's got Fury. Yeah. It's not the right time to make that decision. No. Yeah, we have to see what Fury comes out.
I don't
next.
think like
it doesn't.
That you can really, you can't really look at it that way. Because let's say, for example, right, I'm not saying you're going to think he's going to win, but does everyone give Joseph Parker a chance against Zhang?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I give Joseph Parker a good chance against Zhang. Yeah, Zhang beat Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce stopped Joseph Parker. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not really because you've beat this guy. And as well, like, there have been other guys that both AJ. I mean, Fury stopped Dylan White a round quicker than Anthony Joshua did. So there's a lot of comparisons you can make, and that's not like a standout one that Fury's done a way better job. But I'm saying there's comparisons you can make where styles make fights. So stylistically, maybe AJ could go out there and do Ngannou in a lot better fashion than Tyson Fury did. But if Tyson Fury then goes and beats Usyk, what's better? Because AJ lost over 24 rounds to Usyk. So, and I know there's a lot of if, buts and maybes here, but I honestly believe that as much as we'll use it as a guideline to try and make up our mind on certain things, you'll only ever find out who the better man is when the two get in the ring. You can't really look and go, well, they both fought him, because styles make fights. So I think, obviously, if you're Tyson Fury, though, I don't know. I don't think you're going to be hoping Ngannou wins. But I think if you
definitely don't want him to win.
You don't want Ngannou.
I don't think he wants Ngannou to win, because the money fight there for it is AJ. And as well, what you got to think here is, like, if Tyson Fury was to lose to Usyk, right? There's a rematch clause in there. Maybe you'd want to do it again. If I'm Tyson Fury and I'm not really thinking that I'm going to have my luck with Usyk in the next fight, I'm just going to go straight into the AJ one. Because Turkey will make it happen. Like that. Within a heartbeat, he can still go and fight AJ and earn a lot more money. And then if you're Tyson Fury also, when you're looking at the Ngannou fight, right, when we say about it sort of staining his legacy, if he gets a rematch of Ngannou and he beats him better than he did the first time, he's going to be like everyone says about the thing of Tyson Fury, Ngannou beating Tyson Fury, mate. John McDermott done a much better job on Tyson Fury than Ngannou even did. All right, he didn't drop him. But if you watch the John McDermott fight with Tyson Fury, I would say there's a lot more people that if you scored up the rounds would say John McDermott won more rounds than Francis Ngannou did against Fury.
Yeah,
but we don't talk about that because he got a rematch and he beat him in the rematch. So until things play out, we can't really determine like...
Boxing's a funny old game, isn't it? Like on any given day, a fight will perform differently just anyway. And in Tyson Fury's defence, we didn't know nothing about Ngannou in a boxing ring, so he went in there completely blind. And like,
God bless him.
Yeah, he literally, he did though, really.
Mate, I think that's my happiest moment in boxing history, you know, when he got dropped, because I just thought, I'm going to fucking do you so bad for this. Like, and I think that's part of the reason why Fury's so wound up now, you know, because he's an egomaniac, right? Yeah. So he's very aware of how much people have enjoyed that. And he even said beforehand, if I don't get him out there, I should be laughed at. Yeah. So he's fucking furious about it.
But the whole boxing world thought exactly the same. Like this wasn't just Tyson Fury, this was everyone. Anthony Joshua had turned around and said it's a gimmick fight.
Agreed.
He didn't believe in look what's happening tonight. He's fighting him, and Eddie Hearn said the same. Like he had everybody in every boxer who's a boxing purist did not believe that Ngannou could lace up Tyson Fury's gloves, and look what happened. So his boots, should I say. So like I say, in his defence, he went in there thinking it was going to be an exhibition, really, and I'm going to be able to play with him, dispose of him whenever I want, you know what I mean? So he really did go in with a weak mentality, and he paid the price, didn't he?
How much better can Francis Ngannou, given his lack of experience in a boxing ring, be in 6 months?
Well, what I've said is, forgetting his actual how much skill set he might have improved with, it's more in terms of his mind, because he had a lot of questions in his own mind of like, can I do the 10 rounds? Can I actually fight an actual boxer who's because he doesn't know if his skill set can match against a boxer, even though you might have sparred in the gym and stuff with boxers, but with 10-ounce gloves in a boxing environment, it's very different. So I think it's more down to the amount of answers that's been answered in Ngannou's own mind. I think that's the biggest factor where I think he'll be a lot more confident with that his mindset.
Yeah. But you guys are both trained boxers starting out as well. What kind of gains can he make technically?
He can make good gains.
In the beginning.
He's a fighter at the end of the day. He's used to taking new instructions and developing and learning.
Seems like a very smart guy. Like,
he's a sponge, isn't he?
The thing is, we've got to remember, his confidence is through the roof.
You can tell, can't you?
Through the roof.
When you're confident, you can learn more. When you're having success, you can learn more. Because you realise what you told me works.
Belief,
he can say to Dewey, like, you know what you're talking about.
You met Dewey Cooper a while back, didn't you?
Yeah. In like 2019, 2018.
Yeah.
Because when I had my pro debut in Mexico, he's the one that organised it.
Crazy that pro debut in Mexico. That's crazy.
Tijuana.
I remember thinking, what the fuck is Viddal up there?
Yeah, no, Dewey sorted it out. So yeah thanks, Dewey.
Mate, he's got a voice for fucking cinema, this guy, right?
Like, you can hear him from down the road.
Mate, and do you know what?
His bass line, like the concrete do little rattles.
I watched him on his Instagram story today, and I'm thinking, like, what's the coach of Ngannou doing on his day? Like, the biggest coaching event of his life. He did 13 rounds of a workout. And he was sweating. He was like, "Man, we're ready for the night, boy."
Yeah,
like, and I was
sound like Leon.
genuinely, bro. And I'm like, this motherfucker has got so much passion. It's insane. And like you say about the confidence, Leon, weighing the last face-off, and he's smirking at Anthony Joshua, and he's like taking a look at him, and then he goes to Ariel Helwani, and he's like, "What are you smiling for?" He's like, because I know I could just fuck any of them up if I wanted to. And I'm just like, and then he goes,
the laugh.
You're like, motherfucker, this is evil. Like,
that WWE love.
and like, we know AJ's had a little bit of confidence issue occasionally. I just wonder, I mean, it's hard to tell because AJ did look quite good, calm, confident. I've got no observations about AJ where I'm sitting there doubting him, but it's the first time where he's going to look at another dude and be like, actually, in a real fight, you would fuck me up.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, I've always said, AJ, you need to remember that you're a big, strong African. But Ngannou's a big, strong African.
He's got the tattoo. AJ's got the African tattoo on his shoulder. He's looking at Africa like the man defines Africa. He's the king of Africa. Like, you can't be more than him. Do you know what I mean?
AJ, if you're listening, please box.
Yeah, box.
Box.
That's it. If you leave it up to anything else other than boxing ability, you leave it up in the air.
Yeah, you're gambling.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're gambling.
Yeah.
If you're using any other method other than superior boxing ability, it's now a gamble. So all you have to do is use what you have, and it should be one-sided. It only gets complicated when you try and battle the other factors. You know what I mean?
You know what? I don't not believe in AJ, but there are questions about AJ's like recoverability. That night against Ruiz, the chin, like how much does his central nervous system disconnect from his brain, and how can he get his legs back? Because like you said, Fury is an expert. Like, it's just a natural given ability to him. His legs come back, but that night AJ's legs really didn't come back. Did they?
Fury's powers of recovery are probably the best. Do you know what? I was about to say the heavyweight division. They're the best in the heavyweight division I've seen. I think they're the best in all weight divisions I've seen. So it's like when we speak about people's chin, the chin's the general thing, but it's actually all the layers that go into it, the powers of recovery, the way that your confidence can recover after. Normally when Fury gets dropped, you actually see him land something of significance within like the next minute or so after getting dropped. Like he done it against Wilder. That was what made him realise that the second fight against Wilder needed to be moving forward and putting it on Wilder, because once he got dropped, he got back up and he hit Wilder with a right hand, I think it was, and it was like the light bulb moment. The penny dropped and he thought, I can go forward against you. So Tyson Fury's got a very unique ability of being able to get back up off the canvas and it's like, right, nothing happened, go again. Whereas with Anthony Joshua, it normally seems to me like he stays hit for a couple of rounds, and that's not to say he can't land anything in the meantime, and it's not to say I can get inside his mind and think how he's reading the fight or thinking, but it's just his feet don't really come back beneath him for a while. I mean, we always say about the Ruiz fight, right? But it happened in the Vladimir Klitschko fight. Like the Vladimir Klitschko fight, once Anthony Joshua got caught with that shot,
took a few rounds off.
Took him a couple of rounds to get back into it. Even the Dylan White fight, 2012 for the British title, when Dylan White catches him for that left hook, I think it was in the second round, towards the back end of the second.
Went, didn't he?
The legs go a little bit. He recovered, actually by AJ standards of what we've seen since then, he recovered quite well. But it was another probably round and a half until we saw him start to put the pressure back on Dylan White.
It's ironic because I watched an interview with Eddie Hearn yesterday, and he goes, Ngannou doesn't really know how to finish, though, does he? Like, you got to jump on people when they hurt, you know? And I was listening, I thought... He
knows how to do that.
I really, really realised, I thought, you have no idea who you've got in front of your boxer right now. You have got the most mean, evil motherfucker. Like, he is a lovely bloke, but in that cage or ring, Ngannou's the most devastating finisher I've ever fucking seen. And you're saying he does not finish? Yeah. You are stupid, mate. Yeah. Like, I can't believe that you could come out with that.
Yeah, like, I've heard Ngannou say that he wished he put more pressure on Fury.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, like, there's going to be a lot of regrets coming from Tyson Fury about how that fight went. There'll be maybe just as many regrets coming from Francis Ngannou, because when you watch,
it's a good chance,
mate, sometimes, man, like I'll record spars, and in the moment, the way you feel is so different to when you watch it back, and you can disconnect the emotion. Yeah. And I feel like in the moment, Ngannou's maybe thinking, he's not quite cooked yet. Let me. If I've landed that once and it's this early on, what, second round or something like that, I can land that again. And then in hindsight, when he watches it back, he probably thinks, "Fuck, man, I really should have gone."
Well, Dewey Cooper admitted it. He said, "I held him back about 15% because I was worried about the gas tank." But then you've seen in that last round, he had plenty left.
Yeah, that was impressive. That was, I think, the most impressive.
I think Ngannou have the biggest regrets, like you say, because he had an opportunity to absolutely make history, to, you know, beat the world heavyweight champion in his debut. That would have been, like, he must watch that now, look and say, at no stage was I hurt, at no stage was I breathing so heavy that I couldn't have, you know, went up a gear. Like, if anything, you know, Fury in that fight, in my opinion, done everything he could to try to turn things around. Like, you know, he tried to
was the more uncomfortable.
He looked all the way through. He tried to walk at him and tried to smother him. He tried to use head movement. He tried to get on the jab. For me, he got every tool out of his bag, emptied them, and tried every single one of them. Yeah. Whereas Ngannou, for me, he pretty much continued to do what he done. I didn't really feel as if he went past third gear at any stage. Like, he was just in a nice, calm rhythm.
You know why that is, though? Is because there was that one fight that Ngannou had against Stipe Miocic the first time he fought for the title,
Where
he went in and went, I'm just going to rip through this guy.
Yeah.
And Stipe is like, he was a fireman, right? He's this tough, durable, hard-nosed bastard. And Stipe is like, I'm going to hold on to you and wrestle you. And then Ngannou had nothing left. And here's the thing. He still didn't finish Ngannou. Ngannou had emptied the gas tank in round 2, and he still never got finished. And I remember, you know, I mean, you did kickboxing, Muay Thai, mate. Ngannou was taking head kicks from Cyril Gane, elbow, all sorts of wild. I've never, ever seen this man hurt. And this is why I'm believing the Superman narrative. And it partly is because he's shit-talking Fury and I'm all about it. But also, I met the guy and I remember saying to everyone in the head of the Fury fight last time when, obviously you were here, there's something about Francis, like there's this aura about him where like you're in the room with him and you're like, you don't really feel safe. Like this, because if he turns at any moment, you're fucked. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not.
That's funny.
Because there's things where you know how you can delude yourself. Because every man deludes himself.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll just do all this fucking shit 1,000 moves later, and then you know, there's running away wouldn't work. There's nothing, right? I can't think of anything to get out of this, right? He's just got the scariest.
He said he's called the Predator,
bro. It's a scary ideal of death. But I think that in this fight, as Dewey said in my interview with him, I ain't holding him back now. And I believe because what they're thinking is, if we do make this a fight, it's his chin against Joshua's chin. It's his power against Joshua's, and they're more than happy to roll the dice on that. Yeah. And I don't think Joshua will want to do that. And it's going to be...
Do you know why I think like Ngannou impressed everyone so much is because the things that he didn't do in the way we were expecting him to do them. So say, for example, if you say, right, before that, you've never seen the fight, oh, by the way, Ngannou drops Fury in the second round, how does it happen? You don't go, oh, he hits him with a counter left hook.
No, exactly.
You think, oh, he fucking walks across the ring and just absolutely sticks it on him in the corner, because that's how you would perceive things. So also, like, another thing, right, I was saying to you before the fight, I was saying Fury needs to be the twitching, herky-jerky, fainting Fury, because I know it myself when I spar with MMA guys, they fall for the feints all the time. Like, if you twitch in front of them, if you faint in front of them, they'll be very reactionary. And Ngannou wasn't falling for these things. So I feel like that's one of the reasons he's elevated himself, in our opinion, and because you're like, not only did you manage to drop Fury and you managed to be really competitive, but the things that we thought you would fall for, you didn't. And the things that you did do, we didn't think you were capable of doing. So I think he's surprised so many people in that fight. And that's why we're now looking at this one and going, he's got a chance, you know.
Well, what I'm hearing from the camp is if Francis 1.0 was against Fury, this is like Francis 7.0. They feel like he's made jumps.
I believe it.
Huge leaps.
I believe it.
In regards to footwork, in regards to cutting the ring off and going to the body. And I think that the level of confidence we're seeing from Francis tells me that my personal belief is that if Ngannou does it, it won't take that long. Because when you look at his MMA record, so many of the finishes, when I watched them back before this, it was like first round, second round, first round. And it was like 40 seconds a lot of the time. Like, and I'm not saying he's going to do that in 40 seconds, but what I mean is, in boxing, it's customary to go, oh, it'll be round 7, 8, 9. With Francis, I wouldn't be surprised if it's the first half of the fight, because I think he is going to have so much of his natural aggression back. I was shocked at how little he threw the right hand. His right hand is his thing, right? That's the thing that takes everyone's head off. And it's sometimes from weird angles. His uppercuts are good. His inside fighting's good. But it wasn't. It was very defensive. And I do think he'll be a lot more aggressive here.
That's where the openings lie. Where he becomes more aggressive through being more confident. This is the thing.
It could work for AJ.
Right. It's like, this is why we're interested. But I think the confidence is what's going to be part of his letdown today. I think the reservations, that's what gave him the good performance. I think how reserved he was in that first fight gave him the good performance. If he went throwing more, Fury could have just picked and moved and looked great in the corner and moved. It's the fact he was reserved. So I don't know if he's going to try and combine the two today, which gives AJ more of a difficult time.
It's got to be balanced, hasn't it?
It got to be balanced. If he comes out, sticks it on him, you can just get picked off. You know, if you make him think I ain't coming to you, then he's like, oh, all right. Well, and then you go to him. You know, it's all man game.
We associate Fury with being like the slicker out of the two when you think about AJ and Fury. But actually, in terms of counterpunching, Mate, AJ's counterpunching ability is well under.
Yeah,
like,
it's underrated.
Remember when he won his world title off Charles Martin?
Slip
that
back
right
hand,
hand, bomb straight back with that right hand. Like for someone who hasn't been boxing that long, like we were saying, especially at that point as well, that counterpunching ability is a big factor. So I think that when Francis Ngannou does go for it, if AJ can keep his cool and keep calm, composed in those moments, Ngannou's going to give AJ a lot more openings than probably he gave Fury.
But I think them type of counter shots only come with confidence.
Yeah.
AJ ain't got that confidence right now.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, he hasn't got that. It's with Ngannou.
Yeah.
It's with Ngannou.
I wonder how intimidated, if what the level of fear will be, because it's healthy fear, right?
Healthy fear, yeah.
It feels
healthy
like Terry Atlas says, it's like a fire. You can heat your fucking house with it, or burn the house down, right?
Yeah.
And it's how he manages that. And I just wonder, like, and I honestly think it comes down to when you first feel the power. I watched this Tom Aspinall video. Shout out to Tom Aspinall. He did a video doing the same power test that Ngannou did. Now, Ngannou's world record on this power test, it's not the punch machine that people say where you hit the fucking... It's this actual like block thing against the wall where they scientifically like score you. Ngannou got 130,000, which was the record. Tom Aspinall, who's the UFC heavyweight champion and is a beast of a puncher, got 50,000.
Wow.
Now, Tom Aspinall, he looks at the camera and he looks at the camera and he's like, fuck me, I feel like quitting fighting. Like, I can't believe it. He's like, how the fuck can... Because I know you hit harder than me, but how can you hit that much harder than me?
You know what, though? You know when you hit one of them, you're supposed to be really, really drunk. Because it works best. Like when you're in Tenerife Strip or something, and you get one of them punch bag machines. Yeah, that's it.
No, but like, I just watching that, I was like, I wonder how AJ will react to it. Because, again, everyone who fights, and I can't remember who it was who made the point about Fury, in the way Fury punched with Ngannou, it was a little bit of get in and out. And you're never fully committing when you do that.
Right.
And AJ's at his best when he fully commits. But if he feels a little bit of that Ngannou power, you wonder how the commitment will be from him after that. And for me, if I'm Ngannou, I want to get in the clinch with him as quick as I can. Because I think AJ's clinch game isn't as good as Fury's, and Ngannou just fucking manhandled Fury at times.
Ngannou needs to apply pressure straight away from round one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forward.
No feeling out. None of that.
Yeah, nah.
Show no fear.
You can't let someone get the rhythm, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you let the
You
rhythm...
can't outbox AJ, so...
Why try?
In my eyes, his only tactic is to just go at him and try to turn it into a dogfight. Like, that is the only way he can win, because, you know, we're talking about AJ's like hesitance with letting his shots go, and kind of, you know, if he has got that fear in, he's the type of guy, because his technique is good, even when he just fires his shot, you know, without fully committing, his punches are still very sharp. He can still bang with his shots. Like, I think when it comes to Tyson Fury, he needs to fully commit to really get the full power in his shots.
True.
Whereas, you know, when Fury's on the move, it's all flicky stuff, really. He never really fully commits with all his shots. But this is what makes it so exciting. Like this is, you've got to essentially, AJ needs to do one thing, essentially box and don't fight. Yeah. And we've got Ngannou who just needs to fight. So like, it can't be anything but an exciting
That's
fight.
the mix. That's what you want. Someone who's trying to fight, someone who's trying to...
You don't want two. You don't want a chess match or two boxers.
And Ngannou has boxing elements as well, so he's not just a fighter.
Yeah.
He's not just a dog fight.
Yeah.
No,
he has boxing elements as well.
That's what I mean.
That's the beauty behind it.
I don't know, man. As long as AJ remembers who he is, he wins today.
That's the key.
That's the key.
Know who you are.
Know who
Anthony
you are.
Joshua, Femi, know who you are.
100%.
Wow.
Listen, if you're world silver medalist, Olympic gold medalist,
yes.
British champion, Commonwealth champion, 2-time heavyweight champion, if you remember who you are...
You know what he's not? Got to back my guy. He's not a UFC champion, is he? He hasn't been head kicked. He hasn't been elbowed. He doesn't know that life.
And that journey from Cameroon to get to France, he didn't do that one either.
Fuck me.
And you can't discredit that journey.
The Sahara Desert will make a man out of you, apparently.
I mean,
fuck me.
Even when Francis was on the Club Shay and he was like, oh, so you was just in the water? He was like, yeah. Sometimes we was just in the water. I'm like, what? I'm like, what do you mean?
Bro.
He's like, we'd be in there for days.
what do you mean? I haven't heard this bit.
No, bro, he had to swim.
He had to swim
For an extended part of
There's
his journey.
pirates around and all sorts of shit. This
And
man,
he had to
he
stay
played
in
with
the
his life.
water.
There's no two ways about it. He was like, I might die,
How far is
but
this
I
guy
would rather
swimming?
get there.
He had to get to France. Well, there was a pit stop, but then he ends up in France.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He ended up in jail. It was.
I heard
He got
about that,
beat
but I
up
didn't
by
know
the
he was
cops. All of that.
Swimming and all.
Swimming.
Jesus.
Swimming. Listen, you don't get... to get that physique, you got to do that.
You got to do your hands
That has to be a journey.
But this mental strength thing is I don't even think it's comparable. Like I don't think that and that's where that's the beauty of the question answered about AJ today is like. Ngannou's just going to look right through his eyes and into his soul, in my opinion, and just come straight forward.
This is not you can't rely on anything to do with mentality. It's silly to think, I'm going to intimidate him or I'm going to screw him in as soon as my ring walk starts. There's no point. You might as well just get in there and fight to your game plan and win. Because all the other elements, it's a waste of time. That's a waste of time.
How strong Francis Ngannou is, like we all know how powerful Conor McGregor is, right? In terms of his global power and what he means to the UFC. Francis is the one who took on the UFC and won. Yes. He was the one who in his final UFC fight with 2 fucked knees, by the way, went in there with knee straps on, knowing I have to win this to keep my title so that I maintain my value to get out of my UFC contract with the belt. Because you need the belt to maintain the value to then go and get the Tyson Fury fight. And at the time, he just come out, he says, I owed Kamaru Usman 200 grand. Kamaru Usman was helping him financially. Shout out to Kamaru Usman. That's a real man. That's a mate. I interviewed him. This guy gave me like 4 hours of his time on a podcast. He was like, I'm here all day, mate. And I knew then, I thought, you're a good bloke, you. But like to hear it. And Kamaru was like, don't say that because they were on a podcast together. He's like, no. And he was like, no, like you fucking helped me out, mate. And now he's fighting for 20 million tonight instead of 600,000 in his last UFC fight. Crazy. And he told them to go and fuck themselves.
He just keeps doing it.
Conor McGregor, on the other hand, still handcuffed to the UFC, can't get out. That's why he hasn't fought in God knows how long, because they're going through these contract negotiations. Dana doesn't want to let him out. And McGregor wants to fight Pacquiao.
Yeah.
But he's under fucking complete control, whereas Ngannou outsmarted the UFC. Can you imagine, right, there's a UFC event tomorrow night. No one gives a fuck compared to this fight. It's not even, like, you've got your biggest UFC star, and he's now in boxing. Like, what does that say about...
but then that's like, it just goes to show, how many years ago was Mayweather-McGregor, right?
2017, I think.
Yeah. If you're proactive rather than reactive, if you're Dana White, you see that Mayweather-McGregor event, and you realise, right, when I build stars, they're going to fucking go and do this. They're going to go and do it. So you got to nip it in the bud there. And what you're ultimately going to have to do, instead of trying to find loopholes and ways around it, pay you guys better. Pay them better. Because it ain't like you ain't got the money to do it. We saw the percentage split of how much UFC actually gets.
It's 80-20.
80-20 , right?
The fighters get 20. So this year, just for context, the UFC made $1.3 billion. So they're absolutely ruining the fighters. It's unbelievable.
When you say the fighters get 20, that's obviously going to be distorted by the highest earners as well.
Of course, yeah.
If you're just going like the average guy in the UFC, they're not Misfits fighters are getting more.
Genuinely, Misfits fighters are getting paid more than UFC fighters, and to a point where Henry Cejudo recently, I think his disclosed fee, I think he got about 160, 200 grand, something like that for a fight. This man was a double champion Olympic gold medalist. Like, it's insane what he's getting.
So that's what I'm saying. Like,
can I just say one more thing, mate? Donald Cerrone got 200 grand to fight Conor McGregor in an 80 million grossing pay-per-view in the main event. They're absolutely taking the piss.
Sounding a bit terrible still.
Mate, it's terrible. It's terrible.
So when it comes to lessons being learned, surely like there would have been warning signs before that. But when Conor McGregor went off and fought Mayweather, whether Dana White would have benefited off it, because I think he did, he was involved in it in some way. Surely then, all them years ago, you open your eyes up and you go, right, let me change something. And if he had done that, then maybe this fight wouldn't be going on tonight. They wouldn't have been in this situation. But he needs to, at some point, learn from it, surely, because otherwise, this is what's going to happen.
Do you know the funniest bit about it? Dana White, when Ngannou left the UFC to obviously chase his dreams, he was like, he thinks he's got this boxing fight. It's never going to happen. The real truth is, he didn't want the hard fights. He did not want the hard fights. And I'm like, looking back at that, I'm like, he fought Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua in his first 2 boxing matches. And you're talking him down like that. You fucking twat. Honestly. He's an absolute liar, though, isn't he? Like, he couldn't pick 2 harder fights in the world.
No, honestly, as the first 2 boxing matches, I mean...
It's historic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's historic. It might be the best boxing debut ever.
Yeah.
It's got to be. I can't think of a better one. I think it's got to be.
Ever.
In it.
Yeah.
Because even Lomachenko fought for a world title in his second fight, I believe.
Yeah, second.
So,
And you also mentioned as well, which I'd forgot about, he was off a knee injury. He had a long layoff and he'd had a
2 years.
knee surgery.
So, you know when people are talking about Fury had time out the ring?
Yeah.
Francis had longer out the cage.
Most boxers, if they've come off a major surgery, they probably have a warm-up fight. Even the champions
Fury was his
will have a warm-up fight.
Even boxers that move up it, like remember when Usyk first took the step up to heavyweight? Who was the guy he fought?
He fought
I can't remember. He fought someone before.
Well,
he fought Chisora. He fought
Chisora as
someone,
well, didn't he? Yeah.
Someone
before he fought Chisora, he fought a guy.
Yeah.
I want to say Gerald Washington, but it wasn't. It was a top 80 guy or something like that, and that is a pound for pound great moving up in weight, let alone someone coming across who's never laced up a pair of 10-ounce gloves and then just fighting two of the best in the division straight away. So yes, it's mad.
By the way, shout out to the super chat. We got a couple there. Much love, Bri. Good crew you got on today. Appreciate it. And also another one saying, which UFC fighter other than Francis do you think would do the best in boxing? I know not like you all watch a little bit of UFC at the very least.
Yeah.
Who do you rate in the UFC's hands? I tell you, I would say there's this new featherweight who just beat.
I see.
He's the Real Madrid lad.
What's his name again? Root.
What's his name?
They're clearly promoting him well because I can barely fucking remember his name.
Yeah.
But he's got brilliant
Yeah,
hands.
but
That
he does,
featherweight
nice
kid.
hands.
He's quite like the new Conor McGregor in terms of skill set, European.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean,
Holly Holm.
yeah, well, she literally
Yeah,
was.
she already was,
Yeah,
wasn't
she
she?
was
Yeah.
a world champion, wasn't she?
You again, like to go back to the point I made earlier, you would fancy a heavier guy. You know, not that he's currently. I don't know if he's ever in the UFC. He was MMA, but I always thought that when David Haye brought Michael Venom Page over, I thought that he'd be able to do a little bit more than he did in boxing because I remember like showboating style when he first came
You know
in.
what's ironic? That's like the KSI style now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I thought he was going to be a world champion or anything, but like I thought he's quite tasty with his hands, good reflexes. But yeah, I probably
The Brazilian who beat Adesanya,
Alex Pereira.
Pereira,
Yeah.
I've seen him spar a boxer. And I thought, fuck me.
He's another one that's built with that spirit.
Yeah.
He's another one that's built with that fighting spirit.
Evil.
What about the guy, who beat Conor McGregor as well? When he broke his leg, what's he called? I'm not.
Oh, Dustin Poirier.
Yeah, I mean,
Dustin's decent.
I'm not saying he could go to the top or anything, but he could probably compete with.
Did anyone ever see the sparring of Lomachenko? He was not Garbrandt, Dillashaw, TJ Dillashaw.
Oh yeah,
You ever seen that sparring? He was, like you sometimes spar to the level in front of you, and with sparring, you don't know whether that guy's done his sprints this morning or what. But TJ Dillashaw looked half decent in there with Lomachenko that time. So
what's it? Luke Rockhold can box a bit as well.
Yeah. Cody Garbrandt before his chin seemed to take a beating.
Yeah, it was decent.
He had a
Yeah,
nice
yeah.
performance.
Good combination.
But yeah, shout out to the chat. Sean O'Malley's getting a bit of love as well. I mean, Sean's a more of a kickboxer. He's like a fencer. But like going back to the fight, I mean, Anthony Joshua fights like a fencer, in my opinion. Like, and I think he needs to use all of that. Like, keep it long. What do we think of the age of tactics? Just keep it long and try not to get in a proper fight.
He's got to, like Viddal said, like he needs to rely on his boxing ability. Like, you've got to remember he's Olympic gold medal, couldn't get the word out there. Olympic gold medalist. So, we know he can box. You don't win Olympics just being a brawler, generally speaking. Like, you've got to have good skill set in boxing.
Fundamentals,
So,
fundamentals.
and like we're saying, Ngannou, we've seen him take kicks, knees, and he can take a shot. And we've seen him against Tyson Fury. He's not that reactive, you know what I mean? He kind of, the mental strength he's got, he walks at guys. So like, and like I say, it would just be stupid because Anthony Joshua wants to become a world champion again. If he loses to Ngannou, is that dream over, would you say? I mean,
I don't like, you can't even say anything's over, you don't like to say, but it does make it extremely difficult. It delays the journey. It messes up the whole process. The whole process.
The problem is because he's still I still think he's in this process of like rebuilding mentally. I think to lose mentally, like, you know what I mean? His physical assets are not going anywhere anytime soon, but mentally he's still in the process of rebuilding. If he loses Ngannou, I think mentally it'll really affect him. So the rebuild will be even harder. So,
all right, we've got to talk about a big topic. Do get your comments in, by the way, and don't forget, if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, like the video. Jake Paul versus Iron Mike Tyson. Is he still Iron? Do we still even use it?
Nah, man, it's not Iron, man. No, man.
A bit wooden. He's walking with a cane allegedly 2 years ago. And you know what? Just first off, what were your first feelings? Because I think we were all in shock, man.
Man, I was like, when I saw it, I was like, nah. I was like, this ain't real. I have to go to the pages and check if they posted it. And then when I saw it official, Netflix, I was like, what?
Yep.
Like, it's just, I was thrown off. He got me. Jake got
No, there was a little bit of credit too for that. Like, how the fuck you kept this secret?
Yeah.
Is mental.
Is mad. And then you achieve it. And the way they fight in Cowboy Stadium, that's a serious venue.
Yeah.
That is a serious venue.
That was where Billy Joe Saunders fought Canelo.
Yeah. That's a big stadium. And Errol Spence fought Mikey Garcia in there as well. So it's a
before I criticize it and like say the bad things about it, I will give Jake Paul credit for one thing, right? For watching him fighting fucking Deji.
Yeah.
To then seeing this poster come up and being like, mate, you're fucking fighting Mike Tyson now. Like, as much as I don't agree with it, I have to give almost credit to the levels of like, you're literally going to step foot in the ring with one of the two most famous boxers of all time. Like, for that, you've done something.
Yeah,
I can't take that away from him.
His credit.
See, the thing is, the way I look at it is like, Jake Paul is a mastermind. He knows how to go viral.
Yep.
He knows how to make things viral.
Yep.
But he wants to make Mike Tyson's death viral.
Yeah.
He wants to kill Uncle Mike.
Yeah, he does. Like, he'll get a thrill out of it. Yeah, he'll get a
You
get a
met Mike
thrill out of
Tyson.
it. Yeah.
I remember that. It meant a lot to you, and it meant a lot to your family, your dad as well.
For sure.
How was he when you met him? And in terms of like when you're looking at this guy and you think of Mike Prime to now, how was he age-wise? How did it feel meeting him? Like
It was a mad experience. He was very calm, just in his own zone. Sort of, I was hitting the heavy bag. Asked him like, what does each number mean? He broke it down like chill, very chill. Asked me where I'm from in London, where he's been to in London. Just normal conversation. There's no anger. It was just like respect, calm vibes, you know. And it was just good to be in his space and just talking with a legend, talking with someone who you know has been through so much. Where you have so many preconceptions of who he is and how he's gonna be, to finally being with him and just be like, you know what, my experience was he's chill. I know a lot of people might
age-wise though, you know when you meet a guy and you have the,
but he's still,
some people are frozen in time where they're always young, and then you meet them and you're like, actually, you kind of
like he's still got the energy. Like I can fuck you up.
Yeah,
like it's still he's still built in
He's
that
older
way.
than my mum. He's older than my mum. He's the same age as Jake Paul's mum and dad. That's an old folk. Like senior citizen.
Yeah, no, he's a grown. Obviously he's grown, but he still looks about it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was surprised that how wide he is. As a person, like how wide he is. Even his feet are massive. Like he's built. no,
he's not that tall though, is he?
No, he's not that. No, he's not that tall at all. He's like 5'10".
He's probably shrinking a little bit. You know that starts happening when you start hitting
He's
60.
about 5'10", but he's just this way,
Broad.
Yeah.
broad, and he still looks like he can run into you and crush you down. But I mean, doesn't mean he should be fighting Jake in the middle of Texas.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm just gutted, to be honest, because like you say, it's like, as much as I love what Jake Paul's done, you know, we're talking about Iron Mike Tyson. Like, I don't want him building himself on a great like Mike Tyson. You know what I mean? The thought of him potentially. I mean,
can we just admit it right now?
Yeah.
Because there's a little bit of a debate on the internet about, he's just going to have a move around. It's going to be a friendly spot. Like, can we just get this straight? Have you not been paying attention to Jake Paul?
Exactly.
He is a ruthless motherfucker who wants to iron out Mike Tyson and stand over his lifeless body with his arm in the air as if he's just KO'd the real prime Mike Tyson. Cut the fucking shit.
Damn,
Jake
Brad.
Paul. No, he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a shit. It's like when the bitch at the end of Game of Thrones goes crazy, man. Have you not been paying attention? He's always been this person. Jake Paul is going to act like he's just KO'd the real Mike Tyson in his prime.
100.
And he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah,
He's a
but
demon.
also you say they could be having a friendly move around, yeah. That is only if Mike Tyson wants to have a friendly move around. Because I'll tell you what, if Mike Tyson comes out there and starts trying to take off Jake Paul's chin for a couple of rounds, Jake Paul's still going to think, well, no, you know, you're an older bloke. No, he's not.
Jake's going to go straight for the kill.
He's going to try and
Yeah,
go
he's
back
going
at him. But
straight in.
I tell you what, yeah.
It's on Netflix. Netflix aren't paying big money to say a friendly move around.
He wants a Nate Robinson, Ben Askren.
He wants a highlight.
He wants one of them. If he can get it, he will go for it and he'll feel no way.
So if we look at Jake Paul's record, where's Mike Tyson, or this version of Mike Tyson on it? Like, because we can say about his age, but actually when you look at it, I think maybe Tommy Fury in terms of where he's at, and it's mad that we're even having this conversation, but Tommy Fury in terms of where he's at, like in his age and whatnot. Anderson Silva, I still think had a bit to give, but Mike Tyson's one of the better. Even this current old man version of Mike Tyson, still one of the better ones. He's fault.
It's the power. We know the power doesn't leave you. It's the last thing to go.
He's got sciatica.
But it's
No. Let's not forget. Mike fought Roy Jones, remember?
Yeah,
when we say fought, though,
remember
when we say fought, though, it wasn't proper fighting, was it?
No, but I don't think that was like up to their minds. I think that's what they could do.
Yeah.
You know, really?
Yeah.
I felt like he went light on Roy Jones because he thought
like he went light.
Because when he was hitting Roy, I think there was an acknowledgement of he could fuck Roy up if he wanted to in that fight. Personally,
do you think though? Because when you look at that, right, I was worried for Mike Tyson when that fight got made. Like Roy Jones Jr. All right, bearing in mind there was some fights in there that we all probably felt sad to watch because we're thinking like Enzo Macronelli beating Roy Jones Jr. Like you almost don't belong in a ring with Roy Jones Jr. and you're beating him. But when you look at it, Roy Jones Jr. was fighting at a much higher level than maybe like a casual fan might realise until a lot longer. Like he fought Denis Lebedev probably like 6 years before he fought Mike Tyson. 6 years sounds like a long time, but it ain't 25 years like Mike Tyson had been out of the ring. Do you know what I mean?
That's what Mike Tyson said in an interview. Why is everyone scared about, worried about Roy Jones? I'm the one who's not been in the ring for so long. So it was.
Do you know what?
I thought Roy was a favourite in that one.
You were right, but in reality, when we seen them, it was obvious who had juice left and who didn't, and maybe that was because of the juice. I don't know, but like,
I hope he's allowed juice.
I mean, I hope he's allowed more juice than fucking Tropicana because he should be. But when he was saying to Joe Rogan, when I was doing all those pad videos, I could barely fucking get out of bed for a week after.
Oh,
that's
mate.
because you're in your 50s, mate. Do you know if Mike Tyson was 50 years old coming into this, I'd be like, actually, you've got a fucking chance. But at nearly 60,
nearly 60,
mate,
man.
you're so close to the old people's home.
It shouldn't be happening, really.
And you know what the question is, guys?
Shouldn't be happening.
When was Mike Tyson Iron Mike? What year? What years was he Iron Mike?
Mate, it wasn't even in the 2000s.
No. Yeah.
Last Iron Mike's probably like 96.
Yeah.
Probably
97.
94, 92.
Mate, he said in 2005 after his last fight,
Bruno.
I'm done. I
96.
don't have it anymore. That was in 2005. And imagine we would just someone jump out the future and be like, by the way, in 20 years, you're going to still think you've got it. I think he's just got. He thinks he's got enough for Jake. I think he doesn't rate Jake that high. But also, let's not kid ourselves. We all know Mike was robbed blind in his prime when he should have been a billionaire. And now he's probably been offered a fat check by Netflix and he's going, you know what? I've got money, but I don't have that kind of money.
Yeah. And also, like, you were speaking to Carl Froch the other day. A lot of these ex-fighters will be looking at the likes of Jake Paul, any of the Misfits guys, any of the YouTube guys. I mean, look, if Wayne Rooney is texting Eddie Hearn when he's drunk saying, give me KSI, I can guarantee you that Mike Tyson will be watching Jake Paul headline events and thinking, I could chin ya. And I think that's the mentality that he's got to go in there with. He's got to go in there and think, right, I might be able to get through 2 rounds here and be able to throw bombs for 2 rounds. Let's hope I knock him out in them 2 rounds. And I'll tell you what, if Mike Tyson comes out there and tries to do it and fails, I'll be happy enough. I'd think, all right, well, at least you give it a go for a couple of rounds.
And I get your point. You'd respect Mike for doing that. But let's not kid ourselves. The way we all feel about Mike Tyson, he's an icon and he's a hero. Yeah. And to then see someone who we know in if it was Prime versus Prime, it wouldn't even be worth watching. How does that make you feel? Because inevitably, we all agree that Jake should have too much for him. So in that moment, what will that make you all feel?
Do you know why I think it's sad?
Sadness.
It's sad because we look at Mike Tyson's life and we feel like he's found peace now. Like if he was still in the chaotic stage of his life, the bit where you're like, wow, and this was even after he had retired from boxing, there were like, obviously he had a lot of trauma in his life, but there was other times when you were looking and Mike Tyson was still a wild cannon type thing. Then you're sort of thinking, okay, like you've not found peace. Maybe you need this. It's like the Rocky story. Maybe you need one more thing for a bit of closure. Now Mike Tyson seems to us like he's found peace in his life. He's got his podcasting stuff, like
hotboxing.
Yeah,
smoking hella ganja.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's done every drug underneath the sun.
He's got his own weed company as well, so he has got good income. But obviously, this is another level of income, and a good person to ask, I guess, is the man who's ranked just above Jake Paul in the actual box records. We got Viddal here. Now, look, let's assume one day You're going to be world champion. We all believe it. We're all behind you. You will make a lot of money, God willing. But let's assume this was you, and they come to you, Netflix, and they go, yeah, you make good money. We're going to make you a little bit more than what you'd normally make, and you have a chance to share the ring with Iron Mike Tyson. It's going to catapult you to a new level of fame. It is going to change you.
Well, how old am I?
Let's say you're 30 years old, right?
Yeah.
That's a few years away.
Yeah.
Would you take it?
No. Not against a 57-year-old Mike Tyson.
58.
58 by that time. Yeah, or however, 61. However old he'd be. But no, I couldn't do it. It's just because for me, I just couldn't prepare for that. I just would be like, what am I doing? Like, I was raised better than that. I just wasn't raised in that way to pick on old men. It's just not how we do things. We look for competition. We look for the danger. Can you offer a danger? Can I shut your danger down? Not to pick on OAPs. That's just not my method. Do you know what I mean?
Have you seen that quick OAP's bruise that they fall over?
Yeah,
bro. Look how long that bruise stays on.
That's the thing I'm thinking. A lot of people are going, the power's the last thing to go. And I'm like, that's true. Do you know what does go very early? The chin, though. Yeah. And I remember watching fucking Chuck Liddell in his prime and Tito Ortiz.
Now, it was sad seeing Chuck Liddell out of his prime.
Bro,
that was sad.
Bro, that was one of the saddest things because Chuck in his prime had a granite chin and was just mean motherfucker, straightforward, and he's going to kill you. But then, when we seen him in his early 50s, not even Mike's age, when you see him take one shot and you're like, oh no, like, and then imagine, that was Tito Ortiz, by the way, in front of him. Imagine you had Jake Paul, 27, who can fucking hit.
The problem child.
Problem child.
Problem child.
Don't you remember
no one's calling Mike Tyson problem child.
Holyfield, when he fought Vitor Belfort.
It'd be like that, potentially.
Yeah.
And I just watching Holyfield and I'm like,
what happened?
Like, no way, man.
For the time.
Yeah, and I can see him trying to bang the moves, but his body just can't bang the moves.
And remember, Mike Tyson's style, head movement.
It's
no
it's a
fucking head
youthful
movement.
style. It's
Yeah.
athletic, youthful style.
It needs
It's
energy.
not like a Bernard Hopkins.
Yeah.
There's someone who's just an IQ genius and slows the fight down to 0.25 speed. This is a man that had his success as an athletic being, as a specimen. And then now he's supposed to try and pull off those moves at 57 years old. Get through the camp if he decides to do a camp. Because imagine you got a 57-year-old in camp breaking their body down.
So are you saying do you all
Crazy.
categorically disagree with Jake taking this fight?
And I don't disagree with it because I understand from his perspective.
Well, you're thinking about the bread, that's why.
No, but I get why he's doing it. But me personally, and like Viddal saying, as a boxing fan who's watched like people like Sir Iron Mike, we've all looked up to him. Like, it's not nice. We don't want to see him getting beat off Jake Paul. Like, it's just would be a sorry sight. It's just, I just don't want to see it.
Do you know what I think? Right, this sounds like a really weird analogy. It's a bit like getting a tattoo. When you're young, you don't know whether you're always going to want that tattoo. Jake Paul's only 27 years old. What he's doing here is permanent. If he knocks out Mike Tyson, it's permanent. Everyone's going to hate him forever. And you're making that choice when you're 27 years old.
He cares.
No, he might not care, but he might care one day. He might care one day.
You've made
He's
a great
27.
analogy there because that's what I said. My first thought was, we'll never forgive you for this as a group, as a community. It doesn't matter what you do. You could save children from cancer, bro. When you knock out Mike Tyson, it's a feeling that will never leave people because it's going to be sad, man. And that's the thing that's hitting me in my head now. Now, because as a someone who's known Jake, not exactly a close friend by any means, but I've watched him grow up. I admire what he's done up till now, but it's one of those things where I'm like, how can I admire you beating up a man who, if you were the same age as him, he would rip your head off? How can I admire that? I can't admire it.
It's like when Larry Holmes was beating up
just
Muhammad
read my mind there.
So can you explain that? Because there's young lads who don't know the history.
So Muhammad Ali is everyone's idol. He's everyone's GOAT. You know what I mean? He's the one that opened the door for everyone to come after him. And then and Larry Holmes was his sparring partner even. So he was someone that was in the camps with him and helping. Younger guy, bring him through the youth, you know what I mean? Showing you the ropes. Got to a point where Larry had to fight him for the title and he battered him. And no one's ever liked Larry Holmes since that day. And this guy is one of the best jabbers, if not the best. One of the best heavyweight champions ever. His name is in stone with heavyweight champions.
Can we say the ironic thing? Who avenged Muhammad Ali?
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson, baby. And there's this fucking beautiful moment where Muhammad Ali comes into the ring and just before the fight and he goes over to Mike and he goes, get him for us, will you? And then there's this moment where you can see Mike Tyson's like, I'm going to run through this motherfucker like a hot knife through butter. And I mean, that was history right there. And I feel like it's going to be a bad moment. Like,
this is worse. This is going to be worse for Jake than what his brother did back then.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
It's going to be like Logan managed to shake that off. I think the boxing, the events, how the history went, he did shake it off.
Well, let's be honest. What are the main criticisms of Jake, though? It's like you fight weaker people than you. They're either much less skilled, much smaller. They're MMA guys. You're never going for the even fights. And when you do go for the even fight in Tommy Fury, you're lost. That's the criticism, right? So the way around that isn't to go and batter a 58-year-old guy, is it? Do you know what I mean?
This is a low.
Yeah.
This is a low. Like what you're just saying now, I get it, and there's a lot of people that would throw that at him. But do you know what, man? When Jake Paul was taking on Tyron Woodley, Nate Diaz. I ain't got too much of a problem with it. I'm like,
that's good
I'm
fight.
like, you know, you was actively fighting not that long ago. Anderson Silva's a little bit older, so that's a little bit different. But at the same time, not got too much of a problem with it. Whereas this one is the one where you're like, mate, that's like you say, that's everyone's uncle, that's everyone's granddad. That's like, it's
and let's not kid ourselves. You didn't finish Nate Diaz. You didn't finish Anderson Silva, nearly 50 years
But then does that not make you think, mate? Like, you're talking about the fact that Mike Tyson did it for boxing when he beat Larry Holmes. I know people don't think it's likely, but just on the off chance that Mike Tyson does go in there and in the first... Mike Tyson, if he can replicate what he could do on the pads, and we were saying that he couldn't get out of bed for a week after. So, but if he can replicate 3-4 times what he can do on the pads, just 3-4 times, give it a go with getting in there quick against Jake Paul. If you can chin him in the first round, Mike Tyson's come back 30 years later and done it for boxing.
You know what you've just said there is why I'm watching.
Yeah.
Like, and it's one of those things where why a lot of people watch work, because the hate for Jake is going to go up and the love for Mike is going to go up, and we are all going to care. Look, we clearly fucking care.
Yeah.
So that's one. The key ingredient is you make people care, and that's what they've done. It's just, I like you've just said with the bad tattoo analogy. I don't think the long-term repercussions have been thought through here, and it's a cash grab.
Definitely no long-term repercussions. This is about now. This is about what we can make now. What's going to make people talk? What keeps us all in tune with what Jake's doing next? And this definitely worked.
But Jake's wicked.
He won in that.
He'll probably say, "Oh, we're doing 10 rounds."
Yeah, he would do something cruel. Yeah, he would do something cruel.
Rehydration clause.
Rehydration clause with a 57-year-old man. No.
What do you think about the way it's being marketed, right? For example, Jake Paul put out a video saying, I got sent, my trainer sent this, are you sure you want to do it? And that was from 2 weeks ago. And then the community notes, Twitter goes, 4 years ago, actually. And then they've got the poster. It's Mike Tyson from 20 years ago. They've superimposed the new tattoos on him. Like, they're trying to act like Jake is some sort of underdog here and market it in a way. Is it in bad taste?
Super bad,
man.
Because even after sort of Mike came out of prison, that was on his downhill slope.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
All the way
From
back.
all the way
then,
back
before I was
then.
even
When his
born.
hair was growing out.
Before I was even born.
Come on, man. How long have we been saying, oh, Mike messed up his career, he wasn't disciplined when Costamato passed away?
The only way this doesn't seem that mad is if there's a lot of like recordings or messages of Tyson chatting the most smoke saying, I want you next because you can't do nothing to me, even at this age. We'd still feel like
I gotta see something like maybe a picture of Mike Tyson and Jake Paul's mum. Like in high school or something. Like, something disrespectful or mad. Like for there to be a reason. Like,
for there to be a real reason.
Back in the day,
It's true.
My mum's bum or something.
Yeah. There has to be some real running history.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I have to avenge it. I have to avenge this.
I'll tell you who will be absolutely gutted, the Furies. Tommy Fury wanted Jake Paul. John Fury apparently wanted Mike Tyson. Them two had just got together and fighting, and they're just left out in the dark.
Well, as they should be. Because honestly, like, they've been bumming off people enough, right? It's about time they actually got off their own backs and actually did something. Like Joe Egan's offered Big John. He doesn't want to know. Like, and then obviously Tommy. Now Tommy is calling out Conor McGregor. Mate, Conor McGregor doesn't even know who the fuck you are, mate. Conor McGregor would rather fight me than you bum. Do you know what I mean?
He hasn't even chosen.
At least he knows who I am.
He hasn't even chosen someone in his own weight division.
Mate,
Like Conor McGregor's
Tommy should have some shame because you've been talking like you're an actual boxer and you're now calling out Conor McGregor.
I think Tommy knows exactly what he's about and what level he's
the
at.
money.
Tommy
He's just
is
trying to make
stuck.
money for his family. That's it. Like that's all he's doing. He doesn't believe in his ability. Like he's been forced into the boxing from his dad because as was seen in a lot of his fights, John Fury was like a puppet and Tommy was just sat there and his mouth was moving. So it's just like, yeah.
What question for like influencer boxing, right? Because obviously you were there at the very start of it all. So was I. So was Leon, and obviously now you're involved in it as well, mate. You're literally fighting on Misfits. What does this mean for KSI? Because for a long time, it's been, when is the Jake versus KSI fight coming? And now, that seems further away than ever. And to be, I want to be totally honest here, because plus JJ's a mate, I feel like Jake's move right now has elevated him to a new stratosphere where he has left influencer boxing firmly behind. And I don't know what KSI does next. I mean, there was chat about Wayne Rooney fight. Now that all of a sudden seems a bit like small time compared to this.
He shouldn't even be worrying about what to do next. That's how I look at it. He shouldn't be fighting no more. He shouldn't be fighting no more. He should have fought Logan like he did the second time. Obviously, a new wave began because of the whole Misfits and everything like that. Cool. You came back. You gave the people some fights. You built yourself up to fighting a pro boxer who should be fighting me.
Yeah.
When I'm training JJ in gym box, we're training him. We're not thinking he's going to go fight someone like Tommy before I ever did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
KSI proved a lot.
Yeah, you've done what you needed to do. The only fight you should be getting out of bed for is Jake. That's it.
But here's the problem. If KSI deep down in his heart really wants that fight still, Jake should, in theory, be making ground up now. He should be improving. Although his last fight, I mean, did anyone rate his performance at his last fight?
There's nothing.
I feel like he's gone backwards a little bit. I think like he's regressed. Like you see how many shots he was missing with, and the guy that was in front of him, you know, he used to box at like middleweight or something, and the guy was.
It's what you said. I don't know if you said it on when we started the stream or just before about when you knew more. Yeah. And it made you actually perform in a worse way when you fought Field in the second because you knew more.
You knew too much.
But when you was just fresh and you can just operate. You know what I mean? I feel like that's.
I feel like because there was nothing to respect for Jake. He was taking so many risks and he looked quite sloppy. And look, maybe there was a reason for that because if you think about it on a business level. Jake started with Triller. He then went to Showtime, and by some people's estimations, lost a fair bit of money with Showtime. Showtime now out of business, and then he goes to DAZN, and you're wondering like, why is he fighting such poor competition in his last two fights?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he fights an Uber driver apparently, and then next thing you know, I'm off to Netflix and I'm fighting Mike Tyson. If you're DAZN right now. You probably feel like, fuck me. And that last event, remember, Serrano didn't even fucking fight. Yeah. God knows how much money they lost on that.
Jake done it on purpose. He's a mastermind. Don't underestimate this guy. It's the problem.
He's a very smart guy.
He's the problem.
Yeah, he is a smart guy.
But I mean, if you're DAZN, you probably feel like you've fucking been fleeced.
He done them.
He done them good.
Do you not think though, like KSI, as much as in the short term it might be a hit for him, thinking, oh, Jake's going off and doing this. If it goes the way that many people think is going to, unfortunately, and you say, right, okay, Jake Paul knocks out Mike Tyson or beats Mike Tyson, then, listen, we wouldn't disregard Jake Paul being able to pull a rabbit out the hat and find someone else, but it's still going to be the main contender for Jake Paul to fight is KSI. And by Jake Paul's actions of going and doing that and putting himself on a world stage where guys that weren't interested in Jake Paul, like my dad wouldn't know who Jake Paul is. Once he fights Mike Tyson, my dad will know who Jake Paul is, right?
Yeah,
so then in the long term, if, and there's a lot of if, buts and maybes, but if KSI and Jake Paul end up fighting, what Jake Paul's done here is going to add money onto KSI's purse when they fight eventually, because it's going to be a bigger fight. There's going to be a bigger pot of gold.
Depending on the numbers of this fight.
Depends on the numbers.
If it goes crazy, I think it will go crazy. The numbers will go crazy. It'll put Jake more on the A side.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah, it will.
But scheme of families.
Not to say like KSI, this would be massively important to him, but also, I tell you what, if there was ever a question of who the public are going to get behind for that fight, there wouldn't be after Jake Paul potentially knocks Mike Tyson out.
Yeah. But then again,
everyone would be on KSI's side.
If Jake, let's say Jake beats Mike, then is Jake going to really want to drop weight? Because I think there's an issue between weight class or what weight they might have.
And Jake, this is the one thing I will give him for all that I disagree with this fight. You are going to be viewed by potentially the most amount of people in history watching a boxing match. Like, that's how big, because it's so accessible, because we all have Netflix.
Yes.
It's going to be ridiculous. I mean, we remember how many millions of views Logan and KSI did because it was free on YouTube.
Crazy.
It was 20 million views.
Crazy.
This is going to make that look small. It's going to be mind-blowing. So if they do set up a KSI fight afterwards, KSI could benefit from this in a way. I'll tell you who I think might actually be interested more than ever now. I talked to him the other day, Carl Froch. Carl was saying to me, I don't really know if Jake would get in the ring with me. And I was like, ironically, I had no idea this was coming. I was like, I think he would. And I think right now, someone's got a chance to be a hero after this, and to come after Jake Paul as the villain and go,
Froch should do it.
You did
should,
this.
but
You did this to our legend. Now you got to take on a legend who's actually not completely out of his physical. Because like Froch is in shape, so you're going from a 60-year-old to a 45-year-old.
Yeah, he's not doing that. He's not doing that.
Mate, there's not one part of me that
doing it.
doesn't believe Carl Froch, even at this age now. Like, say, even at this age, Carl Froch retired from boxing. Boxing didn't retire Carl Froch. Like, Carl Froch could have had a few more fights. He's been out of it, but he's not.
His spirit isn't dead.
He's
That's
still
what
in
I'm saying.
shape. He still trains every day.
You not see the video when he put it out? He went, "I'll put your head into fucking orbit."
Yeah,
Mate, I love that. Like,
Yeah.
he's still running
with the world titles behind him.
Yeah. Froch should do
You were
Jake
saying it
Paul.
won't happen, Viddal.
No, I don't think.
Why not?
It won't happen.
What do you think that calls to?
I don't know. I don't think Carl brings that excitement that Jake and his team try and achieve with the opponent's selection.
I think Carl's new and improved me. I think I've
not
seen him more
that the
entertaining.
fight wouldn't be entertaining, but just when it's posted, I don't think it don't
think you
hit
would-
with that effect that Jake likes to.
I don't think it would give that same
you know
shock
what I
and
mean?
that same excitement. But you know, once it starts and there's the press conference and the back and forth, like Carl Froch now
Is
can.
Carl gonna
I think verbally he's a lot better than he was when he was fighting. I feel like
Million.
I mean, it's not going to compare to Mike Tyson.
Nothing
but,
will.
You know, but look at some of these other fights that he's had. They've still, anything that he's involved with still creates a lot of hype. And like you say, when he's once he's fought Mike Tyson, he's going to be bigger than ever. So it doesn't matter who he fights, it's going to be big.
And everything's a backward step after Mike. Like there will, you're never going to have another moment where this happens.
You can't expect to. I think this is just going to elevate him, and then in his own right, he'll just bring even more to the table on his own, regardless of who he's going to fight. But you know, you mentioned about KSI earlier. I mean, you know him better than I do. Do you not think that KSI is going to be like going away thinking, right, okay, I need to now step things up and kind of fight a big name to kind of, do you not think there's going to be any level of competition to kind of...
I don't know, man. If there is, I don't know. There shouldn't be. Do you know what I mean? There shouldn't be. Like, he shouldn't wake up and think, "What am I?"
I think that you look at it from a different point of view, though.
Yeah,
because
I do.
You're like, you love the guy. You spent hours with him. You obviously trained him, but like the JJ is one of the most competitive. Like, let's not kid ourselves. JJ set up a spar at 4 a.m. with speed just to fuck Jake Paul's event.
Yeah.
This is, I love the pettiness, by the way.
Yeah.
This is a competitive, petty rivalry that they have got where they want to outdo each other.
Yeah.
So it can't not spark some juices in Jake.
Like low-key rivalry, isn't it? It's like I feel as if he's so competitive, and it's like one thing which I've always give credit when I've watched KSI, and you know, in comparison to Jake Paul, like we've seen Jake Paul sometimes blows hot and cold with his performances, and like I don't know, I don't feel as if he's as mentally sound as KSI. Every time I've ever watched KSI, he's got a level of competitiveness in him where I just think
he's a dog.
He's ultra competitive.
he's,
dog.
and
You
it's
know what
like,
we're gonna see? You know what we're gonna see? JJ versus David Hay.
or
I think David Hay needs to come back into this mix somewhere. Every time I hear of one of these retired, I was saying it to you ages ago.
That's what
wasn't
we're
I?
gonna see
Every
now.
time I hear of one of these retired boxers coming back in, I'm like, mate, David Hay's one. You know what we were saying about belief?
Yeah.
David Hay's got that, and in a good way, I mean this. He's got that arrogance that even at 45, 50, David Hay will still believe. Like
he said it recently. I think he mentioned George Foreman coming back at the age of 45 or winning the world title. Like, you mentioned something.
Yeah.
He mentioned it just recently.
he
in an
fancied
interview.
Tyson Fury not long ago, man. He's fucking mad.
I think mentally with him, his body. I think if it wasn't for his body kind of, you know, not working properly, I think his body's given up on him. But
Yeah, but he might
Jake,
think-
though, lads, before we move on from that, for me, one of the things he should start doing, I don't know if you remember this guy. You ever heard of Randy Orton?
Yeah.
I remember Randy Orton coming to the WWE, right? And he was the young cat, right? And they called him the Legend Killer because he went and had Hulk Hogan. He went for all of them.
he went all
If
of
you're Jake Paul now, you're the legend killer. You literally have to go on a tour and go after all these legends. And mate, you're signing up to knock Mike Tyson out. You've signed up now. You need to go full bastard. Full bastard.
Was that? I mean, I didn't watch this, but was that not when they were like just towards the end of the career? Not when the
no, they were OAPs then. I mean, they were hooked up the fuck.
He came in and said, "Right, all you old guys, I'm taking you out."
But this is what Jake has kind of been accused of anyway. But now he's got to lean into it.
Well,
there's no point in. You know what I don't want to hear? I don't want to hear from Jake. It's an honour to share the ring with Mike Tyson. I don't want to hear that, mate. Because you want to knock him out. So don't tell me it's an honour. Because you want the man fucking lifeless on the floor. But Jake, so let's not bullshit anyone.
Jake's pretty much digging them out the ground when they've already been buried and trying to pull them out.
Mate, have you seen the meme of Muhammad Ali's grave saying the next opponent of Jake Paul, he's going to dig him up?
I've seen it.
Genuinely.
Wow.
That is literally what we're talking about. Wow. So yeah, like be that cunt though.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That pull back hard. We're talking
you know, if like KSI was to do something to match this, like we were saying, like there could potentially be a scenario where KSI thinks, right, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like who? Like David A was a great shout, but if it's not. It would have to be someone, unless it was Wayne Rooney, it would have to be someone that we haven't thought of. Because if you're going on about other influencer guys, Slim, someone like that, it's just nowhere near them levels.
Yeah. Probably GSP.
GSP, yeah.
GSP.
Yeah.
I can't think of.
But even that's not as big as Mike Tyson.
You ain't gonna find no one as big.
No.
You can't find no one as
Because
big.
you have to do something unethical.
That's why I
and
think
immoral.
he has to do another OG boxer. You can't do a GSP. Because Jake's already done Anderson Silva and you know what I'm saying?
Go on, do B-Hop. Go on, try B-Hop.
Yeah. That's probably you know what? Because he's still telling man come to the bathroom. You see what he did? You see that clip where he was like,
Bill Haney.
what was it? Bill Haney, innit?
Yeah.
And he was like, Bill, come to the bathroom. I'm like, yeah, you're active. You're still active. You're still active. But he's gonna have to pick an OG boxer.
There's just nobody though.
If JJ wants to compete, I'm saying it. I'm dropping the gem here. Trying to get the David Hay thing going. Man.
What for who?
For JJ.
Do you know who I'd go after if I'm him? Jorge Masvidal. He looked flat in his last fight.
Yeah, Masvidal's.
Masvidal's gettable. He didn't look.
Yeah, but this is not matching the real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're making a statement to match what they've got, like you see, if there was no Jake Paul against Mike Tyson fight announced, and KSI announced that he was fighting Masvidal next,
cool.
I'd just be like, yeah, sick, but like. It hasn't blown my mind.
David Hay,
it's pretty
David Hay's too close to a live dog for me. Like,
I think that's what he's got to do though, because I think because he can't match it in terms of the absolute OG.
Yeah.
He needs to go for someone who's, I'm not going to go down that.
Can't go against David Hay, man.
I can't.
Why?
What you think? Karate stance, you're going to do something against David Hay?
The one I've always said, I said this, Brian, I said this to you ages ago. The one I've always said, Tommy Fury, David Hay.
What about
David Hay had the rivalry with Tyson Fury? It never happened. Tommy Fury, David Hay. That's the one I want.
Do you know who else could be another name? Tony Bellew's kind of been talking like he maybe come back. I mean, I know.
But these
Tony
Bellew.
That's too active.
That's too active. No, the only thing is because we know David's body is fragile. You know what I mean? Maybe you can do the bouncing around thing for a little bit, and then David,
that scares the shit out of me. That because I'll never forget. Right, I'm in a hotel once and. David Hay has me blocked on Twitter, by the way, from a tweet from 2012 I think when he was fighting Klitschko, and I was giving him shit for having that big toe problem or whatever. And now I do regret that because I do like David Hay, but I'm in this hotel and I looked at him. And, I mean, I'm a big bloke, right? And he gets up and I'm like, fucking hell, David Hay is massive.
He's a big guy.
He's a big guy. He is twice the size of KSI.
That fight couldn't happen anyway.
Just
based on
he's huge.
The weight,
he's
just
massive.
based on the
Even
weight.
with Tony Bellew as well.
Bellew's massive. There's no way KSI versus either of them.
What about JJ versus De La Hoya?
I'd watch the fuck out of that. I swear to God.
Yeah. I will love that one.
I'd watch the fuck out of that.
Maybe that's the one.
Mate.
De La Hoya he's still active. He's still making
De La Hoya needs money always, mate. Always. He would
JJ versus De La Hoya.
He's another guy who's found a personality after boxing. Like he's hilarious.
Dodger Stadium.
I mean, he's a funny guy.
Do you know what? You're bringing us on to De La Hoya. Let's talk about a golden boy fighter in Ryan Garcia. A really strange situation. I don't know if we've seen anything in this in boxing like this before. Like where it's our first like child star situation. I feel like
I don't think we've seen it during a career, let alone
At the start.
in preparation for a world title fight. Like, that's the mad thing about it. We've seen boxers have manic episodes. Like, we've seen
Tyson Fury.
Mate, what was the Ecuadorian boxer? He killed his family. We've seen some mad stuff with boxers happen. But I don't think we've seen it during a career. And I definitely don't think we've seen it when you're going for potentially the biggest fight of your life. Like, this fight is signed, sealed, delivered. It's happening.
Against a pound-for-pound top dog.
Exactly, for a world title, and you're acting like this. And it's like... the thing that concerns me the most about Ryan Garcia isn't like... Because, you know, sometimes you can look at the headline things he's saying, the concerning things he's saying, and there's always that bit of, what if it's a marketing ploy? I was watching... we were speaking about this. Was it a Twitter space? He was on it with Andrew Tate. Even the little things he was saying, like when Andrew Tate said, I can't say anything on this because they'll come for me, man. And he goes, you want me to get you off of that? I can get you off of that. And it's like, that there shows me the delusion's real. That ain't even... when you're thinking like that, like, you can just see...
It's not a character. He's
ain't in the right mindset.
He's not egging it up for the cameras.
No.
And also, look, I don't know if he has a natural twitch, which some people do have, but I don't remember him twitching before this.
He's developed.
And then all of a sudden...
This is sad, isn't it?
No, it is. I remember a guy who, actually, me and you know this kid who developed the twitch after being heavily involved in drugs, man, and it was fucking brutal to see. Like, when I'm having a conversation with a guy, and now we're seeing this thing in the middle of Ryan's face every few minutes now, and it's like, it's weird, but more so it's this glazed look in his eye, and he's just put that recent video up on Instagram of, I'm not going to talk about anything else other than the boxing anymore, and you're like, mate, you need checked into a fucking psychiatric ward ASAP.
It's like Home Alone and Macaulay Culkin, seeing him, you know, a child star that you've watched, and he's like, we're just seeing him fall apart on screen. It's not nice.
Who the fuck is around this kid?
That's
this is a disgrace.
But this is always the problem of always. He's probably got a load of yes man and people who are just on the.
De La Hoya's pushing him into a fight, mate.
Yeah,
that man He should give a fuck about you a little bit. He doesn't give two shits.
Nah, he doesn't.
Disgusting, mate. After everything he's been through with substances and all of that, if there's anyone who should be pulling him out of this fight, it's him.
Yeah,
but they don't care. I mean, look at De La Hoya and who's the other guy?
Bernard Hopkins.
Bernard Hopkins. They're literally mugging him off in the last fight. Yeah. They were talking shit about him in the last fight, and I actually really appreciate the way Ryan got up and actually gave it to them in a press conference. But now I'm like, you fucking, and it's like in boxing they say, boxing's the only place where the sheep rule the lions. You know what I mean? And not that Bernard Hopkins and De La Hoya are sheep now, like back then, but now you should be protecting this guy and looking after him.
Golden Boy haven't got a lot of cash cows in their stable at the moment, so like it doesn't really surprise me that they're still happy for him to go ahead with the fight. But when we're saying about, you know, him potentially being on drugs and stuff like that, even if he's not, like, you don't need to be on drugs to be in a bad place. Yeah. And if you're in that sort of place, like, to me, it looks like a manic episode. And that can be a sentence brought on through drug abuse. That can be undercurrent of it. But it can also just be someone, like you say, who's been thrust into the limelight at a very young age. I know some people think, oh, poor him, like, sarcastically, but earning that sort of money at that sort of age, you know, like the hangers-on, the yes men around you and stuff like that, he's clearly in a very confused, very dark place at the moment. And it was to a point when at the start of it, I was thinking, this could be genius. You could be doing something here to drum up the interest. And then as we see more and hear more, I'm like, nah, this isn't a market employee. This is real, and you're in deep, mate. And listen, I'd love to see him in a ring with Devin Haney. I don't want to see him in a ring with Devin Haney when it's set for. You know what I mean? I think he needs a trip to a psychiatric ward or something like that, because he just isn't.
I can't believe it. Like, my dad's been sectioned 3 times, and like you know, it's not that hard to do. You know, like, you know what I mean. So, and especially with a man with this much money, you've got a lot of ability to check him into some sort of facility to look after him, and then in a year's time, even if you're a parasite living off this guy, you want to preserve your cash cow.
Exactly.
You don't want it to be smashed to bits in front of the world, and then have everyone pointing the finger at you down the road. And when he does actually pull himself out of it, he's going to look at people and go, well, why weren't you there to help us?
But unfortunately, the leeches don't think like that. They're just thinking about now. They want the money now. They're not invested in thinking, looking ahead and looking to the future. So,
and do you know how they'd explain it? How they would justify it? They would say, mate, if he's like this when he's boxing, imagine boxing isn't keeping him on the straight and narrow. What's going to happen with him? We're trying to give him focus. We're trying to, that's the spin they would put on it, which is bullshit. We all know it is, but that's what they would try and put on it.
But you know what's weird? He said they took my phones, they took my bank card. Who's they?
Yeah,
who's the handler?
That's what I want to know as well.
Like, who could take my phone and take my card, my money?
Bullshit. It's a figment of his imagination, probably.
Yeah.
Like, I've dealt with, like, and look, I can't say I know this for a fact because I don't know his situation, but like, my dad, right, and we can have a laugh about it now, but he thought he was the fucking second coming of Jesus, man. He thought
a lot of people go like
he
that.
thought the Egyptians were taking him back into a time warp in the middle of the wall, like, and he was freaking out, you know, like, there's no logic.
Start creating your
exactly.
own vision,
So when he's creating this, oh, I was this, I was that, I went to Bohemian Grove. Bro, you ain't been to Bohemian Grove. Like, we all know that, right? They put a fence up since Alex Jones was there 30 years ago. And this is where the people around him should be ashamed of themselves, mate. And I would worry if I was a broadcaster putting this fight on. What's to say? You don't know what he's going to do under the lights. You don't, in this frame of mind.
You don't.
I mean, like,
you don't want to be responsible
Exactly.
for his
You could
breakdown.
clothesline Devin out the ring on some madness, you know what I mean?
God forbid he could even,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Anything. And that's why I'm saying lights, cameras, and action
This is
on a
just-
man in this mental state.
Like McCool when he was
Dangerous.
crying.
Yeah. This is
Remember,
just like history
Oliver
repeating
McCool.
itself. Yeah.
He was fighting Lennox Lewis and he's just
Yeah.
crying, bro.
Yeah.
Like, he just couldn't help it. He's just crying. Or like even the other day, I was watching Southpaw again, the movie Southpaw, when he's depressed and he just lost his wife and he just gets in there and just gets punched.
Mate, I seen a guy the other day in the not the UFC, but it was an MMA octagon, and right before the fight, he's like putting his hand on the cage, and he's like, I don't know if you've seen it, and he walks forward, and the other guy just head kicks him.
Oh, I
and
see
fucks
it,
him up.
yeah.
And he clearly mentally should
Just
never have been in a fight.
Sacrifice
Yeah.
himself.
You know, when you hear
I
Ryan
need the money.
Garcia talking at the moment, you see him on camera and in the interviews he's doing. Not one part of me can then envision later on that day he goes into a gym and has a good spar.
No way.
And if we're saying that about a guy who's about to have a world title fight, that we can't envision that he's going in the gym and having good spars, fucking says it all, doesn't
How
it?
can you though? Because if you can barely speak properly, how on earth can you evade punches? Like, it requires you to be so mentally clear and razor sharp. It's terrifying that that could even happen.
This is where in boxing there should be really more to protect a lot of fighters, because there's no real, organisation that helps support fighters with mental health and all the rest of it. Because boxing's you've got to take yourself to places where in normal people's lives you don't have to go, and the pressure, the stress, and like a guy like him who's shot to fame quite quickly and earned a lot of money for a young man, like, who's supporting him, who's guiding him? Like,
Do you know what? I'm not going to put the responsibility on Eddie Hearn, right? Because Eddie isn't really the main man in terms of, it's a golden boy fight, but Eddie's involved on a overall level with DAZN and that. And I feel like Eddie's a good bloke. I've criticised Eddie a lot, but I do think Eddie's a good bloke. I'd want him to sort of step forward now and go.
Why are you putting this on him?
No, you know why? You know why? You know why?
Uncle Eddie,
You know why?
Hey, Eddie.
You know why?
Fix this.
Because I know Oscar De La Hoya is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
actually rate Eddie. And I think Eddie's a great bloke. And actually, overall, I think he's a good bloke. And for him, if he stands by and doesn't stop this, I just feel like, come on, mate. Like, I know you're in the business of making money, but fucking hell.
I don't think he's got the power to.
Yeah,
I
it's not
think
out of his control.
when
It's out
Eddie
of
Hearn
control.
signed with DAZN, I think Eddie Hearn thought that he was going to have a Sky type deal with DAZN, where he's the sole promoter,
Gaffer,
putting
yeah.
shows on, and now you see like there's 4 or 5 different promotions, not only boxing, loads of things going out off DAZN. I don't think Eddie has anywhere near the amount of pull power there as we'd think, in terms of, especially with like Golden Boy shows and things like that. So, but I do get your point in terms of morally, he's one of the ones where you would think, mate, come on, like.
Well, he does speak out morally about things that are right and wrong regularly. And with him he does have some involvement in this fight. They're interviewing him. Him and De La Hoya have done this sort of face-off type thing. Like,
So what did he say about Johnny Nelson recently? He said Johnny Nelson's a company man, yeah? And then when he was pushed on that, they said, well, would you not? And he went, no, it's good to be a company man. So if you're being a company man, if DAZN see it fit to put the fight on, you ain't going to speak out against them. Because I'll tell you what, Eddie turned his back on Sky. DAZN's just about all he's got now. You know what I mean? So I don't think he's going to speak out against them and say they shouldn't be putting this fight on, because I just think
they shouldn't, though.
I get there's a moral thing, but think about the conversations we've just had, Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. there's so many things that override your moral compass.
The people at the top just want no check.
Yeah.
They just want the money.
Yeah.
So they're gonna make the fight happen. I think they care about ethics.
No, it's not, yeah. It's true. It's the ethics is like a thing for people, integrity and all that, and all those good.
You know how much money's on the line for
Yeah,
this?
well, that's the thing as well, though. Like,
It's about bread.
Not to say that this is right, but if you're DAZN, you're thinking, all right, mate, yeah, but we're going to pay you millions.
Yeah.
We're not shortchanging you. We're not like, getting you to do it for free and we know you're in a bad place. We're prepared to pay you millions. So you go and get yourself right. At the end of the day, is he young? Yeah. But is he an adult? Yeah. He's been married a couple of times. He's got kids. They will think, right, no, take your own accountability and sort yourself out. And that's not to say that that's how it should be. Like, that's wrong morally. But that's the way they're going to look at it.
But things are starting to make a little bit more sense now when I look back at Ryan Garcia. And look, maybe there's something to be said about he took a lot of punches from a very young age. Like, this kid was boxing from day one, and we don't know how much damage he has had because
I don't think there's punch damage.
But I'm not saying that.
I think it's money damage.
No, I'm not suggesting. I'm not suggesting that I'm right, lads. I'm theorizing that we don't know that in all of the hundreds and thousands of young children who are boxing, that Ryan Garcia could be the anomaly. I don't think so. I think this is a mental health thing. And unfortunately, when you do lose it, like Kanye West lost it, and this really reminds me of Kanye quite a bit in that he's leaning into it publicly and very much displaying the dysfunction. And
it could be the punch damage thing, though. Like, we disregard it there. It could be. You look at other sportsmen, yeah. Edwin Valero was the boxer I was on about, the Ecuadorian guy that killed his family. Chris Benoit. What's the guy in the documentary, the Netflix thing? Theo Hernandez, was it? The
NFL guy. Yeah.
All of them guys, when they done the autopsies on them, head trauma. And all of them, if you read into their stories, it was like things of hearing voices, things like that, psychotic episodes. So it could be something like that. You look at it, like, I know it's going quite technical with it, but Ryan Garcia has never been the hardest guy to hit. He's not the hardest guy to hit. You know what I mean?
What happens when things go wrong, they just lean into the fact that the boxers, they've took punches to the head. I don't personally think it's anything to do with that. I think it's down to the fact that he's had a lot of money from a young age, and he's clearly been taking substances, and I think he's got a drug problem. I think it's that simple.
Potentially, but to Joey's point though, when they've scanned the brains of Hernandez, the NFL player, Chris Benoit, people who've taken head trauma for a sustained period of time, they've found that their brains are significantly older than what they should have been. So Chris Benoit, when he died, was in his 40s. His brain was the age of an 80-year-old man.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I think it's worth mentioning as a possibility. Yeah. But when you look back at some of his other recent behaviour prior to what we look at as a manic episode, the man announced the birth of his child and the divorce on the same fucking date of the woman who gave birth. Like, it's just bizarre. Like, there's probably things that we haven't been connecting in the past, and we're a bit fucking weird, isn't it? And now he may just been done. He might be getting progressively worse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I just think. I certainly don't believe when all these tests get done with. I never believe it. I just think it's more down to the fact that he's, think of the opportunities and the parties and the things he gets involved with. Like,
he's seen a lot.
But the thing is, he warned us about his mental health when he pulled out of the fight against, what's his name again?
Oh yeah.
Who was it?
Oh, who was he supposed to fight?
I remember that. Yeah, before the tank fight.
Before the tank
Yeah.
So he pre-told us.
Yeah.
So
you know what? I must admit, I discounted that, and you know why? Because Canelo Alvarez came out and went, yeah, he's a bit lazy, he's not dedicated. So when he then pulled out for mental health, I was like, maybe it's just bullshit. Do you know what I mean? And to be fair, clearly it wasn't bullshit. Yes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely think he's because if he has got mental health, the classic thing is to take substances to kind of block out all them,
numb the pain
and stuff like that. So, and like you say, that twitch and stuff that's come on very quickly. I've never seen him twitch like that.
It feels like a bit of a Paul Gascoigne situation.
And I'm sure in one of the interview he even says.
Know what I mean?
I'm sure he did say that he does drink and he does smoke weed.
Yeah.
So straight away,
do you know what though?
That's him.
So do I, mate, and I'm not fucking going through what he gone through. Do you know what I mean?
But what I'm getting at, that's him. Most boxers don't admit that they drink and they smoke weed. I know it might not seem like a big deal to the average person, but as an athlete, like, you're not going to admit those things. So that's him almost admitting that he's been taking things he shouldn't.
Tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, but what do we?
The tip of the iceberg. That's my opinion.
He might be absolutely battering the drink and the weed.
That's
what
what
do we do as men? What does 2 pints mean?
I've just told you. So do I.
No. Yeah. No, but if we say we've had 2 pints, We've had 6. You know what I mean? Like, if he says, "I drink and smoke a bit of weed," it's like you are getting stoned from the second you wake up in the morning. You're drinking every single.
Sometimes when you're trying to lie, but you feel the need to tell a little bit of truth so that people half believe you. You know, if you know what I'm saying, he's kind of give the public something without telling everyone everything.
Well, Devin said I could smell the booze on him when he was doing the face off.
Well, there you go.
And I believed that.
Yeah.
Mind, I don't think Devin's covered himself in glory here, and I rate Devin as a boxer, but he's like, "Oh, well, what do you do?" And then he tells him what he does. He goes, "Such a bad example for the kids."
Yeah.
You just fucking asked him, and then he says the truth, and then you're slamming him for it. I mean, I know it's fight talk, but
fight talk. You can't call him for that because at the end of the day, he's remembering he's going to step in the ring with this guy.
Fair.
He doesn't know if it's going to happen or if it's not. As far as he's aware, he's going to fight him.
If you're Devin, lads, do you follow through and just KO him and just think fuck him, or do you think I want you at your best and all of that?
No. We flatten him.
You flatten him, but you've got.
So he's called the realist for a reason. Right?
We flatten him.
Exactly.
If he shows up,
he's there to be slaughtered.
Can we just say? Earlier, though, you did, just to call you out a little bit, you did say Mike Tyson, you'd have a bit all of that, but now it's both of these people aren't at their peak and their best, right?
But the difference is everybody's got an emotional, love for Mike Tyson.
Not a 57-year-old man.
The age, the age, everything. But Mike Tyson is, I don't care what you say, he's a legend of boxing.
Question for you, though, Loz. You're saying this. Who's more mentally, I mean, depending on how many magic mushrooms Mike's had, who's more mentally clear right now? Who's the person who you think's ready to step in the ring more? Ryan Garcia, who's on about Bohemian Grove and all of the fucking Illuminati, or Mike Tyson? Do you know what I mean?
If something bad was to happen to one of these guys, Mike Tyson or Ryan Garcia, you know who your money's on. And I'm not on about in a bit boxing ring. If you woke up and read some bad news about one of them, your money would be on Ryan Garcia.
Absolutely,
because and that's the reason why I would have that reluctance maybe if I was Devin Haney, but then at the same time, mate, they fought 6 times already in the amateurs. Like,
I think
Ryan Garcia's got wins over Devin Haney. Like, you
see why I'm bringing up Lola? Like, it because we talked about the vulnerability of Mike. It does play into this conversation. But it's
different type of vulnerability. When we're talking about Mike Tyson, we're talking about his age being a factor and kind of
which isn't his fault.
It isn't. Yeah, like it's not a case of he's not mentally clear necessarily. Like I think Mike at this stage in his life seems a lot more clear. His mind's pretty good. He's had a lot of trauma in his life, and I think at this point in time, he's got a lot more clarity than he ever has. I think he's quite at peace where he is right now. But when we're talking about Garcia, like he's not mentally stable. I think that's a completely different thing. Physically, he's in his prime of his life, but mentally, he's not quite right. So we're talking about 2 different things. We're
totally different. But I just thought since we mentioned it earlier,
it's a good
interesting
spanner to throw in there.
Yeah.
But I'm getting the mental health guy down. If he stays,
as the head coach, Mr. Derek James, he has a duty of care for his fighter.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not our job. That's what I'm saying.
He shouldn't put in Ryan forward, or he should say, you know what?
Yeah,
I can't take you on this ride.
Your army's supposed to protect your soldiers.
Yes.
I'm not supposed to pull up and say, looks like a couple of you are still injured from last week.
Yeah.
Clear them out. Get them gone. If you just finish it off.
You know what? That's a fair point.
Does that not beg the question, does Derek James know something that we don't?
Does he get it?
Yeah, well, does he care?
Well, I mean, what percentage is he getting? The fucking 20 million, right? Like 2 million? I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like, are you my guy, or have you just hired me to do a job?
And as well, pain you can, like, say, for example, that emotional pain that you can outwardly see might be more shocking, but believe me, there's guys that do get in the ring that have been going through it in their... There was a guy that fought tonight, Kevin Lorena. His mum died today. Do you know what I mean? He's got in a ring and fought.
That shocked me.
He's got his mum passed away today. He got in a ring and fought tonight.
I feel like you hear about that though. Like you hear where people have had a sudden death or something, but or some. For all I don't know what the situation is on this occasion. If it was an illness or whatever, but often then you're fighting. You're thinking, I know my mum or whoever would have wanted me to still fight. This is what This is what I live for. And like they would want you to fight, and then you can dedicate it to that person. So
you'll still have to get paid, boy.
I think
the bills don't know who passed. The bills don't know who passed.
I feel like it's a totally different thing, you know. But it's true though.
It's sad, but it's true.
Yeah. But
because I can't tell the man them that no, I can't pay your rent because I didn't fight, so I can't afford it. Like you're gonna start getting your stuff cleared out real quick. You better fight.
No, but it's really interesting. This isn't it really when you look at it.
Let's move on to another controversial fight, which I'm really interested to know what you think.
Oh, shit.
Conor Ben versus Manny Pacquiao.
This one's worse than Mike Tyson against Jake Paul. This one's worse.
Not at all. I don't think not at all.
No.
Manny
I don't
Pacquiao,
like this fight at all.
Manny
Manny
Pacquiao
Pacquiao's looked after himself his whole career. He's like I don't think he's never the type of guy who's been drinking. He's looked after himself. I mean, he fought. How long ago was the last time he fought?
It wasn't that long ago.
Couple of years ago.
It doesn't feel like Mike.
He went to do the Olympics, didn't it?
Let's get it straight. How many years since Mike Tyson fought competitively? Like when
2005.
Like when
Remember what
Mike
Danny
Tyson-
Williams done to Mike Tyson?
Danny Williams, yeah.
Exactly. So
2005.
Manny Pacquiao was still fighting at a high level within the last how many years?
10
would you
years.
say?
Yeah, 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
And like I say, he's not had. Well, I could be wrong here. I don't think Manny Pacquiao's had mental health issues. I don't think he's abused his body through drinking drugs. So, he's looked after himself to an extent. Yes, he might not be the guy he once was, but he certainly hasn't abused himself and had any serious mental health issues, anything like that. He's mentally sound. So I can't put that on the same level.
Do you know what I think? I think about the actual current skill gap between people. Like, I get that Conor Ben's looked a little bit underwhelming since he's coming back, but for me, I expect Conor Ben to go through Manny Pacquiao, and that don't sit right with me. Whereas with the Jake Paul Mike Tyson thing, okay, yeah, I'm sort of expecting it, but I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility that Mike Tyson could knock Jake Paul out in a round or do something. You know what I mean?
But I also
with
think Manny Pacquiao could shock Benny. Like, he's not that far from fighting.
For context, I've just brought it up here. Manny Pacquiao's last fight was in 2021.
Yeah,
he lost that against Ugas.
Against who? Sorry, was it?
Ugas. He lost.
Oh yeah, 2021. Yeah.
His last win was in 2019. So essentially, it'll be 5 years since he won a fight.
Yeah.
Which isn't good.
But he didn't lose in, like, when we look at, we're talking about Mike Tyson.
It was a split decision.
When Mike Tyson lost 20 odd years ago,
it was bad.
He was getting stopped. He was getting, like, Manny Pacquiao was just getting beat on points.
So
you know what I mean?
rather than the comparison of the Mike thing, which is, that's Joey's opinion, but what do you think of the fight, though?
It doesn't excite us anything, really.
Is it worth? Is it a fair one to make? Because obviously, Eddie Hearn is going to criticise the Mike Tyson fight, but he is making this one, so he thinks it's worth doing to build up Conor Ben. Is that worth doing?
Conor's desperate, isn't it?
Desperate.
He's in no man's land.
He's desperate.
Because Ubank stood him up at the altar, essentially, right?
Yeah. I don't. In my opinion, I don't think he gains any respect from fighting Manny Pacquiao.
No, respect.
I don't think. I can't see many.
So it's just money then.
Conor Ben should go and fight on Misfits.
It's like you said. He's got.
He doesn't want to fight live opponents, does he? You don't want to fight live opponents.
I don't think that's. I think that's wrong. I think he does want to fight live opponents, but I think he's got limited options. So he's like, he's
got no options really.
He's taking what he can.
But he tried to make the Tang fight, and Tang clearly didn't really fancy that.
Yeah.
He was giving it the big one, and then the contract came off. He's like, actually, I'm good.
The thing is, I feel like Conor's in a position where he won't be recognized as the hero again.
No.
So you might as well do what you can in the villain arc you are in. This is what it's been summoned to. So now you just have to operate through the game as a villain until the end.
I'm confused though that Conor, when he's linked with fights, whether it be Ubank or Pacquiao or Tang, none of them are in your weight class. None of them are in your ladder to get to the world title. So what is the goal here? Because for me as a fan, and I really do actually like Conor Ben. I think he's a great fighter to watch. I like his attitude. I like his style. And obviously, the drugs thing, I don't know what happened there, and I'm still in the dark about it. But I'm willing to forgive and forget to see someone strive for greatness. But when you're not telling the fans, here is my plan and here is what I want to do, it leaves us in confusion. And like Conor McGregor did, you've got to get the fans on board and get them to invest in your journey and tell us what the plan is. Right now, it's like, I'm just trying to get a money fight together. And I'm like, it's hard to invest in that.
I think the difficult thing is, because his options are so limited, and
why not fight in your own division for your own weight, for your own belt?
I just don't think he can. I don't think people are into. I think I know a lot of boxers who I've kind of spoken to are like, he's a drug cheat. He's got a unfair advantage, and I don't think people are interested in him. I think
Josh Kelly will fight him.
Josh Kelly might, yeah, but
Josh Kelly would fight him. That's a massive domestic fight. That could land at the O2. That could land at the.
And
Conor Benn's going to get his license back.
I also think
the British Boxing Board of Control are going to give him his license back. They're going to give him. They're going to give him his license
but
back.
Right now, I don't know when that's going to be. And I think right now he's.
I don't know when that's going to be.
You know the same thing when he failed the drug test. It was his immaturity. Just kind of, he was loud. He didn't go about it the same way. And I think he's still like that now. He just wants to prove a point so much.
I will give him a bit of credit. I do think he's learned a bit since then because in some interviews, I think.
I'm just more referring to
back then he handled it as bad as humanly fucking possible. He literally went on like a spoiled brat and it didn't come off well. But I think now he is coming across of, okay, I fucked up. I shouldn't have spoke to people in the way I did. Like he acted offended that people were thinking he was a drugs cheat when in reality, bro, you failed 2 tests, mate. It's not our fault.
I know.
So don't blame us for thinking you may be a drugs cheat.
You know
the
what?
tests were there.
I think that listen, I'll probably a little bit immature saying he should fight all misfits. That's not the right thing. But the reason I feel a little bit like shortchanged by it is like I've put my hand in my pocket a few times to go and support Conor Benn. Like I was in the queue trying to get tickets for the Chris Ubank Jr. fight. I've watched him at York Hall box twice. I've watched him at the O2 box. Like we were invested and looking forward to Conor Benn's career. We were there, yeah. And then you've gone down this route of, okay, when you took the Chris Ubank Jr. fight, I get it. That sort of crossover catchweight fight, it was a mega fight. There's history there because of the family rivalries, because of the dads fighting each other. But you don't realise, like, it was just that one. That was the one on the table for you, and that's because of the underlying context that was there. That's not all we want to see. You are what, ranked number 1 on BoxRec, number 1 in Britain. You've not fought anyone in the top 50. Who? Name me a fighter who's ranked number 1 on BoxRec.
Was he ranked number 1?
Number 1 in terms of British welterweights. Name me a British welterweight that's ranked higher than him. There's none. There's none. Eko Esserman's below him. McKinson's below him. He's ranked number 1 and he's not fought anyone in the top 50. At least with Chris Ubank Jr., who he was going to fight. Win, lose or draw, at least you can say, okay, we've seen him in there with Billy Joe Saunders, George Groves, James DeGale, Nick Blackwell, Liam Smith, Liam Williams. Like, at least we can say we've seen him in there with the domestic guys. I feel shortchanged as someone that's put my hand in my pocket to go and support Conor Benn that we've never even seen him fight one domestic rival. So now when you're going on about, okay, I want to fight a legend in Manny Pacquiao. I get it, man. I'm not the one getting in the ring and taking the risk. Go and get your money. But at the same time, as a boxing fan, I feel shortchanged. I'd like to see Conor Benn test himself against other domestic level guys.
I agree. I think that was a lot of I think a lot of people criticised him for this because on his way up, because of who his dad was and the investment Eddie Hearn put in him, he almost bypassed the traditional route and just kind of come straight up. And it's like I think a lot of people, like you say, wanted to see him fight, some of the British guys and see how he would come on, but he just kind of bypassed that and kind of shot up. And now, unfortunately, things have went south. He's now in a position like, where does he go from here? But
do you think when you start spending money that you don't have yet as well, though? Because I mean, the check for Ubank would have been enormous. Yeah. That's changed his mind about his direction. He's like, actually, I really have my heart set on some big cash. Like
it's like almost a come down.
I don't really want to do that step backwards now that I've got my heart set on this kind of money.
Also, we were saying earlier on about Anthony Joshua in terms of like when you've been blasting people out, certain parts of your game are underdeveloped.
Yeah.
When you don't go the traditional route and you go down the intercontinental route, because of sometimes the opposition you're going to face, like now we're sort of seeing it. There's certain parts of Conor Benn's game that are amazing. Like, listen, Conor Benn's a great fighter, man. Like, really explosive, entertaining. You'll never see him in a boring fight. Great fighter. But because of the route he's gone, without going the traditional route where we can see you against different styles of fighters, you can very much look at his resume and say, the guys you've fought have been picked. Because they have. Everyone, when you go down the intercontinental route, everyone's sort of been picked.
Can I ask what the table thought of his last performance? Because there is the scepticism about the failed test. How did you think he performed in his last fight?
I don't read too much. If there was a trend now and it was like 6 fights in a row, he weren't getting no stoppages, weren't dropping someone, then I would read into it. But if you look at Terence Crawford, Errol Spence, loads of the top guys at welterweight, they go on 2-3 fight runs where they go to points each time and don't stop anyone. So
and he also had quite a bit of time out. Obviously, and sometimes as fighters, you're getting a roll into a rhythm, but because he had so much time out because of the failed drug test, and then you come back into it, and mentally all you're thinking about was trying to prove a point and perform. He probably was tense and he probably didn't flow like he previously did. So I personally don't read into that particular performance too much. And like
both opponents were light middleweights.
Bigger.
Both bigger.
Yeah, you're not just going to knock them all over. They were tough, durable guys. So I don't read into that too much.
You know what worried me about it?
Yeah.
Is he looked good, but when the other guy would clip him, the other guy got more of a reaction than he got.
Because he was in there with naturally bigger guys.
I know, but it just still, if you're an elite level fighter, which I believed prior to this, Ben has the potential to be, it's a concern because his dream is to go right at the very fucking top, right? It ain't to be piss farting around with the guy who he's in the ring with. Right. And when the other guy's getting a bit of reaction, I'm just thinking, I don't want to see you in there with a really hard hitter getting hit with that sort of shot because you will be in big trouble. And that it just concerns us.
And you got to remember when I'm saying about Conor Ben, like parts of Conor Ben's game being underdeveloped. This ain't a kid that's come from the GB setup.
Exactly.
This ain't someone that's been to Olympics. Conor Ben had what, 12, 14 amateur fights?
Most of them out fast-tracked.
Most of them out in Australia.
And I think Eddie's fast-tracked them. And what scares me about Eddie is Eddie fast-tracked Anthony and Anthony Joshua. And you know, it's great when it's going well, but sometimes when you get in there with someone who's got a bit too much for you, like you mentioned Josh Kelly earlier, that happened. Eddie fucked him.
Put him in
with someone who shouldn't have been in there with.
Yeah.
He wasn't ready for it, and that scares me about Conor Ben. You need to fucking season him before you fucking just throw him to the wolves. Like.
The problem is when you don't go the traditional route. It's like it's not just about the different styles. It's generally speaking, it'll take you at a certain rate where naturally you'll have more fights and you'll gradually learn in a better pace.
Right.
Whereas like when you go not the traditional route, you're generally skipping a few levels. So it's not just about the different styles. It's just like, you know, boxing, every day you're in the gym. It's not just your fights. It's the years in the weeks, the months, the years in the gym.
Camps.
So you're gradually allowed to just gradually grow as a fighter over a slower pace.
Right.
And the minute you skip those levels, you know, whether it's to do with the style of opponents, it's not. I mean, Viddal will tell you a lot of the learning isn't I would say it's the fight as well, but it's day in, day out in the actual gym, the sparring. Like you're gradually adding layers. It's like bricks. You're adding brick by brick in the gym. So you can argue the performance kind of gives you a sign of where you're at, but you know, you're learning every day in the gym, and a lot of guys on the way up, they'll have harder spars sometimes than the fights sometimes on the way up. So it's not just about the fights, it's, you know what I mean? You know
the fights are the exams.
The exams.
The spars and the mock exams. And
the hard work before. No, that is the perfect. I tried to get that point. You just nailed it.
Well, in that case, right, Manny Pacquiao as a 45-year-old man as an exam.
Yeah.
How does that go for Conor Ben?
Again, I don't know. It's how Manny Pacquiao looks, really, but because Manny Pacquiao
punch resistance. It's all down to punch resistance.
Yeah.
Because Manny Pacquiao is Manny Pacquiao. He knows how to box. He knows how to do what he does. He's still nimble on his feet. He uses the angles that he uses.
Yeah.
If he can take a hit from Conor, it will be a difficult fight.
Yeah.
It'll be a difficult fight. But if
Conor's got a bet on, I'm going to be too much for you in that punch.
Yeah, because if Manny takes the shot and he's like, you know, it's actually not that bad. It might be. It's going to be a long night. It'll be a difficult night.
Do you not think though?
Would that be a career-ending moment though? Let's just say that did happen, and he couldn't get the Pacquiao and stop him. Like, where the hell does Conor Ben go from there? Because you've pushed him so fast, and you've pushed him into a stratosphere of a boxing icon and legend. Like one of the most famous boxers in history, and also especially in the last 20 years, he's a hero. If you can't get him out of there, it will forever change. Whereas if you do build him incrementally, and as you say, but each exam gets a bit harder, and then give him a Pacquiao, or not a Pacquiao, but someone who's a top guy in a couple of years, I don't know, I just worry.
I think when you look at the names that are coming out, all right, listen, if Conor Ben had fought Tank, then I'd have thought, yeah, okay, Tank's a couple of weight divisions below you, but still it's Tank, and he's dangerous, he can do damage, and most bookmakers would still probably make Tank as a favourite in that fight, I'd imagine, right? Yeah. So that one, fair enough. But look at the other names that we've heard come out. I want to fight Kell Brook. I'm walking past him and barging into him at the O2 in the crowd. You know what I mean? Like, I want to fight Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, Manny Pacquiao. Well, I tell you what, clearly, from what we've seen in the last few days, Terence Crawford was looking for a fight. He's now lined up to fight Chris Eubank.
It's
You weren't
crazy.
really mentioning him.
Another crazy
You weren't really
one.
mentioning him,
that
a guy
for
that was a
real?
world champion in
feel
your
like-
weight division. But you were mentioning all these guys. And when we said, listen, it's nowhere near the levels of Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. But you're calling out inactive older guys who are
Instead of
past-
the champion of your division.
Instead of the champion of your division. And now time has told us he was pretty much available for a fight. So I get that there's more that goes into it business-wise, like logistically than that. But for me, it doesn't send a good signal when that's the style of fighter you're targeting.
Do you not think boxing's just crazy right now? Like all these,
Mad.
you just mentioned there, Chris Eubank's fighting Terence Crawford.
Can we
like,
talk about that one next then?
That's
Like,
fine.
these-
What do you make of that, lads?
Is this real?
You know,
I'm still
thinking,
Well,
Are we
Eubank's
dreaming?
posted it, and so they're at least in talks. They
I
must.
think it's
you know what
happening.
it is? I think,
I don't know what's going on.
Go on, you say it. Go on, you lead. Go on.
I think, what's the coach? I had to go. What's the coach's name again?
What, Bowman?
But I think Bomac here was sitting in that cell thinking, you know what? I'm going to pay that Chris Eubanks back. He should have sent me home on a private jet. That's what he's thinking. But beat him.
For those who don't know, Bomac got caught at the airport with a gun in his bag or whatever,
know-
right? And he coaches both of these guys. And that's a really weird thing to be in the situation where you have both guys coached by him. But like Bomac only coached Eubank for one fight, right?
You know,
so
funniest thing about that Bomac thing is, he didn't get caught on the way in with it. So he either didn't have it on the way in,
No, it's
or
private,
he's that
private.
well connected.
When you land at certain airports, you don't get
private,
checked.
yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
check
private jet.
I was going to
Private
say, I
jet.
thought he was that well connected. He's
Li-
come to London and scored himself a gun.
Nah, Leon knows
Go
how
on,
to
no.
smuggle guns. No, so
No, that fight is crazy, though.
Yeah.
I think clearly that's something that's been spoken about amongst each other.
do you know what I think that is? I think it's a stepping stone to prove.
That he can fight someone.
So
of
he
that
wants
size.
Canelo,
Canelo,
right?
yeah, that's exactly right.
His ultimate goal is Canelo, and obviously Eubank's Canelo weight, and for whatever reason Eubank and hasn't managed to pull the Canelo fight yet. So he's like, if I beat you, I can then call Canelo out and actually legitimize
That I
it,
can win.
because I think
Yeah.
Canelo knows that's a fucking hard fight. And I think Canelo doesn't want hard fights at the
Not
moment.
anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants hard fights again.
Yeah.
Playing golf,
You know what I
man.
mean? Right now,
Chilling.
he's enjoying that he can just
D&T,
play the
head to
game
toe.
how he wants to play the game. The difficulty level is what I want it to be. I get paid a lot. I can just fight all my fights in Mexico, free on TV. Like, he's just enjoying the fact he's completed the game.
Do you think it's fair that people call him a duck, though, Canelo, for doing that?
He's not a duck.
It's not
far
a
from the-
nah, it's not a duck
Well-
situation.
No, but they are calling him that now.
It's a difficult one because he's another drug cheat, in my opinion. So it's like, you know what I mean?
Ooh, Loz hit them with the
Like,
big bangs. He said, nah, he's
You know what
another
I mean?
drug
It's-
cheat.
You can't really forgive these guys. Like, all these like I love Canelo, but after that, you can't look at the guy the same way. So
Yeah.
you instantly have a bit more of a negative thought when you start looking at like, is he ducking this one? Is he that? It's like,
It's true,
you haven't got that magic juice anymore. You're not quite as keen as you once were. That's the instant mental approach you have when you hear about these. It's the same with Conor Benn. I was a massive fan of Conor Benn. I still kind of am. I still want to believe that it was a mistake. But
You know,
there's
to
always
get
that-
your fandom back though.
Yeah.
You know how we've noticed that obviously he hasn't stopped anyone since coming back. Does he have to return to that killer knockout power for you to believe that it wasn't the substance and that it wasn't him deliberately doing
Do you
it?
know what I think?
Yeah.
Going
Yeah.
off what
Yeah.
I'm not so
So
bothered
see a
about.
knockout.
Yeah,
I need to see a
no,
knockout.
because
And you
I've
don't
got to
want-
be honest,
And he's
I'm
my
feeling
guy.
a little bit of that.
He's my guy.
No,
He's my guy.
I like him, right? And I'm a fan, right? But I also want to believe you, but you have to do your bit
Yeah.
to make
No,
me
yeah.
believe you. And right now, the drugs test are saying, one
needs to
thing,
fight
so I need to
someone-
see the performance.
His size again.
Yeah, that's right. He needs to fight someone,
Yeah.
like one of these, like Joey's saying, like he needs to fight one of these British contenders. Like, I'm not really bothered about these other guys from other countries. I want to see him fight some decent level British guys and see how he can perform and see if he's the number one Britain before I'm worried about, world titles and stuff like that.
He needs to put his towel between his legs and go back to the BB.
And the other funny thing you just mentioned, why it's in my mind there,
yeah.
you were talking about Canelo maybe just wanting to play golf. This is the problem I have with the Tysons and the Manny Pacquiao's. The problem is in fighters, I always say the same thing. It's like it's not about where you're physically at or whether you can still take a shot. It's like your level of motivation. Once that's gone, it's like you've got a massive unfair advantage, and like you're getting with a guy who really just wants to be sitting on the sofa watching the TV, and money or something's pulled him back into the game, and that's the simple fact why I always feel sorry for these older guys. Like Tyson isn't doing it anything to do with what he originally went in the game of boxing for to become a world
not
champion.
even close.
This only thing can possibly be is financial reward.
Have you ever seen him
He
answer
does-
the question about Jake Paul? He's on the sofa and he's like, "I killed that white boy" or some shit like that. It's like,
Yeah,
and then he bursts out laughing in a really evil way, and I'm like, maybe he fucking still would, to be fair, like,
But it's easy. That's the thing. It's easy to say because you never lose that mentality, thinking you can still, kill anybody. But like realistically, he's probably sitting with his feet up with his slippers on. So like, I don't know. I'm just.
We didn't really cover the Crawford Ubank one there, so let's just do a little bit on that.
Yeah.
How do we envisage that fight?
I think Crawford's an unbelievable fighter.
Yeah.
And I believe he's he's got too many tricks up his sleeve. He's one of the most versatile fighters out there.
What Chris just went to Bomac and the team to learn to help him win against Liam Smith, he's been doing that for years.
You know what? That's a real problem, though. When Bomac sits there with Crawford and he's like, well, we've been watching this guy. We know all the mistakes he makes. Like, the game plan's right at start.
And Leon, you mentioned it's like he must have been sitting in his jail cell. There's obviously been something behind the scene. I don't know if Crawford sent a message.
Something.
He's pissed off with Chris.
Eubank could piss anyone off, though, couldn't he? Like, he's a Eubank.
They're probably thinking you're sitting there in the bars in Vegas because he gives that a thing of like he's a party boy, and I don't know if he's drinking or not, but he thinks he's one of them guys, and I just think they'll think, right, we need to make an example of you and show what it's really about.
I also think that it's hard to get your hands on the money in the game right now.
Yeah.
Like when the money's being put out, it's being put out big,
Yeah.
but it's not being distributed everywhere. So when you're in a position where you call out a Canelo, which is a big money fight, and he's like, nope, not doing it. Now it's like, who am I gonna fight? Who's gonna generate
That same level
somewhere close?
M's.
And Ubank is not a Canelo, but he's a name and he's a personality where every time he fights, you want to see what happens.
Yeah.
You know?
I like him personally. Like, I find him entertaining.
I think he's very entertaining. He's tough. We know he can fight. Crawford, seeing him again in there with someone that size, good views, good money. I think there's so many fights that can happen, but it's just like there's not enough pull on it.
You know, in terms of the actual size, I get like Ubank Jr. is a naturally bigger man, but we've seen Crawford in there against guys dimensions wise that aren't a million miles off Ubank Jr. Like Spence is massive. Spence is
big.
massive. Was it Benavidez, his brother, that he fought before, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's a big guy. Like obviously that was down at a much lighter weight. But what I'm saying is, especially even like a lot of these fighters will cut that last bit of weight right at the end of their camp. So in terms of the level they're sparring at, the weight they're sparring at, I don't think he's like a fish out of water in there with a Chris Ubank Jr. So
I don't think at all, because one thing about Crawford, he used to be a wrestler, and a lot of guys have said how strong he is. You've seen the stuff on there.
I've seen the video.
You've seen the videos where
he's one of the few fighters I'm like, you might actually be alright in MMA. You might be the one.
I don't think he's worried about the strength of Chris. And like you say, he's seen him in the gym. He's seen him sparring.
They may have done rounds.
That's another thing. They could have sparred together. So he might have thought, this is a perfect opportunity, fight a bigger guy. And, I just think it ticks all the boxes for Crawford. And with regards to Chris, he wants to fight the Canelo and stuff like that, the bigger guys, the bigger names in the division. So
are you all picking Crawford out of interest?
I would all day.
Who's Chris going to train with?
And the thing is, Chris...
No, it's true. No, for real.
You know what the funny thing is? In this last
Pissed
camp,
off
he
every
said,
other trainer.
this is the first time I've trained in the morning. First time I've had
it was the first time he
I've had
added
a
that
nutritionist.
discipline and that.
Yeah, so I was thinking,
But-
bruh.
And
Yeah,
Chris isn't
Bomac
the
got the
biggest
best out of
puncher.
it.
He's not like one of them guys at that weight who's a massive puncher. So I don't feel like Crawford to be worried about fighting him at all.
Crawford is not going to be worried about
Nah.
He's thinking, you know what? This is the perfect fight where someone I'm actually cool with can get some pay and I can prove I can fight a bigger man.
Yeah.
That's how he's thinking.
I just think I think it'll be quite a comfortable fight for him, to be honest. I can't see Crawford, because Crawford's got great feet, good movement. He's versatile. Chris isn't the best mover. Yes, we've seen him a little bit on the back foot when he tried to fight like Roy Jones, but we've seen how that went from against Liam Williams. Liam Smith, sorry. So I just think it's an easy fight for Terence Crawford.
But
personally.
the thing is,
Same.
it takes a lot of their attention away from Crawford versus Boots.
Yeah.
So it's a good chess move.
It's a good chess
It's
move.
a good chess move.
It's all chess moves, isn't it? Every fight that's made has to...
The domino effect in this is insane. The fact that Ubank has then went and got the champion of the division that Conor Benn was in. The fact that Crawford is using that as a stepping stone to Canelo. Maybe Crawford is. It's fucking insane.
It's mental.
Do you give Ubank Jr. any chance in that fight?
I think that Ubank is a better fighter than he gets credit for. But I think that that's partly down to his lack of motivation in chasing world titles. I think he could have been more aggressive about it.
I think he's had too much. Like, I do like him. I like his dad more so. But I think he's had too much arrogance of who he'll fight along the way, and he's done his. And the way he goes on, I think he's been an injustice to himself. Really, like I just think.
Well, how often did we hear for a long time in his career how hard-headed he was, how he was uncoachable, how he didn't even want to coach.
That's why he coached himself most of the time.
I know you managed it, but you coached yourself out of necessity because of how hard it was in Newcastle back in the day.
Limited options.
This man had every option. He was literally born into it.
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you one thing though, what he will be, because we know that like there's a level of smugness that comes with Ubank Jr. One thing he'll be very smug about, the amount of interviews I've heard Eddie Hearn recently say Eubank's an idiot. If he's sensible, he'll take the Conor Benn fight. There's not one fight that can make him anywhere near the same amount of money.
I agreed with him at the time.
I thought the same. I thought, yeah, he's right though. He's not gonna. I'll tell you what, this will make him about the same amount of money as the Conor Benn fight would.
And
if not
also
more.
internationally, you're raising your profile.
Yeah.
I think the Americans would love Eubank's attitude. He'll actually do better out there than he would over here because in England, if you're a bit cocky, speaking from experience, people don't like it too much.
Do you really think he'll make more money than Conor Benn v. Do you really think he'll make more
I
money?
think so because Conor Benn against Chris Eubank Jr. I'm not saying there wouldn't be guys.
Which is huge.
You're thinking of it from a UK point of view. Let's remember, Terence Crawford was walked out by Eminem in his last fight.
Yeah.
He went to like global megastar in that fight.
He did.
And you know what as well? I truly think like if you look at the two fights, say we didn't think a Terence Crawford fight was there for Eubank Jr. anyway. If he lost to Conor Benn, a Terence Crawford fight isn't there for him. If he loses to Terence Crawford, a Conor Benn fight's still probably there for him.
Yeah.
Like that's the main problem that we like, the thing that boxing can learn from MMA, and the main problem we've had is like, someone loses dead. If Chris Eubank Jr. goes out there and loses on points to Terence Crawford, I still want to see him in Conor Benn. I'd still like to see that fight.
Yeah.
One loss doesn't mean that I'm like, right, no, I don't want to see that anymore.
Yeah, no, I still wanna
if Tyson
see it.
Fury loses to Usyk, I still want to see him in with AJ.
Yeah.
Vice versa. So
certain fights you always want them to happen.
Yeah.
So if the opportunity can come about, as long as they're not 57,
yeah.
then we'll see it.
Yeah, that is so true. It's like just because as a boxer myself, Viddal will tell you just because a guy loses doesn't mean you just write him off. It's mental the way the boxing world is. Really.
I think it's changing, and I think it's for. There's a few things that have changed pro boxing, and we can argue whether it's for the good or for the better. But I think MMA has had a positive impact on boxing to a degree where people realise we want to see the guys in exciting fights, and you should be willing to trust them, forgive them for any losses because they're willing to take that level of fight. And I think that's where my frustration personally came towards Tyson Fury because of how much I'd watched the UFC, for example, and I'm like, why the fuck are these lot not fighting each other? What the hell's going on? Shout out to His Excellency. I'm actually going to play a little. I'm going to play a little voice note I got from him. You ready?
Go on, listen.
Turkey, big love.
I invite you, brother, to the fight in 17 and the fight in the 8th of March and 17th of February.
This is it.
Can you send your private number? I will make my office talk with you.
Big love to His Excellency. He did invite me. Unfortunately, I had a date with the fans. Got to be doing the show.
Come on, man.
But like he literally invited me to go out there. What a guy.
That's it.
How nice.
Do you know what that shows to me though? Like, you know, when the Saudis came into boxing, I think we could be forgiven for having a perception that they weren't as in touch as maybe we've come to realise they actually are. Like, His Excellency, like, I'm not just saying it licking your ass here. The fact that he's reaching out to you shows that he understands not only the boxing side of things, he understands like the online content, what guys are respected online, what guys have good and even like Eddie Hearn said this in an interview. Eddie Hearn saying some of the names that Turkey drops blows his mind in terms of like there'll be like area level fighters and that, and he's thinking, how do you know? So he's clearly a boxing nut. Like he's not.
He did an interview with Adi, and when they were like, "Who's your favorite fighter of all time?" and like I think Adi said, "Is it Muhammad Ali?" and he went like left field, like he was dropping names where you were like, "Oh,
he knows
like you know how you watch all these old like he just sits and watch old fights all day." Clearly, like he is obsessive with this. So look, I mean, I think I think we were all a bit like, "What? How is this going to go?" And then a year on or 2 years on, we're like, "We're all fucking in here." Because as much as people can say, "Oh, it's sports washing" or whatever, the fans are getting everything they want finally because this man is putting so much money up that fighters are like, "Well, of course I'll fight."
What a shot.
That
What
was
a shot.
legit.
That's
If
a
that
knockdown. That's a
doesn't,
knockdown.
if that
That's a
doesn't
knockdown.
get scored,
Oh no! Oh,
I'll tell you what, yeah, this Nick Ball, I've watched quite a few of his fights. I was at the Tyson Fury
relentless,
Dylan White
yeah.
fight when he stopped Isaac Lowe. He is the sort of fighter you do not want to be in a ring with.
Yeah, he's
not
not
saying
gonna
purely
stop.
because of skill, but like
He's not gonna
just
stop.
don't stop, man.
rough. And
a
this
little powerhouse.
this fight is close as well. That knockdown here in the 11th round. That
Ooh, good one on the chin.
Look. Ooh. Yeah, he's one of them, man. You just don't want to eat. Yeah, he's active.
knockdowns.
Two knockdowns.
This is the fight before Parker Zhang, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
yeah.
Let's do a little bit about that fight. I think you're picking Parker, right, Joey?
I am,
Why?
yeah.
Why is it that you fancy Parker?
I think styles make fights, so it'd be very easy to look at the way that Zhang dealt with Joe Joyce and then look at the way that Joe Joyce dealt with Joseph Parker and say, oh, well, Zhang beats Parker then. But actually, I think that very rarely, if ever, like, can any of us name a time we've seen Zhang in with someone with fairly quick feet, fairly quick hands? Zhang, quite a lot of the time, like, maybe in fights that aren't going his way. Against Joe Joyce, he was very in control and he hurt him multiple times in the fight, so you didn't really see it. But I've watched Zhang...
Joe's not mobile, to your point.
No, and I've watched Zhang also probably most of his pro fights, if not at least, like, you know, watched a fair bit of them. And he does seem to gas out in fights. And at the age he's at, you would imagine that comes with the
Bro,
territory.
he's 290 pounds, lads.
Heavy, man.
Mate,
Yeah.
the motherfucker weighs the same as me, roughly. Like, and he's about to do a 12. Was it a 12-round fight or 10 round?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think if Joseph Parker can box on the outskirts, if he can be the fitter man, you know, be the younger man, which obviously he is.
He's
and if he can-
245, I think. So like,
Yeah.
there's like a 50-pound weight difference. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that Joseph Parker's got a lot better chance than a lot of people are picking him for, because when I've seen like polls of this fight, it's a bit sort of 70-30, 80-20 in Zhang's favour.
Anyone here picking Zhang?
I'm pretty 50-50.
Yeah, same.
Because, you know, I do think since Zhang beat Joe Joyce, I watch him on his social medias. I feel like he's almost really up. Like he's realised, look, I'm back in the mix now. Beating Joe Joyce.
Yeah.
I feel like we're probably going to see the best version in terms
That
of fitness, confidence, fitness. I think we're going to see the best version. Plus, he's the southpaw, so he's a nightmare for a lot of guys. I can't really remember seeing Park against many southpaws. Can you remember? I can't really think.
Nah.
I don't know how he does against southpaw. So there's that.
You'd have thought that Tyson Fury would have gotten the ring with Parker. Maybe not because of the eye injury, but like and gone southpaw with him and got him used to that big old frame.
I really rate Parker. I've always thought with Parker it's been a lack of self-belief. I think we've seen him. What was it, Joey? Did you mention the Dylan White fight?
Yeah.
Where you hurt him in the last 11th or 12th round. It's like, why didn't you do that earlier on? He stepped it up. He stepped it up in the last few rounds. But it's like he doesn't fully believe himself till he sees
Mate,
the end
even
of the
his
tunnel.
friendship group makes me feel like you don't believe. Like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
way you're sort of like. You're not
Too many friends.
a
in the
little
game.
bit submissive to Tyson Fury. Like he's robbing to Tyson Fury's Batman.
He's just a nice guy. He seems too much of a nice guy. He's got all the skill set. He just doesn't seem to fully believe himself, and he's just a little bit too nice. If he was to be a bit more nasty, he could probably have done a lot better in his career. But
Is there still time?
I think personally, I
Yeah,
think
there's still time.
Andy Lee has made great improvements.
100%.
with Parker.
Yeah.
Especially when we remember Parker against AJ, he was very hesitant, wasn't confident, wasn't pushing forward.
Different
But I think
animal.
his confidence is building now. And now this is his biggest test.
Yeah.
Zhang, on the other hand, is walking around the place confident, on Chinese power.
Yeah.
He's ready to.
That's what he's on.
That
he's
shit
rolling.
get banged, innit?
But I think
Get
it's,
hanged.
when you're in Zhang's position, where you're kind of in a no man's land, no direction really to your career, then you get those two big wins.
Yeah, you're right.
Now you're like, no, I gotta give this a shot.
I need to make the
I don't
most of
care
this.
if I'm 40 or whatever. I'm back. Like it happened with George Foreman.
Let's not kid ourselves as well. Joe Joyce was off the back of a really good performance against
this is
Dubois.
not- this is
like,
not-
and people were talking about Joyce as if he's the antidote Anthony Joshua. They're like,
Yeah,
he's got
like,
the size,
people are so quick
the
to
jab.
forget, you know what I
like,
mean? They're
and
quick to
everyone was
forget.
saying, like, kind of for the similar reasons to why they're picking Ngannou tonight. Like, you know, the guy's a Terminator, and he just caught. And then Zhang absolutely ripped through him. And the answer was, "Oh, you lost too much weight for that fight. You came in too light. Put all the weight back on. Made no fucking difference. You're going through him even quicker next time." Like, I was in shock by the level level of like power. It's not often you see someone that big like throw like that. And my only worry is, and I actually think Joey's got a real good point about the quick feet of avoiding those heavy shots. But if you do stand still for a little too long, this man is an assassin. Like, it's scary.
I think with Joe Joyce, I think it's everyone can sometimes have a boogeyman. I think Zhang, the southpaw, like let's face it. I've watched Joe Joyce I shared a room with him for like a year and a half on GB. I know him very well, watch hundreds around sparring. He gets hit a lot. His defense has never ever been great. So, you could look at the fact of like, he's a good friend of mine, as I always want him to do well, but unfortunately, he knows himself, he takes shots. And, you've only got so many miles on the clock of getting hit. And sometimes that punch resistance just goes. And I just think that southpaw stance, he couldn't deal with that left backhandy. Like, he couldn't get out the way of it. And, like, his defense was never great. And Zhang was very quick, and he's also fighting a man who's as big. So the range, everything, he was easy to hit. And I just think if you fight him 10 times...
You give Parker a much better chance, I would assume.
Absolutely. He's a lot sharper, a lot slicker. He moves his feet a lot better. Joe Joyce, the thing he done so well is he didn't give people time to breathe, and he was so much bigger. His timing so unorthodox to kind of read. But against Zhang being southpaw, that range and distance is completely different against the southpaw, and he just struggled with it.
Parker's confidence must be through the fucking roof because you're the only man other than Fury to go and really stick on Wilder and come through to tell the tale.
I think people, it's weird, isn't it? Because that should be the way we think, I almost feel. But I feel like people are more impressed with Zhang's wins over Joyce than they are with Joseph Parker's win over Wilder because of the way that Wilder turned up. Actually, if you look at resume, actually, though, Joseph Parker, not a massive golfing class, but Joseph Parker's got the better resume than Zhang. Definitely in the pro ranks, he's got a win over Andy Ruiz. He's got a win over Deontay Wilder now. He's been in there with Dylan White and AJ. So he's probably got a better resume than Zhang so far.
I think the difference is when it comes to nobody expected Zhang to beat Joe Joyce. Like that wasn't meant to happen. That wasn't part of the script. So like when it happened, it was just a massive shock factor. Whereas with after Wilder got beat off Fury, people kind of knew were seeing how to beat him. Everyone kind of realised, this guy isn't invincible anymore. And clearly when Parker beat him, the way he moves, even stylistically, completely different fight. Like I really rate Parker, the way he moves. He's very slick. He's got a very unorthodox style, and because he's a mover compared to a lot of the heavyweights who are a lot more flat-footed. Like he can give a lot of people trouble. So I just think, Wilder was half the man he was from who he originally was.
If Parker wins this, what's next for him? There's actually a rematch clause in. I don't know if you've realised that. But like, if he wins both of them, does he move into the fucking title picture? Like, is he right up there?
Not until everyone's done doing what they're doing.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? On the show for 2 years.
Sit on the show and wait. Because
would you put him in there with someone else, like an Andy Ruiz or I mean, there's a few out there. Like Dillian White's coming back now. I don't know.
I think unfortunately with Parker, like I really rate him, and he's got such a great skill set, but he just doesn't really have that excitement. He hasn't got that extra X factor. You know what I mean?
He doesn't fight Hrgovic or someone like that.
Hrgovic, Dubois.
But it's like Hrgovic is another number. Like he's a great fighter, but do you get excited when you know he's fighting?
No.
Like unless you're in the heavyweight division, people want to see absolute knockouts from giants. And unfortunately, if you can't deliver that, like Parker's a skillful fighter, but this is boxing in general. You in boxing, you can be the best fighter in the world, have the best.
People want to see.
People want to see blood. People would rather see you getting hurt, getting hit in the floor, getting back up, knocking. They want to see like a Rocky story. They don't want to see textbook clean fighting. No. They don't want to see that's why people.
Especially his excellence.
Draw.
Sorry.
This is
wow.
This is why people often criticise Mayweather towards the end of his career because he was too skillful. They didn't see him get hurt. It was just.
Do you know what the difference maker is?
I'm surprised in this, by the way.
We've just seen a draw, but the lad obviously scoring it. Bolo had like 116 to 111.
Yeah.
So this must be a surprise, right?
I think because Nick Ball pushed it all the way, and I wasn't watching it fully there. What was your thoughts on that there?
I thought from about round 6-7 he was winning the fight.
Well, they had Ball by 5 rounds on the TV score.
That other guy, there was the knockdowns as well.
He knocked him down twice.
But did they record both knockdowns?
Yes.
No, he had him on the canvas about 6 times, but they only recorded 2 knockdowns.
The problem is the way he was moving on the back foot and leaning back. It's kind of, I think a lot of them were a bit of a balance issue.
He's got it though, because a draw means the champion keeps their belt.
Yeah.
Do you know what I do think when we were talking about these fights with with Joseph Parker, for example? The difference maker here is the Saudis. Like, these fights have got, but before the Saudis were in and before they were paying the sort of money we envision they are, these were the sort of fights that you'd go too high a risk for too little reward. Well, now they're high risk, but they're also for high reward. So it's almost like, and this is why we see His Excellency saying about, okay, even if Tyson Fury comes through Usyk and AJ comes through, even though there's a rematch clause in place, I think we just make that. What he's basically saying is, I know I can pay Usyk enough money to sit and step aside for a second. So because of the money they've got there, I think that regardless of whether Joseph Parker was to sit on the shelf if he wins this fight, I think he can go into fights with all those guys that we've named, Dubois, Andy Ruiz, again, any of the top guys, and he's going to get paid enough money to do it. So I think the direction of any of these guys fighting on the Saudi cards now is very much winner stays on, and we'll see him in exciting fights going forward now.
What happens to Deontay Wilder next, lads?
Needs to take a dangerous fight.
Ayahuasca.
He needs to stop making.
Do you think that ruined him? Do you think that fucked him?
I think he's on a bit of a journey to find himself now. I think like what happened with AJ, like after when you've been that unstoppable force and then you get stopped, it's like, who am I? Am I that guy that I thought I was? I think he needs to go and kind of.
Ironically, though, if we're looking at AJ's rebuild, which obviously I'm really unsure of generally anyway because of the lack of resistance. He fucked Hellenius up as well, didn't he? Wilder didn't make that much of a difference. And actually, Hellenius did way more to AJ than he did to Wilder. Wilder just got him out of there in one round.
He comes out with some good quotes, old Wilder. What was it?
Fucking mental.
What's seen doesn't need to be believed.
Yeah, mate.
It's just like, sorry?
What's seen doesn't need
Wilder
to be
was a bit like
believed.
a Mike Tyson. He had everyone beaten before they even went in there. So,
Yeah.
people that aren't.
The fear factor's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gone.
But I'm talking about the comparison with AJ. People didn't quite fear AJ the way they did Wilder. I mean, Wilder just took you out with one single blow. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's gone now. Nothing. People aren't going to fear him. Even Parker, once upon a time I never thought Parker would have went at him the way he did, but even Parker wasn't really scared of him. You know what I mean?
I think Fury had helped a lot with that. To be fair to Fury,
Absolutely,
he must have been like, trust me. But I'd like to see Andy Ruiz versus Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, I would love that.
You both of yous have just fucked it, and one of yous needs a resurrection here. So
Ruiz
I would like to
take
see
him out.
Ruiz fight quite a few fighters, to be honest.
Yeah, Ruiz will take him out. I think people know Ruiz is still active a bit, so they're like, let's just keep him.
He's just asking for too much.
Yeah, he's asking for too much. Let's keep him on the
Priced
outside.
himself out, hasn't he?
Because once you've proven that you can cause a mad upset, you're always one upset away, and we kind of don't want that right now. We don't need that right now. Imagine letting Andy Ruiz in now with how the division is. We kind of know where it's going. We got our hopes up. He pops up again, clears someone out.
That's why I want to see him know. That's why I want to see him, because I know that he can be in pick'em fights at any of the top heavyweight guys.
Yeah,
and when we say about pricing himself out, it's like, all right, if you're going, it's X or nothing, well, when you've took the nothing option and for the best part of 2 years you've received nothing, do you not go, all right, okay, it's not X or nothing, it's half of X or nothing, you know what I mean?
he's fucked his career one of the worst in terms of like the potential money that he could have earned to what he's actually come out with. He must be one of the stupid son of a bitches in boxing. Like he's come on, mate.
His father's his manager, I think.
Mate, not a good idea.
Wherever the money, I don't know, man. It doesn't make sense though, because imagine from beating AJ, you could have just gone up and up and up, and then
Mate, he put on 2 stone.
I know. Just turned up to the. He was doing Snickers adverts.
Mate,
For real. He took the opportunity. He said Snickers want me.
Yeah, but
you know how long I've liked Snickers.
You can do the advert, but it doesn't mean you have to eat the full box that you get given. You know what I mean?
he was 268 when he was in shape against AJ, I think, and then he must have came in at 285 in the second one. Ironically, I watched that highlight of the night. I actually did a live stream for that, and I was with Viddal. And looking back at it, it was funny because Viddal,
the first one.
I watched it earlier today. I thought, let me just because I'm just wanting Francis to do this right now, and let me just relive the moment. And it was funny because Viddal goes, you need to be in and out against AJ, and ironically, that's exactly what Usyk did. But the thing that, and obviously, we're coming up to the final 2 fights, just to cover old ground in case any new people have come on board. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. he stayed and he traded in the pocket with him. And that was the thing that AJ is never ever used to people not respecting his power.
Yeah.
And where other people go that way, probably Ruiz went that way and actually was like, let's fucking have it then.
Yeah, that's what he's on.
And no one other than Ruiz and Usyk have really done that to AJ since Klitschko, maybe.
Do you know what we learnt about Ruiz that night, though? And in the fight since then? When we talk about chins in the heavyweight division,
Yeah, he's got a chin and a half.
Ruiz has got one of the best chins in the heavyweight division. And you know, like I watched back in full the rematch between AJ and Ruiz the other day. And as bad as it was, as awful a shape as Ruiz turned up in and the hunger he lacked, right, in that fight, it was actually a 4-round period of that fight from I think about the 4th round to the 8th round where I was like, oh, during watching it, if I didn't know how the fight turned out, I was like, Ruiz is flipping it here. Like, so even that bad version of Ruiz who turned up, still actually, like, the way we look back on that fight, we got a bit of clouded judgment. Ruiz actually didn't even do that bad in that fight. Like, he did bad. He got beat convincingly, but it wasn't non-competitive. Like, it was, he made AJ work for it. It was competitive going through.
I felt a little bit, it's a weird one. I felt a bit embarrassed for AJ and when I watched that fight, it's a weird feeling to say that because he won, but he won in a way that was... The mental image I have of Anthony Joshua is like, he's a monster. He's a dominant bully. And yet he was so tentative and so respectful of this guy. He was like, I don't even want to get too near you. I'm just going to pop the jab, run around. And when Ruiz is going, in the middle, motherfucker, it doesn't feel good when you're the bully, where you've got the more muscle, the more height, the more reach, the more every God-given gift that you could possibly have, other than arguably hand speed, which really AJ's also got. Like, what? Andy Ruiz doesn't have fucking good footwork. Andy Ruiz doesn't. He's got fucking short little stubby legs, for Christ's sake. No wonder he couldn't close the distance on him. So, like, Andy Ruiz had fast hands and a good chin.
Yeah.
Does Francis Ngannou have a bit more than that?
Yeah, he does.
Is that something to worry about?
Ngannou doesn't
different
have anywhere
style.
near as fast a hands.
It's a different.
No, I agree. Yeah. But is he more threatening in that his qualities of, I don't know, you could argue he's stronger, bigger, longer.
Nah.
I think
Is he more threatening than Ruiz?
in a totally different way.
totally different way.
Yeah, that's the problem. Stylistically, it's completely different.
I'm not saying it's the same. I'm saying, is there more threats?
And then Viddal will probably agree with
I
me.
don't think there's more threats.
No, definitely not. I just think, you know, sometimes with them smaller guys punching down and them are difficult styles. And I think AJ, if you look at his career, well, referring to AJ in particular, is like, you know, his fight against Povetkin, he struggled with a little bit, that shorter guy punching down. If you look at in the European, boxing the Europeans as an amateur, he got stopped off a small, short guy. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
Like, all the guys that I've ever seen him struggle with have generally been the shorter guys. So and a lot of tall guys do struggle. I've struggled with small guys myself in the past. Punching down. It's difficult, isn't it? And it's just Ruiz, that's like the same with Mike Tyson.
This fucker's made a living off of it now.
Yeah. It's the same with Mike Tyson. The reason people struggled back in the day, most heavyweights were 6 foot, 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", and he was he? Did you see he's about 5'10"?
He's about 5'10".
Yeah. You know, punching down a guy who's also not just short but got amazing head movement is an absolute nightmare.
It's a hard fight.
Yeah, So yeah, it's just stylistically so different. But the difference is with Ngannou, which I think's one of the things what I was really shocked with, how unreactive he was when Tyson Fury, a jittery guy, feint in front of you, jabbing. He just didn't really react too much to a lot of the stuff. He just kept coming forward so calm, as if it was a walk in the park. I think that was the most difficult thing to deal with, because when you're a boxer and you're, hitting the guy and you're feinting and you just get no reaction, and they just keep on walking you down. It's a difficult thing,
It's a difficult thing.
And on top of that, they've also got extreme power where they've clipped you with an arm punch of a left hook and you've hit the canvas. You know what I mean? Like, that's a difficult situation to be in. So it's a different type of threat, really.
I think when you look at Ruiz as well, like...
Because he hasn't looked great since that fight, has he? Since the
he's
first one.
He's been in good fights, though. Like, the AJ rematch weren't that good, but the fight against... What's his name? Chris Arreola. That was I'm not saying technically it was a good fight. Very entertaining fight.
Yeah,
and the Luis Ortiz fight is a very entertaining fight. So and what he's there showed. I'm not saying like these guys are elite level, yeah, But if you come off the back of a 2-year layoff and fight Chris Arreola, that's not a bad opponent to take in a
it's a
comeback
decent
fight.
fighter.
And if you come off the back of then an 18-month layoff and take on Luis Ortiz,
This
that's
guy's
not
so
a bad.
lazy,
That's,
isn't he?
that's not
Why are
a
you
bad-
taking 18 months to 2 years between
really
He's
fights?
got to get that
everything.
sneakers weight off. hasn't
Fucking
he?
lazy
Yeah.
bastard. Honestly.
He's a type of guy, you know. He's such a waste. You know, if you have that ability, he's just wasted it. It's like at the end of his career, he's going to
Man,
think
he's wasted. He's going to be upset in years to come.
he's going to be,
He'll be
isn't he?
upset.
Like
We have
the-
nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be.
Mate, he immediately adopted that rich man lifestyle as well. I'll never forget this fucking white Rolls Royce
Immediately.
Phantom, and like I'm like,
I don't
bro,
even think the money
was
hit his
everywhere.
account.
you've
was
had money
everywhere.
what 2 minutes and you're already like, and also it just looked funny because he's like this short fat Mexican guy. He just like
It was
I don't know what you think you look like, but it's not it. You don't look like that guy right now. But fair play.
Chains, he had the chains,
Chains.
on,
Iced
watches
out.
on.
But he was a superstar in
Oh,
Mexico,
look,
the
yeah,
first heavyweight.
Yeah.
Was
Yeah, first,
it was the first, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
first Mexican
so like,
heavyweight champion.
he's like, well, I was literally like a Pacquiao in the Philippines. He become
Yeah.
absolute royalty
Yeah.
instantly overnight.
Do you know who's fucking massive in the Philippines?
Yes, there,
Salt
Salt
Papi.
Papi. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Joe Weller's over there right now,
Yeah.
and he's messaging like, mate, do you know everyone knows who Salt Papi is? Like,
Yeah.
The whole fucking country knows.
They support their people.
Mate.
They back their people.
I was literally just talking about this with Cam Kirkham just in training recently. He was just saying he's like royalty over there, which is crazy.
We've got Manny Pacquiao on our screens. Obviously, they're talking about the Conor Benn fight, which looks like it's going to be made. And apparently, Manny has said he wants it made this weekend. Like he wants it agreed, signed, done. He's all in. So yeah, it looks legit. Like it's like nailed on to happen, innit?
This is crazy. Boxing is in a crazy
Yeah.
space.
There's
right
not
now.
one fight like I could have predicted. You know, if I was some like a year ago, a couple of years ago,
Yeah, 2
before
years ago,
like
no.
before the
Do you think
Saudis
this is
got-
because of the influence of boxing in terms of like gimmick fights? It's all of a sudden just totally acceptable.
It's definitely a
It's
knock-on
acceptable.
effect. I think it's a
think-
knock-on effect for sure.
I think it's a combination of that and the Saudi, this Al Sheikh coming in, like
Yeah.
his imagination of the fights he wants to see combined with that. It's an absolute mad, it's a mad recipe, isn't it? It's
The gimmick flats open the floodgates.
yeah.
Open the gate.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
can be possible?
Yeah.
Revenue, like and it always comes down to revenue.
Yeah, well, you've nailed it. It's the revenue.
Revenue.
They've realised, well,
You're
you know,
generating-
despite this not being traditional boxing, what
Right.
we used to, it's still always been about the money. It's a business at the end of the day, and they've realised, and
Yeah.
just
I
And
mean,
now-
in
crazy.
sport,
Stop
a
it.
27-year-old isn't competing with a 58-year-old, is he? And on any other sport.
Yeah, no.
Other than maybe, I don't know, fucking darts.
Darts, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Snooker, anything that's not
this
super
is as
physical.
bad as males competing in female boxing. Do you know these transgender? You know, it's a bit of a
For real.
different topic, but to me, it's as wild as that. Really,
outrageous.
It's just crazy. I know that was a bit
This
of
guy.
a bit of an awkward
You know,
one.
in
Anyway,
terms
we'll
of
move on.
influencer boxing, right, we're going to cover a little bit of that because Joseph Parker is looking to make his ring walk soon. The future of influencer boxing, Viddal was there from day one, trained KSI, as did Leon. Now we've got one of Misfits contenders, a lightweight at the table. So we're invested. What do we see as the future of Misfits influencer boxing? Because Jake is now taking it to such a level. I don't know where the fuck this is going at this point, lads. Like, I'm like, who the fuck next? You know what I mean? What celebrity is going to jump in next? It's mental.
Ah man,
Yeah,
I
you
honestly
don't know.
don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think you can know.
Because
I
we've
don't
had Wayne Rooney's name banded around lately. I mean,
Well, you guys are the small cancer. What's going on?
It's tough. You don't know. You don't know who's going to walk through the door next.
Yeah,
Remember, boxing, it's a skill.
anyone
Takes
can.
courage,
yeah.
guts.
of course.
So yeah, we don't know
Mate,
who's.
it's fucking
gonna
I'm
walk
still
through
wild.
in shock off Jake Paul v Tyson. Only just happened. So I mean, I need that to settle first.
I bet you this inspires, you know, I guarantee because of the way things are, some of the other Mike Tysons out there, and obviously there's only one of him, but there's other boxing legends whose ears will prick up and think, there's going to be an undercard, isn't
Yeah.
there? And I've already had a message of fucking of Joe Egan, who's obviously he's like, you know what, maybe me and John Fury might be on that. Do you know what I mean? But the point is maybe there's other boxing legends who will go, is there a YouTuber who I can fight?
Yeah.
You know what I
Money
mean? And we
is-
may have a full card of that.
This is what we don't want to see.
I know.
Though, innit?
This is a
Any
what we
boxer
don't
that
wanna
have no
see.
financial literacy is coming back.
I know.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Melinda.
If your cash flow is low
And you've got a Hall of Fame ring.
and you got a Hall of
Come
Fame
on now.
ring,
Yeah.
come down, and that's not what we want to see.
Yeah.
It's just not what we want to see because, again, what we were saying on the episodes is people are playing at it until someone gets seriously hurt.
Do you think that that's coming? Because
Yeah, I feel like it's coming.
It's coming.
Really?
I feel like it's coming.
The Grim
I'm
Reaper
not-
is very close.
I'm-
It's on the ropes right now.
This guy,
do
Leon
you know
the Grim
what
Reaper.
gives me hope that it isn't coming? slap fighting. I'm watching people getting KO'd every single clip, and I'm like, I don't know how are people not dying from slap fighting? They literally like chin up in the air.
I think that's even worse than Jake Paul. I think that's what I can't believe that's legal. I can't believe that's.
Do you know what the funny thing is? There's people like Dana White who promote slap fighting, who are then probably going to like complain about this. And I'm like, bro, if you're promoting slap fighting, you can't talk about influencer boxing, like, you know what I mean? But
yeah, but see the thing is, if a slap fighter goes into a coma or whatnot, who's gonna know? Because nobody's really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how much money they get for that? $2,000.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
They get
I'm
slapped.
not surprised.
Mate, they may as well like bless them. A lot of these people.
$2,000, you want to get slapped
Bro,
in your face like that?
A lot of these people are obviously on hard times.
Well, there might be some out there, but no boxers go into the ring allowing another guy, generally speaking, to hit them with a free shot. Yeah, we know it's a likelihood, but the fact that them guys go in there and allow that a free
Mate,
shot.
it's women as well.
For only £2,000.
Mate, there's women as well. They're fucking crazy.
That
Man.
is
$2,000.
Tell you what, how much would it take to get a slap of Francis Ngannou fucking arm by your waist?
What, with my arms by my waist?
Fuck
No,
that shit.
I don't want. I'm good.
Honestly,
I'm good.
I'm pretty sure he'd be pretty good at that. You know, I was thinking, what happens if, you know, you sign up for slap fighting, you deliver your slap, then they're about to start going, do you know what, I've changed my mind.
Yeah.
I'm alright.
That's what I'd say on the first one. I'd say
I
You won't make it back to your car.
Didn't work.
Unfortunately, you've got to leave.
I mean, I've got an
Something's come
appointment.
up.
I've got a dentist appointment. With pressure. No, but no, seriously, I think that influencer boxing, a lot of people think it's going out the window. Have you, like, there's so many, pro boxing fans who are like, oh, it's finished, cancel it, it's over. You know, the Logan Paul versus Dylan Dennis KSI versus Tommy Fury event?
Yeah.
That did 1.3 million pay-per-view buys, and people were sitting there saying that this is the end of it. And I just laughed. I'm like, do you not understand? Like, this is the biggest pay-per-view of the year for DAZN. Like, it's only going one way. And Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, as bad as that may be in a lot of people's eyes, it's only a sign of, hey, I hope you're ready for more, because this is the beginning, not the end.
Yeah, but even the ones that aren't like massive household names like a Mike Tyson coming back, I was looking at stuff the other day. Slim against Salt Pappy, just the official, there'll be loads more views, but just the official video highlights that DAZN put out off that is like 350,000 views on YouTube, right? If you look at like fighters that are boxing, that are levels and levels and levels, light years ahead of both them guys, and them fights on YouTube don't even do a fraction of that. But then you wouldn't look at that and go, well, boxing's going out the window. So it's like, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, actually, what people need to understand is it might be a different audience. Like, I remember after I came out of my out the ring after my Misfits debut, like, I was shocked at the amount of kids. You know what I mean? Like, it was just, it was kids. Can I get a picture and whatever? I'm thinking, you want a picture with me? Like, whatever. Like, it's kids. Do you know what I mean? It's mad. So,
and you're used to real boxing audiences in it being like middle-aged people, right?
Yeah. And people offering to buy me a beer, not wanting a picture with me. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. So it's a different audience. So I think that a lot of the people online that maybe would have seen it on the TV but never been to an event, they wouldn't be able to get their head around it. Whereas actually, it's like, look, it's a different audience, but it's still going strong, and they're still going to be, buying pay-per-views, or their parents are going to be buying pay-per-views and whatnot. That's not to say it's just kids, but I don't think it's really going anywhere. And I actually think that when you look at the Misfits thing, look, I've got a horse in the race. I'm going to say this, but actually, I think when you look at the level on the Misfits, you'll still get fights in there where you're like, yeah, that guy shouldn't have been in a boxing ring. But at the same time, even look at this tournament. I mean, like, good level fighters in there, not pro guys. No one in there would ever go on and probably win a Southern Area title in the pros or something like that. But for influencer boxing, even take away influencer, right?
There's some Golden Gloves champions in your tournament.
Exactly, a couple of good, like, decent amateur boxers. I spent years boxing on the unlicensed scene, right? Box some rubbish boys, box some really good boys, box the boy that have been to an ABA final. I'm telling you now, the level on the Misfits isn't far off the higher level that I was boxing out on there now. So it's just got bigger cameras, more lights, and more attention on it. But it's it's a decent little level.
If you win the Misfits lightweight title, when you win it,
we like that.
Let's say that you could fight a big name, not necessarily anything like Mike Tyson, but like a legend of fighting. Is there anyone who you think would make that what you would go after for a fun fight? MMA legend, something like that.
Well, no, I'd want to fight Dean the Great, who was the champion, but it looks like he's absolutely shit himself, doesn't it? So clearly, you see the lineup in that tournament. You see the lineup in that tournament and thought, fuck that, I don't want to do that. I want to go and have a Jose Aldo or someone like that. And I'll tell you what, that's someone that I would like if I was to go on and win this tournament. You know what I mean? But so I don't blame him for doing it. But ultimately, the tournament was set to go and fight Dean, but it looks like his arsehole's gone a bit, and he don't want it.
Have you seen this, Viddal?
I've seen the tournament.
But
What's happened with Dean?
So Dean the Great, obviously,
I thought he hurt his shoulder.
Yeah, lightweight champion. He was injured. Then all of a sudden, he's supposed to be injured. They set the tournament up. I actually provided the idea. I was like, "What about this?" They went with it. It was great. And then Dean the Great all of a sudden is fighting on he's sparring. They're calling it sparring.
Yeah.
On Aiden Ross.
Oh yeah, I see it.
On the kick on the kick stream.
Adam Salas, the slimmest guy.
So Adam Salah, I think, was offered a spot to be in the lightweight tournament.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
And then he didn't take that.
He had amateur fights.
Yeah, he's a decent fighter. I'm not knocking the guy at all. But like, you're supposed to be injured. We're having this tournament to find the guy to fight you, and then all of a sudden you fight on a fucking live stream.
On a live stream.
So yeah, it's a bit of a chaotic situation, man.
I do think I was saying that, like, I'm half tongue in cheek. Like, I think Dean's a very good fighter, and I think he's done good things in a short Misfits career so far. But I think that realistically, he should want to come back and fight the winner of this tournament, because whoever wins it is going to be in a really good position, which means it's going to be a good payday for him. And also, whoever wins the tournament is going to have a better resume than Dean, because Dean's resume is what? Walid Sharks twice, okay, but that's one fighter. Evil Hero. Let's be honest, and whoever the other guy was,
and Walid Sharks is in the tournament. So if someone beats him, they've also got to win over the guy you're best with.
Whoever wins the tournament has either beat Walid or beat a man that's beat Walid, and they would have beat Geordie and whoever else. So whoever wins the tournament has a legitimate claim to say, well, I've got a better resume than Dean anyway. So
no, I would fight the winner of the tournament.
I don't think he will.
Otherwise, you have to take his belt.
Yeah,
he's down on contract.
Take his belt.
He's been buying cars, jewels, and that. The money will dry up.
It fucking does as well, bro. We all know that.
Come on, man.
Mate, I've been young and stupid with money.
Yeah,
it goes.
Regardless,
he bought 2 cars, mate. I've seen it.
Yeah.
2 cars. No, you don't even need 2 cars.
Listen, regardless whether it was me or not, I'm not even if it wasn't me that wins this tournament, as someone who's interested in it. Whoever wins the tournament, everyone's going to want to see him in with Dean. I think it's only fair.
It has to happen,
listen, no one's going to feel sorry for anyone, but half the reason everyone signed up, I'd have signed up either way, but half the reason everyone signed up is because they're thinking there's going to be a shot at Dean at the end of it. So I think he should do it, but listen, each to their own, innit?
Well, cautionary tale is be careful what you wish for, you know what I mean? Because I think Mam's Tail has done a lot for that Dean lad. And
he's done a lot for him.
It's one thing to say, oh, this is an opportunity, but burning bridges at a young age is a bad idea.
Yeah, especially when you've been treated well, you know, in where you are.
Well, let's be honest, no one knew who, like, no one on a global stage, KSI put a lot of energy into Misfits, and therefore they were able to push Dean to a new level of fame.
100%.
And I think Mams has spoken to me personally about high hopes for Dean.
Yeah.
And I don't think Dean is really understanding that when he's off doing these other things. Like, don't forget, this guy has your back. So yeah.
Don't worry about Dean, mate. There's a new sheriff in town.
This is what we're going to be hearing. I think where he's just picked up momentum and got known, it's just that initial feeling of fame. Whereas, people.
When you've got Ryan Garcia responding to you, Shakur Stevenson, but this is the thing, you're not in the ring with them. They're just tweeting you. Remember your level. Yeah. Remember you are the Misfits champion. That's why they're talking to you.
Right.
Because of that. You know what I mean? So I hope you just.
I can hold my hands up now and say, once I become Misfits champion, I will still happily admit that Shakur Stevenson, Tank Davis, and Ryan Garcia will all beat the fucking shit out of me. I'm not going to go on like that. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Well, there's a new regime. You've got it right there. We'll see what happens. We're coming up to the co-main event any minute now. Fucking, they're just having a bit of a chat on the sofa right now. I tell you what, you're going to be fighting soon, Viddal. Preview that.
Oh yes.
You're defending your English title.
I am supposed to be defending the English title. I'm not 100% sure if that's been approved yet.
Yeah, but you were supposed. You were calling out the champ. Yeah. What happened with that?
The timings, man. It was all timings.
Like, it felt like he didn't want to fight you, though. On Twitter, you were really going after him.
Honestly, I think it's just the way the timing aligned. I called him out last year, October. I said, right, let's fight 31st of March. He says April 27th. I've been in camp, out of camp for projected dates that I should have had. So I was like, where I'm at and how I've been training, where my body's at, I need to release this. I need to get this out. So I ain't waiting until April 27th. for you.
This is Chamberlain. We're talking
Yeah,
about,
yeah. So I said, nah. But if I am going to fight, I need it to be, again, someone that is a step up. So that's how we got Mikel Lawal. So I'm excited to fight him because I feel like it's just going to be one of those days where people are like, okay, yeah.
This is the coming out party.
Okay, yeah, all right. Maybe he's a bit better than we thought. Maybe.
Really?
But even if they don't think that, I'll be happy. It's more, I do things, and I've learned to do things with the personal achievement box. Yeah. It's not really about everyone else, because someone's going to say, oh, yeah, well, he didn't beat him before Isaac beat him.
You can never please everybody. You've got to know your own progression. And
for me, in my 11th professional fight, to say I'm defending my title against a former British champion after calling out the British champion,
it's a good look.
It's a good look. I'm happy.
Achievement.
I'm happy. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'll be happy with that. And then we're still chasing that British down, because that's the plan. So,
mate, you know what was funny is I'm watching your fight, and when I did my Jake Paul video reaction of his last fight, I'm like, why don't you fight someone like Anis Taj? You know,
that was circling a little bit, and then he said, because I'm fighting Tyson.
that shows how off I was, because I'm like, Anis Taj is a hard cunt, right? Anis Taj is a bad man, to be fair to him.
Yeah, he is.
Against you, I thought, you know what? Obviously, there was levels and levels of difference.
Yeah.
But when someone's tough, you admire them. Yeah, right?
Of course. You have
and
to.
I admired him because I'm like, well, I've taken one smack of Viddal, and that was enough. Let alone what you've just taken.
Yeah,
you got my fucking.
Yeah, and he kept coming. He kept going.
And you leveled up even again, right? In that second fight, you really proved everything that. All right,
I had to, man. And I feel like that's what gets me going, is just proving, like, overcoming.
But that's a good test, though. You know, like when we're talking about if Jake Paul was serious about world titles and all of that. You want learning fights.
Yeah.
You know, when a guy's barely even throwing anything back, what the fuck are you learning from that? Like, you know.
There's not much you can take.
That's the thing for me, is actions speak louder than words. And the thing I would say about Jake is, as much as get your money and as much as I really admire his journey so far, don't talk about world titles, because you are doing nothing. Absolutely nothing towards a world title.
This move kind of... It did throw off the whole theme. Like, he was saying, I'm going to fight for world titles. He started fighting traditional boxers. So we're like, okay, cool. Maybe you are heading on that road. Even Lee, you said you think he was going to pick up one of the Latino belts.
Yeah.
Like a WBC Latin.
Yeah, that made sense.
Something like that. And then you just say, I'm fighting Mac. I'm like, what do you mean you're fighting Mac?
Yeah, but do you not think that could be because of the public reception from them two fights? Like, I think that, you know, there's certain fighters, like, even Canelo, we were saying about him sometimes with the opponents being a bit lackluster, but it's Canelo and you'll watch it either way. And I think because of the hype around Jake Paul's fights, he probably sort of to an extent thought, I can build my resume up a little like prospect boxers would do, and there'll still be the interest because it's me, I'm the star of the show, I'm Jake. And he realised there was no interest in Andre August or that Ryan Borland guy. And then it's like, right, okay, I need to do something big here because I can't carry on going through this learning stage where no one's interested in the opponent.
We've got Joseph Parker coming out right now, by the way, boys. He's smiling.
He's looking relaxed.
Yeah.
He looks quite light as well.
Just quickly, because you were saying it, Jake Paul against Anis Taj. Surely that's not a fight that Jake Paul's handlers would make.
Clearly not. No.
Do you know who I was saying?
Everything out the water. Like, when I saw Mac, I thought, well, what path we thought they were taking, they're not taking.
No, but I'm saying in terms of Anis Taj is too big a step up for Jake Paul to go in with. I would say I was saying this to Brian, right? Yeah. Do you know who? If I was a handler of Jake Paul and I wanted to sort of know a little bit where he's at in terms of can he compete at any sort of level, the guy I would pick, and this sounds like a bit of a wild one. Does anyone remember that Jordan Grant that Tommy Fury fought?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Went to points with. But then Ben Whittaker fought him and stopped him in 2 rounds or something like that. Yeah. Someone like that, maybe, to see, like, okay, Tommy Fury went points with him.
Right direction.
But definitely not on Anis Taj. He'd be levels above
too
that.
Brave. Anis is too brave, man.
Braveheart, innit?
Oh, you know what? Quickly, whilst the space is free, everyone that is tuning in on Real Wills, thank you. We appreciate you for tuning in. You can see us. We got the T-shirts on right now. These are available in the link of the video. So it should be viddal.co. Head there and get your t-shirts. I can't show you the back of the t-shirt because of the angle, but there's a big Ril
It's cool
Wills.
as fuck. I can vouch for that. I like it.
There's a big Ril Wills logo on the back. Brian, when we get them,
Yes.
we'll send you one.
Thank you very
I'll
much.
have one,
We'll
yeah,
send
man.
The
you
team
as
will want
well.
one.
But shout out to everyone tuning in. And just before Michael Buffer brings Zhang to the ring, I want to shout out to Marwan, Assam, and Master Stitch because they've helped me before we got on this stream. So
Legend. We got Zhang coming to the ring now with the belt held up behind him in sort of a leopardy golden. Whoa, he looks,
he's looking like Bolo.
bro, he looks fucking.
That's how Bolo was looking at Van Damme
Yeah,
in
it's
Bloodsport.
true. Bloodsport.
Can we just acknowledge the difference in demeanor? We got Parker smiling
Smiling.
like, and then this guy. Like,
No, because
he's a fucking psycho.
he's realized, he said, you know what? They tried to keep me in the dark. They tried to call me an old man. They tried to say I'm too heavy, I'm too slow, and I just smoked Joyce twice. Now, I'm coming to ruin everything. You see how Ngannou felt, or how he feels? Like, I'm the guy that's here to ruin everything.
Oh, mate, he is-
Zhang feels like that.
He has got his fans in the audience as well, man. He's got all the supporters there. I mean, I must admit, I was stunned at the way he dispatched of Joyce, man.
Everyone was.
It was so powerful.
Because no one knows the day when someone's punch resistance is gonna go. It's always the shocking day.
Yeah.
When they haven't been dropped beforehand, they haven't been shaken up beforehand, and then they just get hit that day, and they just go. And it's like, who knew that this would be the guy to do it, and twice.
And I think as well, especially the first time though, it was the timing of the shot because I think Joyce was kind of had his low lead hand low, and he kind of went to slip. And he went to throw his shot,
Yeah.
but Zhang hit him, so it was like a car crash, like
car
a
crash.
double the force.
Not
so
for the first time in Joyce's life, bloody hell. He's
yeah.
fucking been through everything, this guy, and he's like the Terminator.
It's gonna be a good fight.
Mate, I'm buzzing.
I feel the energy coming.
Yeah.
This is main event
guys.
worthy.
No,
Yeah,
it
it
is.
is.
On any other show,
Yeah.
it's main event worthy.
If this is just a not Eddie Hearn show, like
This is a big
If His
fight.
Excellency isn't involved, this is a main event.
Yeah.
The fact that this is a co-main is we're being spoiled.
You know where Zhang surprised me and impressed me the most, right? I remember following him when he was in the amateurs and even when he turned pro and he was fighting Jerry Forrest and whatever. And I probably hadn't watched enough of him to buy into it then, but I probably would have thought back then, okay, if you generate serious public interest in yourself, it will be because of your boxing skill. And it is because of his boxing skill and boxing ability. But actually, like, personality-wise, like, for someone with somewhat of a language barrier and whatnot, people were, like, interested in Zhang on a personal level as well. Like, he sold himself well. He's smashed it, really. Do you know what I mean? Because we look at guys like, say, for example, like, Hrgovic.
Yeah.
Yeah, boring.
We're not.
it's boring,
Listen, I
yeah.
want to see him in with top guys. Like, I'm interested in seeing him in other heavyweight
But
contenders.
his
But
person- there's
I'm not
nothing that
like.
draws you to him.
Yeah, if something gets uploaded of him, like whatever, I'm probably not watching it, sort of thing, on a personal level. Whereas Zhang, I'm like, oh, what's he
Yeah.
up to? He's a bit quirky. You know what I mean? So,
I think it's a combination of he showed that he's actually got some personality about him.
Yeah.
And his power. I think people do buy into his character and people are enjoying him. But he also, as well, you know, guys who try to have personality but don't really do anything. He stopped Joe Joyce, which nobody expected. So that combined is just kind of elevated him. And I'm actually really happy for him because I feel like he's kind of went under the radar a little bit. And
He did.
I'm
kind of, you know, I wish it never happened to Joe Joyce because Joe Joyce is the friend. But, you know, he's kind of at the end of his career, technically. He's like, how old did you say he was? Like 30?
no, he's like 40.
He's
now,
actually
Zhang.
40.
I think he's 40 now.
Yeah, so I mean, to get this at the end of his career, because he could have just went under the radar and not really fought anyone.
Yeah, that's true.
Kind of end of his career quite on low, really. But
40 years old.
is he 40?
He'll be 41 next month.
Yeah, so I'm glad he's getting these opportunities. But
40, you can still be active at 40.
At heavyweight.
At heavyweight, I'm not gonna lie, 40 might be like, it's not that mad in this day and age. This day and age.
If you look after your body,
Back in the
it's,
day,
it's-
yeah.
and you know. You touched on it earlier on, like a Mike Tyson. If that's your style, that's a young man style. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when you're more of a boxer, you're a southpaw, and you've got this steady pace up at heavyweight where you box and use your skills. You're not dancing all over around like Muhammad Ali on your toes, or you're not like Tyson. You can do
This
it.
is the funny thing, is Tyson was...
Is Tyson Fury's manager?
Tyson Fury's behind him right now. I think, I don't know
Like,
what
I'm
he
trying
is.
to realize, is there's an official business connection?
Mate, Tyson Fury has the worst fashion sense ever.
Crazy
Ever.
sense.
But it's weird.
Fucking
Crazy.
hate those
But he
suits.
kind of suits but something in a weird way.
Now,
I'm
because
not-
you expect to see him.
yeah,
You expect to
He's
see him.
great.
He had a track
Suits
record, though,
him.
didn't he? Do you remember the
Yes,
interview when
you
he's
know what I
talking
mean?
about David Price being a plumber and he's got the sideways New Era cap on?
Mate,
Like,
Fury's always had
if he,
dodgy
if, he,
fashion.
if he turned up in an ordinary suit, you'd be like, "There's something not right here." But you turn up there, he looks natural.
It looks normal, yeah. That means that
Hey,
he's
he
trying
pulls it
out.
off.
It's the one thing that makes me believe his mental illness is saying his fashion sense, honestly. Because like the whole thing of I thought about crashing my Ferrari once, I'm skeptical on, but then I look at his suits and I'm like, maybe.
Yeah.
Fair play. To be fair, Zhang has only lost one fight, man. That's,
He looked like Undertaker
falling
music.
asleep.
Was that against Hergovich? That loss?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
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 And that was
Got
debatable.
robbed.
Dropped
He got robbed.
Hergovich.
He got robbed.
Yeah.
You know, to be fair, when you look at him against Hergovich, he looked a bit slow. His fitness didn't look great. Against
Yeah.
Joe Joyce, he looked so much sharper. Like, he's actually, at the age of 40, he's looking better than he ever
But
has.
then, do you know what it is? When a fight is going your direction, like,
Yeah.
mate, I can tell you now from fights I've had, from thousands of rounds of sparring, I've never gassed in a spar that I was winning.
Yeah, you're right.
I've never
yeah.
gassed in a spar. I've never been winning one and then I've gassed. You gas in the ones you're not doing that well in, or you're not winning. You're not having it all your own way. So it don't surprise me that we didn't see that when he was.
Shout out to Hurry Up Harry, who's done a super chat. Sorry, he's asking for predictions, lads. So I'm going to go start with Joey.
I'll go Parker on points.
Plaza.
I'm going Parker points as well, just because I think he's a little bit too young, a bit too sharp. I think he's going to be a bit too slippery for Zhang.
Big Viddal.
I'm going to go with Parker on points.
Leon.
It's
I
difficult.
want to say Parker on points, but Zhang KO.
Yes, bro.
Come on, let's get it.
You know, I felt that in my chest, but I thought, you know what, I'm going to go with Parker.
It's the walkout. I think the walkout
yeah.
sold me for
Mate,
I'm
the
gonna-
the look of death in the eyes of
Okay,
Zhang
okay,
was
look,
quite
it's where you get- look.
intimidating.
Look.
Look,
the
close what you
got
Undertaker.
The other thing is, for Zhang, this
Makes
is
you
this
fight.
is a bigger deal, isn't it? Really, after beating Joe Joyce.
I don't know whether it's because these two are heavyweights.
He's in
I don't know whether it's because these two are heavyweights, but is this a small ring?
It looks small.
You know they done that on purpose. Knockout chaos. It's called knockout
No,
chaos.
I thought it was small in the
I
earlier
think you're
fights,
right,
but
you
now
know.
I really
It
think
looks
it's
like
small.
a small ring. Now I'm not as confident.
If I'm Anthony Joshua,
This is
I
even
don't want a
worse.
small ring, by the way.
Yeah, well,
Look,
It is more.
Zhang.
You are more likely to get knockouts with small rings,
but isn't
right?
it possible that there could be a separate ring for them? Because I'm sure last time there was two. They had
There
two
was
separate
last
rings.
time. There isn't this time. Yeah,
this is interesting.
yeah. It doesn't look like a big ring, but obviously, like you guys would know better than me. But
It doesn't look like a big ring.
Yeah,
but I think Zhang's doing a great job of making
Yeah,
it
that's
small
what I was
right
going
now.
to say.
Zhang, man.
He's making
There's
that ring
less than a
small.
minute gone in the first round.
And
I'm
he's
starting to think, I don't know if it is going to be
Zhang's
Parker, you know.
He's in the
He's
zone.
closing this range well.
I don't know if it's just the way the different stances, but when they stood like face to face, they look similar heights. But when they're in the
Yeah.
boxing stance, Zhang looks massive.
Zhang is a heavy. He weighed in
Trolling
20
this right
stone,
now.
11 pounds.
That's crazy.
20 stone.
Look how much energy Parker's wasting compared to Zhang.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the way he always moves. He's almost used to the.
Zhang's saying, look, I ain't got to do nothing, but you got to keep cutting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm going to hit you. So
He
there
just
you
needs.
go.
He just needs to watch what Joe Joyce done to Parker and kind of pressurized him. Just kept coming at him.
Ooh. I see what Zhang's
Yeah, you see what he's doing with that
I
lead
see
hand.
what he's cooking up with that lead hand.
What are you saying here, Viddal?
He's measuring him. He's measuring him,
Yeah.
but he's like, if you try to touch that lead hand too much, he's gonna throw it.
Yeah.
Right.
So as you try to reach out to touch it, he'll throw it.
Yeah.
He's
It's like
He's trying to
hypnotising.
catch you in the middle. of
Yeah,
it.
it's like a hypnotizing
Yeah.
process.
He's also threatening with
But
that
he's
lead
doing it-
hand, trying
yeah.
to get him to walk onto that left backhand. Get
And
him to
he's
move
doing
up.
it very close to him.
He's landed a good. He's landed 3 jabs in a row here.
Yeah, look where his front foot is. Look where his front foot is on Parker.
He's up on him.
Up
This is
on
not,
him.
This is not a feeling out range.
I don't know if anyone appreciates that, but
This is a
Yeah.
I'm here to bang.
I
Like
didn't
the
think we
short said,
were-
big
yeah.
bang.
as a boxer, you appreciate how close he's willing to stand in range. Like,
Yeah.
that front foot's like
It's
pretty much
in the,
inside.
It's in the kitchen.
Yeah,
It's
it's in the kitchen. He's cooking.
in the cookie jar.
That's a lack of fear right there. So Parker needs to get his respect a bit, right?
Absolutely, he needs to let his hands go.
But then you want to let your hands go, you get counted.
You
Yep.
get Zhang into.
And that's what Zhang's banking on. He's trying to bait those. He's trying to bait that out, right, and then punish him for it.
Yeah, this is gonna be a dangerous fight. Because the range, yeah.
Oh, was that a backhand? Just
Yeah, back into the body. Second time he threw it.
Yeah, he did. He threw it quite early as
Yeah.
well, didn't he? I think he's wanting
Zhang's
to put it-
round.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just marched him down, didn't he? But like, I would assume Zhang isn't banking on winning a decision.
No, but it's about cooking your opponent, isn't it? And that there, I tell you what, regardless of what we said about fitness and who's got the edge in fitness, which we'd all probably go towards Joseph Parker, he'd be feeling more tired right now than Zhang will.
Because he's moving backwards constantly and working harder. And also, I didn't feel like Zhang was really working that hard.
No,
it wasn't.
Well, that's clever front foot pressure. Do you know when you can tire a guy and make him move and work without even doing much? Like, he was just playing with that lead hand.
Yeah.
Because it feels like closer than what he actually is. You know, when you got that foot right close.
Yeah, Usyk likes to do that as well with that. As a
Southpaws are great at doing it because you know it's the simple fact is southpaws are more used to orthodox than orthodox are used to southpaws.
Yeah.
So you've got a massive upper hand.
I mean, fucking finding high level southpaws who are that big must be a nightmare.
Oh
for Parker.
yes, everyone when they got a southpaw go, oh shit, you know what I mean?
Round 2 underway.
And I haven't. Did Zhang get hurt against Hrgovic? I think did he get robbed?
Not really. It's a good fight.
Good year.
But
I can kind of briefly remember
Threw that big backhand there like Loza. Zhang did. Didn't quite connect like.
I think as well he's deceivingly quick for the big man.
yeah.
Early on especially, I think that's what fucked with Joyce, isn't it? And also when you're that close, you don't have to travel very far to find the target. So he's complaining about a low blow there. I don't know.
I think it hit him in his thigh. I don't even think it hit.
We have seen Zhang hurt before. Obviously, he was dropped in the amateurs by Anthony Joshua. Jerry Forrest gave him some problems in a fight they had. That was actually a draw. That's the draw he's got on his record, Zhilei Zhang.
Do we feel like Zhang has to let his hands go quite a bit early though? Because the longer it goes, you'd lean towards Parker.
It depends on what. Depends if he can tire Parker with this pressure.
Parker threw a lot behind that and didn't really achieve much, did he?
I feel as if when from what I can briefly remember against Hrgovic made him work a lot more. He was throwing a lot more punches, so you know he was able to make Zhang tired. Whereas at the minute, Parker's not really doing enough to kind of to tire. It's kind of in Zhang's pace at the minute.
Yeah, he's controlling.
This is where he
Zhang
wants
needs
it.
to start looking for the uppercut.
Yeah,
The back, yeah.
because he's leaning in forward,
Yeah.
isn't he, over his front foot.
He's got him in the corner.
Yeah.
He's letting his hands go a little bit. Parker gets out of it.
That
No,
was
you see that?
He looks worried though.
That's bad for your confidence right there.
Parker looks worried. He looks flustered.
Yeah,
It's not with his head and man move over.
Like
Zhang's
if you're
looking
team Parker, this ain't going according to plan so far.
No.
But I mean, it doesn't mean he can't turn it round. But it's not the game plan. I'm sure.
He moved him quite comfortably there, didn't he? The way he just
comfortably.
one hand just manoeuvred him like.
Is he cut? Is he cut?
Who, Parker?
No,
He's marked up.
He's marked over the eye though.
Yeah.
Over that.
Already.
Yeah. That's because Zhang said to him, "We're fighting straight away." That's what he gave
Yeah,
him
yeah.
no choice. Hey, good hook, good hook.
Yeah,
Parker's actually landed a few shots in this round. Zhang's still winning it and in control of it. But Parker has,
Sanders needs to whip that uppercut, man.
He's probably waiting.
yeah.
a bit like Tyson Fury did
I
against
think he wants to show his
against
hand
Dillian
at
White. He doesn't want him to know that the shot.
Is there?
Yeah.
That's the.
Yeah.
Tire him out a little bit and let him walk on.
No, but this is round two of a 12-round fight.
This isn't a bad pace for a heavyweight.
This is a bad pace for Parker.
For Parker.
Yeah. He likes space.
Because look, he's having to fight.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
forehead,
standing in front.
your forehead's red now.
Yeah.
Like it means that the fight started early. It means the fight started early.
Parker was probably wanting to pick up the
Look.
first few rounds just on
Yeah.
sheer movement, like what Usyk did to Joshua, right? Just pick up the first three and then let you know you now need to knock me out, and now you're chasing.
It's that ring. There's not. That's
The rings are fucking.
It's definitely
problem.
a small ring, which I'm really surprised at. I was expecting a bit.
Turkey a la shit.
man,
He's
man,
gonna-
We're having a small ring, right?
No, you said
Knockout,
that. Knockout chaos. We're not having no
We're not having
movers.
jogging.
Nah.
Yeah, we're not having no movers.
Yeah.
We're having knockouts.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do is put you lot in a small box and you're gonna fight. that's what's happening.
But I'm paying you millions.
Yeah, so you can't complain.
Yeah.
But I think Parker needs to put some damage on Zhang fast.
Yeah, he
Just
needs to gain his respect.
gain that respect.
He tried, and he although he was, I mean, credit to him, he was throwing, but like he didn't really get the respect quite as much as what I think he was hoping for. Because there was a few of those where you could feel the ferocity behind them, but they were landing on the chest or bouncing off of him a bit.
Full effect.
It's the difference of when you're punching because you're being pressured to punch versus
Right.
You're the aggressor.
Yeah, you're not the
Yeah.
aggressor. You're not really wanting to punch because you want to do damage. You're doing it to try to keep the guy off.
And that's a dangerous way to fight. you know
Exactly.
what I mean? You don't want to fight that way.
No.
At all.
You can see even that jab from Zhang there. Just
Even
knocked
his
him
back. Look at his back. 'Cause
Yeah,
he's got
right-
dragged
right-
up.
right
Yeah,
in
look,
it.
look.
Yeah.
Getting dragged up on the ropes.
Yeah.
This is serious.
Zhang don't look like he's been in a fight,
Punch him
whereas
in the
Parker
chin.
does.
Yeah. Like,
And are we saying Zhang won the first two?
I
yeah.
think so.
Yeah.
based on the authority.
So he's won two without really expending that much energy.
Not really. And then he's lean, them little
Now,
leans there, just
I
tapping
think,
him.
I think if you're Joseph Parker, what you might be thinking, okay, it's not going ideal at the moment, but with that tendency we have seen, because
That's
I'm not
it,
just on
that's
about
it.
one fight or so.
Well,
I've
he's
seen
doing-
multiple fights where Zhang has gassed.
Oh, that was a.
So I think you're thinking, if I can carry on like this and not take too much damage, get into the later rounds and then try it.
But he's working the body now, and then he's going up top.
He is, yeah. He is. He's forcing. Oi.
Oh,
Oi.
Zhang
Yeah.
tried.
Again,
Oh,
the Zhang.
you know what it is?
He's on hyper reactions.
now he's
Parker
get-
landed some nice body shots and Zhang didn't like it. He's come.
Yeah.
Zhang didn't like the body shot.
Yeah, he didn't like
didn't.
He felt them as well because you seen him really.
Well, they
flinch.
pissed him off immediately.
Yeah, instant reaction.
Yeah.
Even the ref can't push Zhang back.
But you know what it is?
It's that break.
even
He's like,
feel that.
okay, look at this, look at this, look at
No
this.
one looks there,
Manhandling.
man.
Them little leans and just.
You'd think sparring Tyson Fury with the way Zhang is leaning on him, trying to work on the inside, it would be ideal prep for this.
I don't think them two spar.
But it's you know,
Really?
I don't think Joseph
But
Parker
it's-
and Tyson Fury spar.
it's even like when you go
What
to.
manager, innit?
It's like going up up in
It has to
altitude.
be something.
He just carries Tyson's bags, man. It's fine.
Does a bloody good job of it.
Big John's taking that up lately.
Yeah, but he's been injured, so you wouldn't have sparred him that much for this one.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah, definitely because of the cut.
I could be wrong, but I'm sure I've seen interviews of Andy Lee when he said that them two don't spar with each other.
That's surprising because what else? Like the whole point is have as many heavyweights around you. Oh! Big bang jab drops on Parker.
Hey, what? I felt that one.
Jesus.
That was clean on the tip.
Oh.
I will say he didn't go limp. He didn't go limp. He landed on his nose.
Oh, was it?
He busted
Yeah,
his nose.
No.
I mean, look, you wouldn't expect him to get through this because his nose is.
That was
popping
just
in his face.
Yo.
That was just a sharp backhand
Yeah.
as well. It wasn't even full stepping.
man.
Double
Yeah.
jab uppercut.
Oh,
Oh, he's in big trouble
oh,
here,
he's in trouble.
Parker.
He's in
No,
trouble.
no.
He's in trouble.
30 seconds left of the round.
He's
trouble.
hurt.
That
Didn't take
broke
much,
his nose. He
right?
might have broke his nose.
He touched his
I
nose.
think
Yeah.
he broke his nose.
Yeah.
I think that straight left broke his nose. It was
Bro, the uppercut,
direct.
man.
It was
It needs
direct.
to be that uppercut. When his
Yeah.
head goes low like that,
Yeah.
over
No, he's not. He's not.
Over the
he's
top.
saying-
Oh!
But now he's jabbing it.
He's
But
not on good legs here.
now he's jabbing it.
He doesn't look like he wants it.
Oh, he needs to get back to his stool and hear something.
Oh, that wasn't far
Hey,
enough.
oh,
Zhang is playing with him now, like.
yeah.
Double
Look at
Zhang,
him.
man.
Oh,
he's leaving his chin out.
Okay, look
Oh,
at
he's celebrating already. Mate,
Hey, he's like,
mate, this is.
he reminds me of a wrestler. Like
You're not,
one of them.
he's a fucking Undertaker.
Yeah.
Is this surprisingly easy? so far?
Surprise.
Yeah.
Surprisingly easy, yeah.
I tell you what it is. Zhang is just like he's on form. I feel like he's reinvented
found himself.
He's
Found himself,
it's
man.
It's that belief we're talking about. That
It's belief.
confidence.
It's that belief, yeah.
I feel like he's been idling along, and all of a sudden
Yeah.
he's finally beat
Yeah,
someone
he was in the shadows. That's
Yeah.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying. When someone comes out the shadows,
That was
always put them back.
Clean.
Straight left,
Beautiful straight.
That
straight left.
right to the nose. And let's see, right? Because we seen Otto Wallen.
Wow.
When Otto Wallen got his nose smashed by AJ,
Look, you see the knuckles
he
with them.
gave up immediately, right? Will Parker give up or will he come back?
He won't give up yet.
Because he took a few good
He
shots
took
there
a few good
afterwards.
shots.
Tell you what, Zhang, I'm a huge fan of Zhang now.
No, mate.
He's really won me over.
He's brutal,
The
isn't he?
veteran.
He's just
He's a veteran.
he's
He's
just
been at this for too long.
you can tell like he's got that pedigree. He's everything he throws is nice. It's like
Mate.
technique.
Mate, he's taunting
He's
him. a bit.
excited now.
Yeah,
Excited.
yeah.
Big
Woo,
bang.
nice
Big
jab.
bang.
Nice job.
Ah.
Mate,
Like,
that
even
jab
then-
is doing bits for him.
When you're landing jabs that easy, he's just come out and he's landing clean jabs already.
See, he just keeps the heat on you.
Yeah, yeah. That's it. It's
He
the pressure,
keeps
the
the heat on
constant
you.
pressure.
Mate,
You
we
gotta
could
do
forget
something.
Deontay Wilder. If he goes through him, Deontay's fucked, mate. Don't
Look,
even
look,
come
look,
back.
look, look,
Don't
look,
even
look,
come
look,
back.
look.
He's that manhandle.
No.
Just
20 stone.
Mate,
20 stone.
Oh.
290-pound men like that, man. You're just like, how many of them do exist?
Yeah.
Aside from me, not many. Right, I'm telling you.
That's-
No, look at that.
Joseph can't get out of the way.
Nah.
I think that backhand must be deceivingly quick. You know.
Oh,
in
mate,
the
it is.
range,
It is.
because the way he's hitting people with ease
Yeah.
with it.
No, but he's standing too still.
Oh.
He's
Oh.
standing
These
too
look
still, bro.
painful, man.
I got to give Parker credit, you know. He's
Yeah.
not a bottle job,
Tough
mate.
man,
He's
them
right.
Samoans.
He's still in.
No,
He's
no,
still
no.
trying.
That bloodline, they're not cowards.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
mate.
the thing
Yeah,
that Zhang does so well, he hurts you with that backhand, then he starts bringing that right hook. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
ah,
straight.
But he's moving into it. This is the problem. Do you know what I'm saying? He's moving the wrong ways.
Because you see what he did there?
He's moving into it.
Parker threw a shot at him and he just sort of went, what do you think
That's
that
what I
is?
think
You know what
happened,
I mean?
you know?
In the second
He's
fight,
demoralising him
I think
now.
that's what happened.
Yeah.
He didn't respect his power from jump.
Yeah.
So
because you're 240 pounds, like we forget, like there's weight classes for a reason. I know heavyweight, we just lump them all in together, but 50-pound difference. It's mental. That.
Yeah.
Parker's
Look at his
defense has
nose,
kind of
man.
lost him. He's lost that sharpness in his movement.
Because his nose hurts.
Yeah.
His nose
His
hurts.
nose hurts.
Like he's thinking, oh, there you go. Get one in
He
underneath.
needs them body
Yeah.
shots.
Look, he can't breathe out of his nose.
Yeah, man.
That's what I was just thinking.
And you don't want to blow your nose because your eye will swell up.
Yeah, it'll swell up.
Oh my God.
So he's gonna, I don't know, but he still wants to stand with him too much. Like, what's he standing there?
He's lost his movement. I don't know if his corner said you need to go and get some respect and stand and let your hands go. But
that's good body shots though. But he got caught.
He kind of abandoned the body after he got a reaction out of him earlier, surprisingly.
well, I think he upset me. He went, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, maybe got a bit too.
Zhang's too comfortable though.
Yeah.
Maybe he might
look,
get caught with something because he's too
Yeah.
comfortable.
He's
But
taking a mick now.
he's just look.
Oh,
there you go.
yeah,
See,
yeah.
There you go.
That's what you get.
Yeah, that was
That's
nice.
what you get.
Yeah.
When you want to start playing games. See that? Start playing
Parker
games.
letting a few
Go on,
go.
Parker, son.
Is that walking Parker up?
That's what you get.
I've got to give
Now
Parker
you
credit.
gave man
He's not
confidence.
defeated. Like Otto Wallen had his bags packed at this point. He's still trying.
He had his
Mate,
back.
Otto Wallen was like, "Fuck this, I'm off."
Yeah.
Zhang needs to shoot that straight to the body.
Yeah,
again.
he playing games like.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
now
yeah,
you see
yeah,
what
yeah.
you're doing now. You woke
Yeah.
man up. You woke him up now.
It's that spite that sometimes
Low
Parker's
blow.
missing, and
Low blow.
he's starting to do.
It
was-
was low.
Yeah, well,
That was on the border.
To be fair, I do think Parker accepted it was low, but I don't know. We'll see.
I think he's just too polite. I think that was on the belt line.
Yeah, you too polite, man. I say I don't know what you're talking about. As you've seen.
It's like, come on, mate. He's broke my nose. I lit him where I
No,
want.
honestly. But Parker got some good shots.
yeah,
Yeah, man.
You know,
I think he showed something there.
Yeah, he did. That was a good round.
We were like, is this where he collapses? And he hasn't. Like,
But
fuck
this is
me.
the thing about Parker. Like I've said so many times, I do rate him. He's got all the skill set. It's just that extra bit of belief he needs.
Boom.
But Zhang came out and believed immediately, didn't he? And,
Instant.
but I
Parker almost needs to land a few decent shots to like find the
Believe.
confidence.
Yeah.
Until he finds that he's not. He's
because
not.
Wilder let him, and Zhang never. Zhang
There's
never
that.
let him.
That one will hurt on the tip of your nose, the little hook there. That one there, you'll feel
Oh,
that.
you got
That's
one back,
good.
though,
That's
that-
good.
Yeah.
But this is because Zhang's playing games. I hope his corner tell him, yo,
Wake up.
this guy's not, he's here to win, you know?
Yeah.
It's not over yet. You haven't finished
you're
the
all
job yet.
dancing and that. What you doing?
Yeah, he was having his victory cigar, wasn't
Yeah.
he? Like
Yeah.
way too early.
Acting like he's a young man. He's 40 years old. You should know these things by now.
Know better, innit?
You should know better than to start getting lazy like
I feel
that.
like when
carried
you
away.
drop someone with such an effortless backhand like Zhang dropped him with, he's going to have so much confidence from that because he's
True,
thinking.
yeah.
But that
I didn't-
could be
yeah,
the
I didn't even-
undoing.
Yeah, of
That's what
course.
I'm saying.
100%.
So you better get back on that game.
Get the
plan.
job finished. You celebrate after.
You better get
God,
back
but
on that game, plan.
all of a sudden, I'm hopeful for Parker after that big drop. Like,
Feel like Zhang
Oi,
should go
nice.
back
Little
to
hook
working
there,
the
good
body a
hook
little
there.
bit more, coming over
Oh,
the top of the right
come on,
hook.
yeah,
that's
you're right.
like-
Zhang was going to the
'Cause at
body,
the
and then
minute-
he started headhunting.
At the minute, he's just knocking at the door, waiting for that massive shot.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
what
it's too predictable.
He's looking for it
He's
too hard
looking
now.
for it Yeah, now Parker's getting off his shots. I feel like he's finding a little rhythm.
Yeah.
Is
since that
Zhang
last
maybe
round.
slightly more tight? Has he got too excited? He looks like he's slowed a little bit.
Yeah, I think he lost concentration.
Yeah, he has.
He lost concentration, and now I think he's trying to bully him.
He's forgot what was working.
It was working, yeah.
Exactly.
He's still in that range.
Yeah.
That euphoria you get though when you drop someone and you think, right, okay, cool.
He just looks.
I might be having a shower in a minute. This fight might be over.
Yeah.
And then when you're 2 rounds later, and it's like, I'm not saying it's not going your way, but all of a sudden, like, oh, we're still here, we're
Person's
still
still
doing
there.
this. Like it can flatten your.
He looks like he's breathing a little bit heavy for me. Zhang, he's backing off a little bit now. He looks like he wants to catch his breath.
Yeah, but you know what? It's crazy because he didn't put that much out. Like he didn't. The output wasn't crazy to achieve the knockdown.
Yeah.
Not
You know what I'm
really,
saying?
but
It was like-
it looks like he's tired a little bit.
I think he's trying to get a different.
He's either felt a couple of them little
He's trying to wait
shots.
for a big counter.
Yeah, I think he's
Yeah.
trying to lure him into
Yeah.
something. I think he's trying to lure him in. But yeah, Zhang definitely dropped the ball a little bit, and when he started playing,
Yeah.
Them body shots might
Yeah.
be working.
yeah, the body shots as well. Yeah, because he's soft around there.
Yeah.
He's soft around there. You know, it's 20 stone. There's yin and yang.
Mate,
Yin
we
and
can't be
yang.
body shaming 20 stone men, right? We would just build up a bit. Fucking hell.
We're beautiful too.
And honestly, mate. Nah, but you're totally fucking right. Like,
It's true, like,
he's not Francis.
Oh,
There you go.
no, he's not a front.
No, he's not Francis. Like, fucking hell.
Hey, I feel like Zhang maybe he's like, all right, cool. You're still here. You're still alive.
I'm gonna have a little look.
Start picking him.
I feel like he needs to get that jab going again, Zhang, because that was what set everything up.
I swear to God, he's slowed down. He looks like he's tired, but like you say, I don't know what's earned him to be tired.
Is there a case? Look, I've heard this. Obviously, you're all fighters, right? When you drop someone, there's an adrenaline dump. There's that victory lap in your head of, all right, this is going to be a lot easier, and you mentally celebrate, and all of a sudden the guy's still there in 3 rounds time.
No, can't be.
You weren't counting on that after that, right? And then emotionally,
that was a nice left hook from
keeps
Parker.
catching him with that hook.
Because
He keeps catching him with that hook. That's a good hook as well. He's ducking and throwing it over.
we haven't. I don't know if we've scored the rounds consistently, right? So we said the first 2 obviously were Zhang. The third one I think was the drop, was it?
Yeah.
How's this 5th? I think it's
the 5th
I think
round.
Parker might be winning this
I
round.
think it's
I think Parker's
3-1
winning
with
this
with one in there being a draw round.
Really?
I'd say that round was Parker. I'd say the round before was a draw, and then the first 3 were Zhang with a
And
2.
with a drop.
So 4-1. 4-1.
4-1 with a drop.
If you were Zhang's coach, you'd be annoyed that he's kind of thrown it away there. He doesn't capitalise on that.
But he should have kept his foot on his neck,
He did.
right?
Absolutely.
He should have kept his foot on his neck.
He lost concentration, took his foot off, started getting too overly confident, playing around, and fair play to Parker.
So now, Parker got a little bit of confidence.
Yeah.
The moment he landed that overhand, he thought, okay, now I can get to you. And
I
the
got a
body
response,
shots.
yeah.
So now we're really in for a fight now.
Yeah.
50-50. I called it as a 50-50 fight. So far, it's looking like it's edging that way.
Yeah,
It was heavily Zhang, but now it's looking like Parker.
I didn't expect Zhang to drop him or hurt him so early, though. I really wasn't expecting
No,
that.
I didn't expect that.
No.
But I did think Parker was going to be more mobile.
Yeah.
He really wasn't.
Yeah,
He was
wasn't.
stood right in front of him.
And that's why his nose is broke.
Yeah. But I mean, Zhang did a good job in like closing the gap.
He did.
And the ring, I think the ring has surprised us all in terms of
He
being
made it
smaller than we
small.
thought.
Yeah, he made...
You made it small.
Let's see what we're in. We're round 6 now.
Yeah, Zhang needs to keep touching.
Yeah.
He needs to do what he done in the first round. He's neglected, like you said, what was working.
He's doing it now,
He's
though.
back now. He's back now.
Yeah.
He's back, but we'll see because Parker's got the vim now.
Yeah.
He's got the movement. Look, he's making sure he don't stay still.
Yeah, he's got that head going big
Yeah,
time.
he had to.
Yeah.
He paid. He really did pay for not doing it.
He's just not landing anything as significant as what you'd want to swing the fight a bit.
They're saying by the stats, Parker's landed more power punches.
In the last round.
That last round,
Yeah,
definitely.
so Parker won that last round, as Joey said.
It's just interesting that he's being dropped or hurt off a big backhand and he's walking into it constantly.
Yeah,
he's
heading
not.
that
He's not moving at that left at all.
I think if you're Joseph Parker, you're just thinking, look, we're heavyweights. We can all bang. If I can keep moving this head, keep using the feet to get a little bit out of range and stay in there, round by round, you just reassess. You know what I mean? Because you might come out for the 7th, 8th round, and all of a sudden you're thinking, "God, he's looking tired now," and then you have a go. And that being in the heavyweight division means that a fight can end at any time in comparison
But
to the other
that's
weight
more so
divisions.
why you don't in heavyweight want to wait too long because you might not be there in those later rounds. So it's a difficult one. But
Yeah.
I think Parker's boxing a good fight now. Like,
Yeah,
he's found what's working.
I think he's almost adjusted to Zhang's timing and speed.
Yeah.
The issue is, if I'm his corner, you've given up. Was it 4 rounds to 1 we had at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know you're up against it. So what? You're going to win every fucking round. Like what is the game plan here? Like how do you execute this?
Body shot.
Good.
There was some
work.
nice work from Parker there.
Yeah, good work from Parker. I feel like he has found his rhythm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's found his rhythm, and Zhang's struggling now to try and land that money shot because he keeps looking just for that money shot.
Ooh, he's
I
getting
don't know why
close
he
though there.
hasn't thrown an uppercut.
He's not jabbing no more.
I think Zhang's looking to do that left hook straight back.
Ooh, big breath from Zhang there. Did you see that?
Yeah, he took a big.
I'm telling
air
you,
there.
he's feeling it.
Okay, nice one.
Okay, yeah,
Couple of good body shots in there.
It's the problem of being that big, man. It's like
It's a lot.
such an advantage.
So much weight to
Yeah.
move. Boxing is so aerobic. You know what I mean? And to be that heavy and be doing an aerobic sport, it's never gonna add up. never gonna add up. I don't care what strength and conditioning you do. It's not gonna add up. It's just as a certain size of man can't be a cardio machine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
That's
minute
it.
everyone's got an optimum weight, and he just like clearly, the power's there, but the endurance.
Yeah.
I think there's
So
a
look at
lot
that,
of
it's turned
openings
into a
to
good
hit
fight.
Zhang here. I just see him throw that backhand, and he had his lead hand, his right hand almost in his pocket when he threw that backhand.
Tell you what,
Bearing in mind-
AJ's looking in great shape.
Yeah, he's in good shape.
He's looking a lot leaner, and he just.
I don't know. I mean, he just looks always great shape.
No,
doesn't
but
he?
in terms of, I've often felt like he's carried a bit
Too
too much
big,
muscle, yeah.
yeah.
Like he's, in terms of in good shape, he's never looked in bad shape.
What do you prefer his weight at in terms of like his fight performance? Because some people have speculated his best weight is around 240, and when he has struggled with, was it Pulev who he was at 250? A
Little bit heavier.
He needed them 3 or 4 rounds to come back into it.
The heaviest on the eye I've seen him is against Ruiz in the first fight, which obviously the whole camp until 2 weeks out from the fight, he was preparing for Big Baby Miller. That fight, he looked very heavy. Obviously, then the slimmest we consider seeing him look was against Ruiz in the rematch. Yeah, I think the best weight we see AJ in at is probably the weight he fought Klitschko at. But I'm just going on the eye test. I don't know the actual.
It's such a difficult one because, I know even when we're on GB, even the heavyweights had an optimum weight that they supposedly perform the best at. And I think, I think sometimes people think it's heavyweight, you can be what you want. But AJ's definitely got an optimum weight. But I think, it depends on your opponent and what type of, the way you need to fight. If you need to be more on your toes, do you need to be able to kind of plant your feet and dig the shots in?
I'm really interested to see how the stamina plays out in that fight in terms of who has the better stamina. Because
I think-
in theory, absolutely AJ should.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
the smaller guy. But does Ngannou carry 270 better than AJ carries 250?
It's more to do with how you deal with the nerves, because Ngannou doesn't waste a lot because he hardly reacts. It looks like he's got no tension and no nerves in his body. He just he's so comfortable. Whereas you can be fit as you want, and if you burn a lot of nervous energy, it zaps you. You know what I mean? So
Composure's everything.
composure's a massive factor, because sometimes I can walk in the gym and spar some novice, and I could have not trained, but just because of experience and being relaxed,
Yeah.
I can handle it. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's just. Yeah, that's the interesting one to see how calm and composed AJ is going to be.
Zhang's throwing this away.
Zhang
He's-
is
he's-
throwing
Yeah.
this away.
It might be like a Hergovich situation.
This
you know?
For real.
This is why probably in his career.
Oh, good
just as
shot
we
from
said it
Zhang.
again.
Yeah, no.
Just as we said it, but he
He
must have heard us.
He heard you.
He must have heard us.
Oh, look, he's letting him off.
It's like he's a lazy man at heart, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got to force the
Mate, you
performance out
don't
of
get
himself.
the 300 pounds by accident.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Speaking
The
of
lazy man at heart.
honestly.
He's almost just having a little nap, isn't he?
He
He's done
wouldn't
some
know.
good
we
work.
only
I don't
think-
even think he's a nap. I don't think he's choosing to do it. I was saying before, he's got a tendency to gas out in his fights when I've seen him. And I'm not saying he's completely gassed now, but he ain't
He
got-
can't put his foot down.
Yeah.
Clearly. Because when he had him hurt, that would have been the time to fucking go, right?
Absolutely. I said in that fifth
Yes,
round,
Parker, come on.
fifth, sixth. Was that caught? He's still got that power. You see?
No,
Just-
but you know what? What's happened is he's lost respect for Parker's power.
yeah.
So where he's lost respect for his power, he's choosing to not be responsible. He's choosing to not be responsible. He's choosing to say, I can take it
Yeah.
and I can hit you back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you're banking on the
you're
knockout.
banking on the knockout.
And he's not winning on points along the way. I feel as if, it's close still.
I still
Is he
think
winning this round?
I still think maybe now it's close
Is he
to
winning this
level.
round?
That's the thing we don't know now.
Close, man.
It's in that mix now.
I
It's
feel
in
as
that,
if
it's in that era.
Parker's pulling it back.
Oh, he's definitely pulled it back. But
Oh,
What Zhang's great. He's great off the counter, isn't he?
Yeah.
For a
Push
big
that
man,
back.
he's sharp when he counters.
yeah, he does. He beats you to the punch.
Yeah, he's timing and his speed for
But
a big
sometimes
man.
you rely on it too much.
Hoping that open will be there. And yeah,
He's shattered
you've
now.
got to still be banking the points as you're going along just to make sure.
I mean, I'm not saying we didn't expect this, but watching Francis in the locker room here, he certainly doesn't look like AJ in the
Oh.
way he hits pads.
Oh yeah, no.
No.
Absolutely
It's
not.
a totally different
Ball
yeah.
game.
Yeah.
But again, when you've got that power, and there's sometimes guys don't look great on the pads, don't look great on the bag, and it's different in
We
the ring.
know he can fight.
Yeah.
We know he can.
The funny
fight.
thing is, my mate who's there, Literally
As you just said that.
sent me the fucking footage of him hitting the pads there. So yeah, I've got a spy in
got a
behind
spy
enemy
in
lines.
the zone.
Oh, you got a mole.
Just saying, mate, I'm connected. You know what I mean?
Don't tell me you were in Fury's camp that time with the
Definitely not. I'm fucking buzzing for this main event now.
Main event is
I'm ready
gonna
for this to
be
be over. I'll be
serious.
honest, I'm a little bit disappointed in Zhang
I was excited.
after an exciting start. To see him just tail off like this, I'm like, well, you know, if you do this against if you come in like this against AJ, he's gonna wreck you.
Yeah, this prevents you from operating at that high
Yeah,
level.
yeah, your world level.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it's got him.
Maybe you heard me.
he hurt, but he was still put.
he hit him with a big shot, but he took it.
This is kind of like I've been happy for Zhang, you know, this opportunity, but this is obviously why in his career he hasn't moved up the ladders like he should have because he doesn't capitalize on his opportunities.
Parker did throw back even after getting hurt there. Fuck me, he really put a good combo together.
Zhang's aiming for that one hard shot now. He's aiming for that one big backhand. That's the aim. He's not using his jab no more. And he's giving Parker the time just to move around, find his rhythm. That's it. So now, I don't know, man. I don't know how this fight goes. We're in round 8 right now. Zhang's breathing.
Yeah.
It's like he just started breathing over one round. Like after a certain round happened.
It was after
And
I
then
said after
he just-
5 rounds. I looked at
yeah.
him. I said,
It's
"He's
like
tired." I'm telling you,
it just
I've just
sat
seen
out.
it.
I tell you what though, when we speak about tiredness here, Parker's slowing down a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You can
because
see
he's
his
has to.
punches,
Yeah, he's been running, like working hard,
he's
right?
been
Because he's-
moving and working to keep him off.
I said that.
You got him on the
that
side of the
right
head.
hook, I said
Yeah.
he's
It's that right hook. It's a short punch.
Quick,
you know.
quick shot.
Doesn't look great.
And it's
does
so
it?
Was there a
close.
shot once he was down there?
Nah.
Did
I
one
don't
more
think-
go in? No.
I said he's
Might
been
not have,
lining
but-
up that hook. He hits you with that backhand, you know, gets you moving up that direction, and he catches you with a hook.
Yeah.
So
that
simple.
Short hook as well.
Shot.
textbook.
He's touching.
Nah, he's
Then
I
moves
feel-
around.
Oh, was that another?
Oh,
he's
shit.
hurt.
Yeah.
He's got him.
Now's the time, though.
I feel
You've
like
got to
he's going-
capitalise on
Just-
this.
Listen, what minute to go?
He's throwing a few rounds away here, Zhang. He doesn't want to go to scorecards.
Gilet Zhang.
That power.
Chinese power.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Mad. It's ironic because, you know, like, he's so big. Like, you wouldn't have thought so, but obviously Chinese people traditionally are short. You know what I mean?
But
But
when they're big, they're
some-
big.
Yeah, fucking
that's- on
huge.
some of the world's tallest men being Chinese.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. That is
yeah.
true.
When
like
they
one
are
of
big,
the big.
yeah.
Mate, you're not kidding, man.
Otherwise,
Mate.
they're small people.
How does that work? Like, you know what
No,
I mean?
middle
mental,
ground.
You
innit?
produce the littlest people and the biggest.
That's so mad, isn't it? He's
No
a
middle
fucking-
ground.
He's a mountain of a man, isn't he?
Look at it. So now he's got the knockdown this round, which again gives him the points, heading in his favor.
Yeah, he's got to be still up, isn't he?
But
At this stage, I
Parker's
think.
still active.
was-
he's not.
It's
he's
annoying,
Not
but
done.
Parker was pulling it back as well.
Hey,
good
hey,
one,
that's
Parker.
a
Good shot from
two
Parker
shots.
there.
Mate, he's
That's a
showing
good
balls
two
here. I'll
shots.
give him that, Parker. When he's took them big hits, he's still in the same round throwing everything behind these.
Listen,
You just can't put a dent in him, can he? He can't, like,
Nah.
he's not doing anything with it.
He is.
I definitely think he's caught Zhang with a couple of shots, which he's definitely felt. It's not put the dent that we'll want to see.
That's what I'm saying,
But
yeah.
he's definitely
It's accumulating.
accumulating. I think
accumulating.
the fatigue of Zhang, you know, starting to tire with the shots. He's definitely look at him. You can see the way he's breathing.
Yeah.
Man.
He's not got that same energy that he had in that third round. You know what I mean?
Nah, I feel like now he's dropped him again based on another shot. His focus is now going to be that will happen again.
If was that shot?
That's the shot that Parker.
Yeah,
that
he
was-
kind of fell
yeah.
forward a little bit, didn't he? But he's.
And I think that's the issue.
This is
It's
the-
this one
this is
there.
the knockdown,
Bow.
yeah.
Well, I was in the
That-
back of the
that-
head. That
yeah,
was.
yeah.
Right down
That's
the
what
air.
gets knocks all your senses.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Equilibrium.
It hit him on, I
Equilibrium,
think
yeah.
it hit him on top of his ear.
Yeah.
Where is it? Let's see.
Damn.
Oh, it's
the
literally
side.
around the
Yeah.
top of the back of the
That
head.
bit you have to take a knee. You have
Yeah, you
to
have to-
take a knee.
That bit of your head soft, you know.
Yeah,
that's,
soft, yeah,
that's
yeah.
why it's illegal to punch
Yeah.
on the back of the head because
Yeah.
your head's soft on the top and back.
You can't. Yeah.
It's 9 rounds.
Humans
round.
weren't designed to be punched on the
No, for real. It's round 9. Parker still looks like he don't look hurt. He looks like he's been dropped,
He's recovering.
but he's recovering. He's recovering. When
Does he look like he believes he can win this fight, though?
But to be fair, throughout
Yeah,
his whole
yeah,
career,
he does.
Yeah.
Parker's always had a decent chin.
Always. Even against AJ.
Yeah, he's not. His chin's never been really in question.
Fuck me, that was
You'll
a
keep
boring
trying to
fight
give it.
from memory. I can't
was
remember it.
boring.
I just remember watching Parker AJ thinking I never want to watch these two fight
Yeah.
ever again.
Yeah,
I remember hating
I'm
the
sure
fight.
it was
It
the
wasn't
night I
exciting.
had.
Mate, I did a live show for it. It was fucking dreadful.
I'd done it. I watched it in Preston because I had my debut in Preston, and afterwards we all went to some pub and watched it there. But yeah, it was. I remember everyone just sitting there, kind of very
Yeah.
bored.
Yeah,
and,
It was fucking
he was waiting
terrible.
for it to be over.
yeah.
But here, I don't know, man. I don't know. Parker, he does believe he can win the fight. I still believe he's using the technique and the strategies to win the fight.
Yeah.
But I just don't know how he's gonna force the issue.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's shown that he can. He's got the tools to do it, but he can't sustain it.
I
Really.
think the weight difference is too much, mate. I think if Parker catches Zhang with some of the punches he has, but he's 20 pounds lighter and he's around, 260, 265, then all of a sudden Zhang's like, oh, fuck.
Oh, he caught him on the top of the head again.
But 290 pounds,
Buckled there.
it's such an... there's only a few fighters who could probably push this guy back.
It's literally like a cruiserweight fighting a middleweight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. The weight difference. Yeah.
It's huge.
He keeps moving that way. If he's gonna move that way, at least hit him his body.
The way boxing's
You know what I
going
mean?
now, the amount of big guys, there should be like a super heavy,
Yeah.
you know what I
Yeah.
mean? A super duper.
Well, when
Well,
you
they
look-
sort of have got like Bridgerweight is small heavyweights, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
But yeah,
But no
But no one cares
no
about
one
it.
cares
So,
about that
so
weight.
so there's no money in it.
No
So no
point.
one
Because
does
as
it.
well, if you were going to do it, if you didn't care about where the money was, well, who's six of Bridgerweight then? You know
So
what I
it's
mean?
Deontay Wilder?
Yeah.
Deontay Wilder.
Wilder can make
This is the
Bridgerweight.
funny thing is, for all Tyson went life and death with Wilder, he was
Hey.
fucking
that was a nice.
50 pounds heavier than him as well.
Hey.
What did Parker come in at? Do you see what he weighed?
244
244.
against a 290 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Parker's
Yeah.
having a good end to this round.
Yeah,
He's having a
strong.
good end to this round. He's building up. He's
But this-
building up.
This is what annoys me with Parker. He's got
There you
that
go.
ability to
Yes.
throw spiteful shots, but he just doesn't do it enough.
Yeah.
He's Zhang's breathing.
Yeah.
Zhang's breathing, but Parker just
Fury's in the front row. You can see he's like fucking. He's probably speaking to him the whole time.
this is good. This was a good round for Parker.
Yeah.
This was a good round for Parker. I think it's crazy because he's getting knocked down, but he's still in the fight. He's getting up
Yeah.
and proving that I'm not done. I'm still trying to win. It's like flash knockdowns.
Is McGregor in attendance? Or is
No.
he banned?
Right,
No.
not after what he was doing to Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Hey,
They said, fuck
Like-
that, we're not having him back.
Ronaldo said, "I live here. I don't want him. I don't want him coming in."
AJ looks razor sharp.
Yeah.
I like
Ooh.
he's really getting AJ to really turn and step through
Yeah.
them shots, isn't he?
Well,
Utilise that
the
power.
thing that AJ will automatically do better than Ngannou is like elongate his punches.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Through them.
Like Ngannou's just going to throw short. He's just not the technical specimen.
But
is
he did jab with Fury better than I was expecting.
Well, he's got an 83-inch reach, so
Yeah.
even if he's not doing it properly, it's still
deceiving.
fucking long, right? But yeah, I mean, AJ should be another level in my opinion in terms of like his straight punches. I really
Without
rate
doubt.
AJ's straight punches a lot.
Technique shouldn't be in. It shouldn't be comparable.
Yeah.
No.
Mind you, watching how I'm
a good fight.
interested to see what the strength and weight difference is like in that fight because we're seeing in this fight like it's playing a part big time.
But Zhang's not really massively imposing his size
No.
in terms of physical strength
No.
and
He's not even
lead.
stepping through his shots.
No, he's kind of getting close, but he's still boxing with
Yeah.
it. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not like he's leaning on
Not,
it.
Yeah.
not.
Like physically, you know what I mean? Like
In a way, he could be like even there he was in close, but he kind of tried to create a bit of a gap so he can get his shots off,
like in the beginning, he was pulling him around.
pull him around. Yeah,
He was pulling him around, but now he's doing it. He's leaning all his 20 stone on the back of his neck.
do you imagine 20 stone on the back of your neck?
Yeah, that doesn't sound great. That doesn't sound good.
Brian's thinking, do you want to try it, Lawrence? Come here.
No, I'm having a nice drink and I feel fine.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah, that backhand did that land there
It
from
did,
Zhang?
but it was just at the end of the shot.
Oh,
Good
nice
work
double
there
jab.
from Parker.
Nice. Parker's listen. This is gonna be a
This is what Parker needs to do. He needs to put his punches together. The singles and the ones
Yeah.
and twos isn't enough to keep Zhang off.
Yeah.
He needs to be put them
You
together.
gotta pepper him.
Yeah, I actually think, looking back at the earlier rounds, I understand like the caution of like Zhang's got a fresh tank on him, but like I don't know if the work rate early on was enough from Parker. Like
It wasn't.
to give up those 3 rounds straight away to a bigger, heavier, slower man.
This is what I said. When you're in a fight and you can think, oh yeah, I'll wait till the later rounds when he starts to tire. But if you're not doing anything to tire your man with punches or making him have to work for it, it's a waste of time.
That's what I love about Usyk is like he guarantee the first 3 and the last 3 he takes those rounds.
Yeah.
The middle ones you might get them, but I've got half the fucking fight sewn up.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it.
So now Parker's winning this round clearly again.
I think this is close again on the scorecards,
it's
despite
close.
2 knockdowns.
It's
Imagine.
close again. The 2 points that Zhang just gained from the knockdown, he lost them.
This is like, as a coach, that must be so frustrating.
I know this is a nothing point because you can't take away the knockdowns, but without the 2 knockdowns, Parker's boxed well.
Yeah.
If anything, you'd be looking at it going, been quite clever there, done a good job.
Aside from the first 3 rounds, totally agree with you. I just wish he'd worked harder.
It's took the knockdowns to wake him up. Every time he's been knocked down, he's actually come back and
when he was coming out, all smiles and all that, and Zhang's coming out like a fucking lunatic. Know what I mean?
As soon as you're trying to advance on Zhang, he just throws that short hook. He throws that short lead hook.
He finally threw an uppercut.
He's so quick for a big guy. But he takes a big deep breath now in between. Keeps dropping, taking big deep breaths. Look.
If he threw that uppercut when you was requesting it, you might have been done already.
Yeah.
It might have been.
No,
Just look at the movement of the 2 men now in terms of what's happening here. In them first 3 rounds, we'd have never envisioned we were seeing this sort of fight here play out.
Yeah.
Parker's gaining confidence.
Parker
Look,
walking
in the middle of
Zhang
the ring.
down, like, you know what I mean?
But this is like against Dylan White all over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He could have done more than, and it's almost like he sees the light at the end of the tunnel. He goes, "Oh, I can see it now. Now I can really put it on, like switch it on." That's what.
When you're the lighter man, though, that's not how you should be fighting, is it? When you've got the bigger gas tank, you should be pushing it the pace. You shouldn't be letting Zhang control the pace early and allow himself to bang rounds and drop you like
It's
that.
just heavyweight boxing. It can be over any second. You haven't got time to try to wait until the back end of the fight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's you know what it is. It's not just that. It's like
He's lucky.
he's got.
That
He
was
misses with quite a lot of shots. Zhang's missing Parker with shots by millimeters.
Look at this.
That would have
come back. Should have come back with the left.
You should have came back underneath.
Yeah.
Look.
He committed all of it though, hadn't he? Turned right through it.
Nah, I don't think I'm seeing anything from either man that makes me think that they're going to be the kings of the division, though.
No,
absolutely not.
First 3 rounds, I was thinking it though.
No.
First 3 rounds,
I
I was
agree.
looking at Zhang and I was thinking, mate, he's the best of the rest, definitely. And he could even test the best.
He'll still definitely test the best, but unfortunately, he can't sustain
he won't be.
an attack for the full 12 rounds of a fight.
AJ called Zhang mid-level, innit?
He did.
Yeah.
And he recently only done his tier list. He said he's mid-level.
But you can understand, when you're looking at this, that's why you call it championship fighter. Them extra 2 rounds make a difference.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's the fighters year. It's great if you can finish people and you can fight in 6 rounds, but can you go and fight for a full 12 rounds? Yeah. That's the difference of being like world
Look at
class.
this, man.
Yeah,
Parker
Parker's
might be
taking
taking away this fight. These last couple of rounds are very influential in the decision. We might be seeing another draw here.
Without properly scoring it,
could
if
be
Parker
right there.
wins this round here, I would say he's just about up on the scorecards, maybe. Which is mad,
1-2
really.
shooting out now as well.
I'm a little bit disappointed in both guys, if I'm honest with you.
I'm more disappointed in Zhang because
Yeah.
he had it right on a plate, whereas actually Parker's actually been hurt early. He's stuck with it and he's actually pulling the
Yeah,
fight back.
I agree.
So I kind of respect what he's done more.
Without doubt.
I'm not that disappointed in Parker because I think that, all right, it's the heavyweight division, but there's no shame in not being able to knock someone out. So if you say, right, okay, Parker can't knock Zhang out at the minute,
Fair
No,
enough.
no.
then you go,
fair
okay, are you doing a good job considering you've been knocked down twice in
Yeah.
actually trying to outbox him? I think you're doing a decent job
No,
here.
you have.
No, now he is. I think my only disappointment in him is the first few. I think he was asleep, and when he got knocked down, he snapped them out of it. Whereas Zhang, like you say, had it on a plate, and he's throwing it away right now.
I don't think it's so much even that he was, I think it wasn't that he wasn't working. He was just being a bit too cautious, and unfortunately, being cautious. Well, he was
But
sitting
let's
at
be honest, right? Basic rule for Parker to win this fight: move your feet.
Yeah,
he didn't
yeah.
move his feet for 3 rounds with him. So you can't say that that's good.
But,
like, it
but
wasn't- it
also,
wasn't
let's
good.
not look at what Parker didn't do,
It's
and
what
let's look at what Zhang did.
That's what
do.
that's what I'm saying. I think he made that ring so small. He felt like he
Yeah.
had nowhere to
He
go.
made the ring
You know what I mean?
tiny
So
from
it's a
the jump.
That's what I'm saying. You've got to give the credit to Zhang. Parker did the best of what he had. You know what I mean?
I felt like Parker was sitting there a little bit. Yeah.
He it's a difficult one, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you don't know what it's like to have Zhang in front of you. You know what I mean? It might feel as if there's nowhere to go.
Well, right now, there's definitely somewhere to go because Zhang does not look good right now.
No, he's
Mate,
tired.
This here is a good round
He's
for
just
Parker.
absorbing the punches.
Yeah, it's mad.
Zhang's
That's it.
a 5-round fighter. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
For real.
Today he showed that.
Yeah.
He's a 5-round
He-
fighter.
Tired against Hergovich. He got Joe Joyce out there, but he didn't go past them.
You know what though? It's a
Yeah.
disgrace though, isn't it, when you're getting paid this amount of money?
I was right about to say, there's
That
a
was-
backhand. There's a backhand to the body that has been there the whole time for Zhang.
day.
It's
And
been
for
there the whole
Parker
time,
as well.
and he ain't been throwing
Parker
it.
and Zhang.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
Both got it there.
The thing is, one thing with Zhang, he's a lot more
breathing,
reactive
basically.
now to Parker.
Yeah.
Before he was walking it down,
Proactive,
he's
yeah.
looking a bit more hesitant now, like he's feeling the shots, the fatigue.
Wow, Ronaldo.
Ronaldo, my guy.
Or 9 Ronaldo, not
no.
Cristiano.
Ronaldo.
big dog.
Manny Pacquiao.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in the ring from what I've seen of recent.
Oh,
So-
man.
You know what I mean?
Jose.
Reno.
Wayne Rooney versus R9 Ronaldo boxing match.
Anything
Go
could
on.
happen right now.
Kel, bro.
I mean, Kell Brook is definitely desperate to get back in the ring.
Yeah.
The
He
money.
actually,
He's
he-
saying
you
the
see-
mo-
do you see him there? He looks in decent shape.
He
Like
looks
you can,
like he's
you
been
can always
training.
see it in Kel. You can see it in his like glands, in his neck,
been
when he
training.
fattens
I
up.
seen him back in
training.
the gym. He was in Ingles gym. He was training
Yeah.
I don't know if it was a few weeks, months back. I seen him.
Yeah.
He's definitely watching what's going on and thinking boxing's in the best place it's ever been right now in terms of financial opportunities. So,
Oh, there's a few people feeling like they missed their boat.
would you imagine?
Yeah.
Would you imagine retiring and all of a sudden the Saudi money arrives?
I'll tell you, be more pissed off than anyone.
I'd get them gloves
the
back
two
and
fighters
dust
who
them
should be
straight
more pissed off than anyone, David Hay and Tony Bellew,
Yeah.
because like they would have mixed it. They would have loved this sort of
Oh,
shit, which is
that
probably
would've
why
been great.
Bellew's
Would've been
thinking,
great.
should I come back?
Especially David Hay. David
yeah.
Hay loved the limelight.
Yeah,
he
he
loved,
was made for this.
He would have come out loving this.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
Andy
talk about
Ruiz
David.
and Dylan White, they're the two that want to be pissed off because David A and Tony Bellew were
look,
retired.
yeah.
They're,
No, that's true.
they're here now.
Yeah,
and
but you
they're-
can't be
they're
pissed.
not-
This guy burnt the fight.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Ruiz can't sit there and say he's pissed off because he's done absolutely nothing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This guy actually burnt
Zhang
the fight.
is gonna look like, they
What's-
robbed me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Zhang, after this, people don't want him to win anyway.
Yeah.
No.
'Cause he's
Honestly,
already
yeah.
an inconvenience.
If you watch back Zhang's fight against Jerry Forrest, he drops him 3 times, and I've watched that fight. A draw was not a robbery, not a bad decision. If you're dropping your man 3 times over a 10-round fight and you're drawing it at the end of it, I've seen this in Zhang.
Yeah,
I've seen that he's got this.
I wonder what it is.
I mean,
man.
it's not gone the way I thought it was going to go, but in terms of what
And
Zhang's done,
His output
Age,
isn't an exhausting output.
It's like
You know what I'm saying?
It's almost like I've been watching him on social, like on his Instagram and stuff like that. He seems to be always working hard, especially for this fight. But like,
good
it doesn't-
shot.
It doesn't look like is he not running? Is he not doing any cardio? Like,
man.
is he not sparring enough?
He ain't fucking running.
What's his English like?
With the
Can he
belly
coach
on
to
him,
get
I
through
doubt
it?
he's running, mate.
His
I'm in
English
better
is better
shape
than
than
his
this
cardio. I know that much.
guy. Honestly.
Yeah, there's definitely something in his training that he's not doing.
Yeah.
It's either sparring or he's not doing some form of cardio, running, cycling, something.
There's just no way he can be
Yeah,
running
yeah.
that much.
Maybe he's just 40 years old. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter what
Do
he
you know,
does.
do you know what I mean? Maybe his body is worn out. I
He
don't
needs
know.
Leon to sort him out for
Yeah,
the
he
next
does,
fight.
man. Leon
Yeah.
Wills Academy.
Leon Wills
Wills.com.
Academy. Hey.
Like, he's not in tune with what's going on in the fight.
Yeah. There's something not aligning with his
Yeah.
training with what we needs to do in a ring.
Do you think he thinks he's got this?
Yeah, he
He's got
does.
it.
The way he's acting.
Yeah,
is
he is.
I'm
he
not.
is.
Yeah.
I'm not even
Like,
sure.
I've got
if
the
he
2
thinks
knockdowns in the bag. I've got
Yeah.
this, and also he might be thinking, well, yeah, he's landing on me, but he's not hurting me,
Yeah.
and I've hurt him a few
That's
times.
stupid.
Yeah,
That's so
yeah,
dumb.
He
It's
landed, but
wrong.
it don't hurt.
It's wrong,
Yeah.
but I'm just trying to
I
get
just-
inside his mind because he's not showing the sort of
Yeah,
urgency. It's the
landing, but
12th
it don't
round.
hurt. Look,
12th
now
round.
Parker's won this fight,
Parker's
man.
sharp. Look at him.
I
Parker
can't believe
won
how
this
little
fight.
he's thrown. If you're unfit, you find him at the 12th round, you go for it.
Yeah, you go for
I
it.
think, when you're 20 stone and you're fatigued, like in your mind, there's nothing. You know what I mean? You just can't. He can't pull it out the bag. He hasn't got it in him. And he's blatantly been like this for a long time in his career. He hasn't got that.
He's failed because of this.
No,
Yeah,
Parker,
this is
good
just
boy.
him. You could say because he's age, but he's been like this every time I've ever seen him.
Parker looks good as well.
Yeah,
Since the final
yeah,
round,
man.
he's
Yeah.
still got movement, vim in him, feints. He won this fight.
He's
man.
always
Yeah.
conditioned for
Yeah,
the
this-
12.
you're
He
right.
is,
This
he
is
is, yeah.
he's always.
He
is-
won this, man.
Yeah, I'll give
You know what though? Boxing's weird, isn't it? You think
go.
yourself, you get dropped twice and still win the fight. It's
Well
mental,
done.
like,
It is.
Parker on
That's good
points.
boxing.
That's
Good
Parker on
boxing.
points.
Parker won that. I don't want Zhang's trainer must be big.
Oh, I'd be literally saying, listen, you need to leave.
Andy's smiling, so he knows
He
that
knows
they're in the bag.
It was a good
Channel
job
cap.
done.
Yeah,
Zhang's body language.
that's what you call throwing it away. Like, that is really upsetting as a coach. Like, you'd be pissed off.
Well, that fight's over, and now we've got knockout chaos to come.
Main event.
I don't know if I'm ready for it, you know. I'm nervous.
Nah, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
I'm quite. I'm in a good place mentally about this because I like both guys. So, like, as much as I'm rooting for Ngannou because it's the underdog story of underdog stories, AJ is a real cool guy. He's a legend, like, great champion for UK boxing. So, like, whoever wins, I'll be gutted for the other guy anyway.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So, like,
I agree. I'm the same.
It's one of the few fights where I'm going in being like, hey, they're both good guys. It's like back in the day when two good wrestlers would go against each other. Like, yeah.
It's
You don't
literally,
mind.
it's
You
really
don't
like I want both guys to win. It's like that's how weird. I'm
I want
an age.
AJ to win.
No, listen, I'm 100% on AJ. I'm 100%. But I mean, if Ngannou was fighting any other human being on the earth, I would want him to win.
you're back.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
just,
hard, you can't dislike what he's gone through to come
Yeah,
out.
man,
Like,
He's a very likable character.
Yeah.
Very likable.
and if he wins tonight, like just by, like even if it's just a fluky knockout, right?
I'll cry, but I'll be happy for him. You know what I
But
mean?
if he did win tonight, it would be the greatest, in my opinion.
The greatest story ever.
It would be the
it
greatest
is.
combat sports achievement ever because
Yes.
to beat a former world champion who's not long lost the belt and the level AJ is on when you're an MMA guy in your second ever boxing match, it would be mental.
I
Like.
think
crazy,
you
it's
could
crazy,
go as
it's
far to
crazy.
say not even in sports. I just think it's just an amazing story. It's just
It's a movie.
It's a movie story.
Yeah.
Take the sport out of the
Yeah.
equation. It's just an amazing story to come
Yeah.
from what he's come to be essentially he's on top of the world. Really,
I
isn't
mean, the guy, what is he, 37, something like that, and gone, apparently he was like homeless like 10 years ago.
That's what I mean. It wasn't
Yeah.
even that long
he?
ago.
That's what's even.
Yeah.
I thought when I first heard the story, because I haven't followed Ngannou all the way through.
Mm.
I've kind of knew about his career, but I didn't know the backstory
Mm-hmm.
of what he's been through. So I just presumed this was like 30 years ago
No.
as a young man growing up, like a child almost.
grown
I didn't
man.
realize this
He
was
was-
last week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
don't think he'd had any like fighting
No.
up until like 26 years old.
That
Yeah.
blew my mind when I heard that.
Yeah.
I thought he must have been fighting from a young age, and he struggled early on in his life, but like.
And even then, it was a bit of kickboxing, a bit of MMA. It wasn't boxing. You know what I mean? So that again is like it's a fucking.
how
head.
can you not want him to do well? How can you not want him to win? You know what I mean?
Oh,
but yeah,
If there's,
not at the cost of Anthony Joshua, unfortunately. for
Yeah,
me.
I get it. And look, I'm sure Dana White's somewhere right now, just like praying to God AJ fucking wrecks him because it would ruin Dana White. This would the fact that he's even getting the fight.
Well, would
ruining
it
Dana White.
ruin him really? Because it's kind of what you expect to happen to lose anyway. If he loses, in his second fight to
No, sorry. Dana White would be gutted if Ngannou won.
Oh, sorry,
Because
sorry,
he's turned his back on the UFC and went, fuck you.
Sorry, yeah.
And if he pulls that off, it would be
And
outrageous.
if Ngannou coming into boxing hasn't already encouraged
decision
other
taken
fighters
a
to
bit,
do it.
Oh, mate.
But yeah,
He
but if-
comes in and wins. Oh my God! Look at like
all
Aspinall.
of
who
them.
you-
But
who you
unfortunately,
recently
I don't think all of them could. I don't think we're not going to.
There's only one, mate.
There's only one in Ngannou. There's no I don't think he's
Even
no,
if Ngannou gets chinned tonight, which obviously in theory he should, regardless, I believe Ngannou should stick with boxing. I think he's going to make so much more money doing this than
Absolutely.
MMA. And I'd like, even then, I'd still like the same against, even if it's Dillian White or anyone.
Parker?
Apart, maybe.
Oh, Parker, go ahead, look at that.
Why, listen,
Parker won, as we
Yeah.
expect.
Go ahead.
why are you shocked, Zhang? You've done nothing in the last
He's
half
actually
of the
shocked,
fight.
you know.
He's shocked.
What are you shocked at?
Mate,
don't know
he
what
must be a fucking moron. And look, I know, like, with all due respect, you're all boxers, but they're not supposed to be the smartest people in the room, right? Like, they're not working for NASA. And I say this because they love me and they won't pick me up.
Majority
Right? I say this with respect. But, like, this man must be the dumbest boxer ever because he had that fight in the palm of his fucking
He
hand.
had the fight.
The guy was on his arse,
He
mate.
walked back to his corner, celebrating, giving it the old
Yeah.
shimmy.
Oh, yeah.
Mate, he did the Ngannou dance, but it wasn't time for that.
I like this fella with his top off.
Do you know what it is?
Shout out to Joseph Parker
This-
though. He boxed well, man.
Absolutely, yeah. You took the words out of my mouth. Like, I am happy for him because I feel like he's had to get over a lot of emotional things in his career to find that inner confidence, and teaming up with Andy Lee has been the best thing that he's ever done.
And Parker's so likable. Mate, going back to those
too nice.
those social media videos that he dropped when he was like dancing with his missus, I'm like, mate, you're fucking classy.
Yeah.
Like, you're hilarious.
Yeah.
He nailed the Hugh Grant.
I'm like, look at him cuddling his brother.
Mate, Fury's happy. Do you know why? Because he's found a new guy to go and take out all the pesky bastards who might be coming for Fury.
He's like, yeah,
you got to get through Parker before you see me.
Yeah.
He's like a bodyguard.
Perfect excuse. Go and get worn down, get a few miles on the clock, then I'll come and see you.
Genuinely, I bet you wish you could throw Parker in with Usyk before he fights him.
It's mad to think all them years ago Parker beat Hughie Fury. That was a majority decision.
I forgot about that.
That was how Parker and Tyson met.
Ah, right, okay.
Through Joseph Parker fighting Hughie Fury. That was. Do you know what? That's really weird that I remember this. But do you know how that fight was broadcast? Live on YouTube. It's one of the first ever, first and probably only ones out of like the pro boxing stuff that's gone out live on YouTube. Yeah, Hughie Fury against Parker.
That's when you know times are harder.
Yeah.
I mean, Zhang's going to have
I don't want to see this guy with his head down.
No?
He doesn't deserve to have his head
He's
down.
an idiot.
Yeah. Like, he genuinely thought that he won because of them 2 knockdowns.
He needs to have his head down in shame for himself.
Mate, you were celebrating in round 4.
Because you can't...
Honestly, in a 12-round fight, celebrating in round 4, drops him again in round 8, and then does nothing.
He's just been given an absolute amazing opportunity after beating Joe Joyce, and yet he could continue to do this, but it wasn't even like... It was just a terrible...
I got a question for you, lads, because obviously, right, you're all fighters, right? We see Ngannou and AJ warming up, hitting pads fucking ages ago. Like, it's been a while now. Like, how far before you actually do your ring walk do you really want to be hitting pads and stuff like that? Because
it's all individual.
As a heavyweight, and look, I always think about conserving energy, right? Like, how much energy do you want to be expending before you go out and do your ring walk? And how long do you want to be hitting pads for?
The sort of energy you'll use in a fight isn't the sort of energy you'd use in the changing room anyway. Like, that sort of intensity. So I think unless you're absolutely beasting yourself on the pads, but most boxers don't really do that in the changing room.
Because I think people, often, when they quickly put the camera on the changing rooms, most people think that they're probably spending rounds doing pads. You're doing like 10 seconds. Shake your arms off. You're moving around, getting in the mind of whatever the game plan is. Shaking it off, sitting down, getting back up. It's just little bursts. That's just to keep you warm, get your mind in the right place, and
that's what it is. Yeah, your mind.
It's all it is. You're not exactly exerting yourself. Maybe the last. I mean, again, this is all totally individual because some guys need a little bit longer warm up to really get themselves ready. Some guys don't want to exert too much. They only need maybe 20 minutes to switch on and kind of get warm and then go. It's all individual, but you certainly not want. It's meant to be a warm up. You don't want to exert yourself as such. All you're doing is trying to gradually warm up and get your mind in the right place.
Have either of you two ever been the float?
In
the float?
No, I haven't, and I would hate to be.
I always
what float? Oh, the
float.
float.
As in like the float fight.
No,
I always think like that's the worst fucking thing you can do.
The fight that is not actually designated.
Well,
it just comes it like there'll be an early knockout somewhere. The next one's not
And
ready. They'll
just,
get him in.
quickly
But
get in.
I think 20% of the time the float doesn't even go on, or it goes on like I've seen quite a lot of the main event, and then they do the float and the arena's
after
empty.
the main event. That must be.
When everyone's left, you've been warming up for 5 hours.
Because you literally could be on from the second fight until maybe after the main event. It's mad. And in the ones that have got licenses and that, like certain licenses on venues, say like O2 or something like that, where they got a license on the alcohol, and as well train lines and buses will close off. Sometimes the float don't get on if it don't.
Yeah, there's a cut off point.
The fight.
And then you've done a training camp to be that must be the worst thing ever.
That
man.
would be painful.
That's a horrible situation to be in.
Don't make us wait, for fuck's sake. Just get Francis at the top of the...
They're going to make us wait, Brian.
They can't, mate. They can't. Come on.
Hey,
they will, because these will need to know exactly when they're going to be on, and then they want their proper warm. There's too much
hands look sharp.
Mate, Francis is improving. Guaranteed.
His hands look sharp.
Guaranteed.
His hands look sharp, man. I like the way he's letting
and he's extending that backhand.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. Come on, son.
When you see him in the gym, probably with 16-ounce gloves, and then all of a sudden he's got them 10
ounces on. Yeah, that's when the wax are coming in.
Yeah.
Do you know the thing that gives me a bit of hope for Francis coming into this fight is he has death touch power. It's a little bit Deontay Wilder-esque in that you see people just go limp. And I've seen him hit people where I've genuinely had to see the replay 2 or 3 times to understand what happened there. Like Cain Velasquez when he went close to him. And a lot of people, when they get close to him, he hits these sneaky little uppercuts where you think, there can't be much on that. But there's 270 fucking pounds on the end of that hand, right? Like, it's going through the guy's chin. And I'm interested to see, like, with the confidence from the first fight, will that version of Francis come out? Because obviously I'm fully aware that technically AJ is going to be way more skilled than him. Right. But in MMA, with 4-ounce gloves, not 10-ounce gloves, it took virtually nothing for him to sleep people. And they were going in the first round, 40 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes. And obviously in boxing, because he was held back so much in that first fight, he was barely throwing the right hand even. Like, it was so restricted. In this fight, if he goes forward and he does that, it would be amazing to see him do it in boxing as well, to see him just death touch someone like that.
It's difficult because I definitely think his power, it doesn't need to travel, as we've seen on that punch machine just recently. It doesn't need to travel very far to get the power, where someone like Deontay Wilder, he needs a bit more space.
He winds right up, doesn't he?
His technique's, better, but he can really generate that leverage on his shots. But I also think, even in MMA fighters, despite them being tough guys, I know you're saying them guys take a lot of shots, but boxers are a lot better at riding the shots and, moving slightly. Generally speaking, when you see these MMA guys get hit, they seem to get hit a lot cleaner, if you know what I'm saying.
But because it's more easier to predict in boxing what's coming, because you're not worrying about takedowns,
multiple other stuff. Exactly. So that's the difference.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I still think, 10 ounces, he can definitely do serious damage with. We've seen it with what he done. Like, we've talked about Fury's chin being good, and he hit Fury with not really a big shot, and it managed to drop. I know he wasn't like exactly seriously hurt, but we're seeing just with a short little left hook, it done damage. And if we want to compare AJ's chin to Tyson Fury, I mean, it's hard to compare, but you'd say that Fury's. Has he got a better chin? I don't know. It's a difficult one to say, really.
Better powers of recovery. I don't know.
It's more. I think with Fury, it's more recovery versus actually one initial shot.
But Ngannou landed that shot when he was coming under fire, because Fury's throwing the 1-2, but he was throwing that 1-2 because he had just landed the 1-2. Yeah. So he had just had success of it, but bomb, and then he had thought, that worked. I'll go that again. But bang.
But you could also say that, for instance, example against Andy Ruiz, when he hit him with that same left hook, he was in with a boxer who had a lot more better technique and definitely put more power through the shot.
We've got some donations. Big love to the chat, by the way. If you haven't already, hit the like button, subscribe. We are not long away now from Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou. Nico says, thoughts on Viddal versus Jake Paul? Big love. You've inspired us to get back in the gym. Viddal, Jake Paul, he's just below you in the rankings. Do you think he'd ever...
You better answer that question.
I was saying to Lee the other day, hopefully it's my retirement fund.
One day.
That's my retirement fund.
Would love to see Wade on here next time. Big up Joey, been a fan for a while now. Looking forward to watching, up in California. Love the content, pursuing a football career in content creation because of you guys. Good luck, mate. Big love. Viddal, when's your next fight?
31st of March, O2 Arena. Grab your tickets.
I think what people don't understand when it comes to when people talk Jake Paul and Viddal, that just because he's knocking out these ex-MMA guys, these old guys, like, they don't understand the level of actual proper professional fighters like Viddal, like the level, the gulf.
Do you know whose fault that
is? He don't understand.
No, but that's boxing's fault.
You would understand when he was in there.
Jake would know. But that's boxing's fault.
No, but I'm talking about
the padded record.
The average casual fan watching, they probably look at the fight and think, Jake Paul maybe could compete, but it just simply wouldn't happen. It's the levels are just too far, and people don't appreciate that average casual fan. And I just think people need to realise, you know what I mean?
Is your fight on the Fraser Clark? Sick. Yeah. That's a really good card, isn't it?
Good card.
That's because you got. Is it Chris Congo's on that card against Marku? That's it. Yeah.
Out in rest.
Ben Whitaker.
Wardley versus Fraser. I know you love Fraser, right?
Because he was one of my best
Yeah.
pals on GB. So
Do we all agree that it's a really tough fight for Fraser?
I'm backing Fraser. It's a really tough fight
Yeah.
for him. I'm backing Fraser.
yeah, I'm backing him.
Fraser.
But are you confident that he can win?
But Wardley's a favourite, isn't
I'm
he?
putting it on you. I'm putting it on you because I don't want to answer it.
If I hadn't seen
know, man, but I'm
Fabio
backing him.
Wardley get wins against the likes of Nathan Gorman and against Adelaide,
He has
in
a
his
good
last
resume.
one. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That
Then
Adelaide
I
fight
would have
was
gone.
really good on him. Like.
Yeah.
Fabio Wardley had 4 unlicensed fights, and that was it. No amateurs. So if I hadn't
freaking
seen him
it.
get those couple of wins over guys that had been through the amateur system, nowhere near to the level Fraser Clark has, I'd be going, where's Fraser Clark then? But because I've seen him win against a couple of guys, I'm like,
That's what I mean.
He's another guy with it's his physical attributes, his speed, his power. It's like
Yeah,
you know,
it's his spirit.
his spirit,
He's down to
his
scrap.
belief. Yeah, it's not like he hasn't got them. He's learning on the job, isn't he? He hasn't got these fundamentals from going from the juniors to the seniors. It's he's literally used his natural physical attributes, and he's been able to compete and gradually learn on the job. But I think he's done amazing, really, considering his
really good
background.
job.
Didn't he fight in your league, Wardley? The one that
no, he just fought
Similar to
license. I fought once on the same night as Anthony Yard.
Oh,
He
right.
fought on there. He had one fight.
Oh,
and
he
came
fought
in-
on licensing as well?
He fought on the Queensbury, this league that I used to box on.
Okay.
And he came in and he fought one of like the good, considered like good unlicensed guys on there. And I remember seeing him on the pads, and it was like the Mayweather type tippy tappy pads. And I remember thinking, dunno, this guy's fighting's tough. Anthony Yard just blasted him out in about 15 seconds. Absolutely smashed him.
The levels to
Yeah.
it. Levels to it.
Yeah.
All right, lads, let's talk about methods of victory. How do you say, if Anthony Joshua wins, how do we visualise it? How does it go down? What are you saying?
Pretty much see, like we said, the Ruiz too. I say a good, but I do believe he'll. I think because he's in there with a fighter not as skilled as like legs of Andrew Ruiz, I think he'll be able to hold his feet that little bit longer in moments.
To punish Ngannou's defensive
Because
mistakes.
I really think he'll have to at times, set his feet a little bit and dig them in to get Ngannou's respect. But I see a very sensible. Like a sensible fight where he's boxing on the jab, moving, lots of movement, side to side. That's how I see it, really. I don't see him.
Do you still think he can do that at that weight, though? Because he is carrying...
AJ?
Yeah.
I think he's
'Cause
looking leaner. He's looking lean for me.
I think he was quite lean. He was very lean for Ruiz, too.
I can't remember exactly what the weight is, but I know when I'm looking at him here, he looks quite lean.
I think he's in the perfect shape.
But
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing is, the way he fought Ruiz too, that was more of the Joby Clayton style.
Yeah.
it's a different,
Nice, Ben
different
Davidson. He looks like he's doing catching and shooting.
Can I just give you an
Counter.
update? Anthony Joshua, when he fought Ruiz, was 237 pounds. He was a stone lighter. for
Oh,
that
seriously,
fight.
that
So
much?
just as I suspected.
Yeah.
Same.
But it's you're obviously right.
I
but,
just look at him now and I think you're not as on your bike.
No, he's
to
not
look
going to be. I don't think he's going to be on his back like that. I honestly think he's going to be moving around him.
Yeah.
But not on the back.
No,
to
no.
Be,
Yeah.
wasting energy. I think he'll be there picking the shots and trying to
Yeah.
just.
I don't
move
think he'll
around
be able to
and
do
go.
what he done against Ruiz. You're right, because Ruiz was massively overweight.
And he
He's
was
very
just
slow on his feet.
there in the middle.
Dude,
you know
his,
what I mean?
his short little legs as well. Yeah, like Francis has got some big legs, big long legs.
And evidently, we've just seen the size of the ring. So again, he won't be able to move like that either. So he's
Yeah,
gonna
that ring back in fucking Saudi last time was
Yeah, yeah.
huge,
was
wasn't
huge.
it?
So
It was a
big
fucking
ring.
stadium in itself, that ring.
So he's basically going to have to box
Hmm.
sensibly. He's not going to have to. He can't hold his feet for too long, but he's going to, in spurts, going to have to gain Ngannou's respect
With
because
them combinations.
If he doesn't gain Ngannou's respect very early,
It's long.
it's going to be a long night for him. So he needs to, dig a few shots in early to let Ngannou realise he's not in with a Tyson Fury. He's in with Anthony Joshua. So that's how I say it.
Authority has to be stamped down straight away.
There's no.
I'm thinking for Francis, if I could make my case for my guy,
Okay.
he needs to cut the ring off.
Yeah,
he needs to get up close. He needs to go to the body a little bit, just because AJ's guard is, I think, really good. I think actually Fury's guard isn't as good as AJ's guard.
No.
Even though Fury's head movement and stuff is a little bit better, you could argue. And then when he does land, he needs to land more than one shot. I don't think you should be looking for that, because when Andy Ruiz fucked AJ up, it was with 2s and 3s, sometimes even 4s. And then I'd clinch with him and I'd rough him up a bit and make him feel a bit weak and demoralise him.
Ngannou's definitely got to think about trying to clinch.
Yeah.
And create a dirty boxing vibe.
He needs to
you know what
start
I mean?
fast.
Yeah.
Don't let AJ get no rhythm.
Nah.
I don't actually rate AJ's clinch game all that much personally.
You know what it is? I can't even think
got
of how
the uppercut.
he doesn't clinch.
No, but think about when Andy Ruiz was fucking him up. What's the go-to move? It's to get a hold of him.
Yeah.
He's the bigger man, and he never really did.
Yeah.
He didn't like. If there's one weakness, because AJ is actually really basically fantastic.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I think, it's the clinch. I'm not really. Whereas Fury's clinch game is good, and Ngannou made it look average.
I think it's more about not so much when I think of clinch, it's like in AJ's inside game, like you see, he's got a great uppercut, and I think he's all right inside to an extent. I don't think he's a great inside fighter, but he knows how to stop guys.
I think he's better at everything else. Is my point.
A bit like you know when Lennox Lewis back in the day, he knew what to do when guys come close. He wasn't a guy who's going to stand in like that's not his game to stand in the pocket and try and fight
he'll
and clinch.
control you.
He knows how to control. He knows what shots to throw to kind of prevent you and kind of put you off from getting in that range. That's what AJ does. But I think the difference is in terms of clinch game, when he's hurt, he doesn't really know how to deal with being hurt in clinch. So I think it's very different to kind of saying, can he inside fight or in terms of when his head's clear? But the difference is when he was in close with a Ruiz, it was because he was hurt and his senses were scrambled and he didn't know exactly how to kind of survive in a clinch. That's kind of the difference.
I can't think of any sort of GB fighter that is certified in the clinch.
Yeah.
I don't think they really. They don't really do
they
clinch.
don't. When you've come through the Olympic style, the clinching's not. You're not meant to be clinching.
You're supposed to clinch.
They don't want you to do that. So and you look at the average British fighter, a British coach. It's not like the Americans who are very slick and close and they kind of teach you all the tricks. A lot of I'm speaking on probably on the majority. There's going to be good coaches out there who teach that. But I feel as if I want to put a general thing on a lot of British coaches, generally speaking, that inside game isn't really traditionally British fighters' strengths.
Tell you who's not bad, Buatsi.
Yeah, but
In the clinch. I was thinking now, and I was thinking, who from the GB teams? Buatsi's not
but
bad.
Then, he went to Virgil Hunter to learn it and then improve it.
And I think with him, it's a bit of a natural thing. I think he's always been a bit of a. He can do a mid-range fighter. He wants to get in the pocket. It's something that he's developed. He's kind of traditionally not the typical amateur GB fighter. If you look at the way he fought, even in the Olympics, he stopped. I think it was not Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan or something.
Yeah.
He stopped a guy, and it's like traditionally we don't see a lot of stoppages in the amateurs, and he knocked a guy. I can't remember what the shot was, but he can fight. He goes to really take your head off, and traditionally amateur boxers from Britain generally go to outbox guys. So he's probably an exception to a lot of the guys. A bit like watching that Nick Ball. Traditionally, British fighters don't fight like that, but he gets inside and tries to fight. So
I think we're in for an opportunity to really find out about AJ. I said this earlier on,
he's looking serious. Everyone's looking serious now.
AJ's got, in every single time he walks that walk, he knows I'm bigger than you, I hit harder than you, and you will have to respect that. And in his entire record, I went through it this morning and I remember going, smaller, 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 smaller. Everyone's smaller. And the only guy who weighed more than him was Andy fucking Ruiz, who was a little fat bastard, let's be honest. And he actually was the one who fucked him up. Why? Because maybe you could take the shot. Maybe 268 pounds, you could take the shot. And I'm looking at Francis Ngannou going, maybe you can. And I know you can fucking give one. So if AJ is as technically skilled as he should be, he should absolutely outbox Francis Ngannou. But if Anthony Joshua has been overly relying on his physical gifts that he's been given from day one, and he's in front of someone who may be as gifted, he should then be able to go, right, I've got the skill on you. If he can't outskill Ngannou, I think he's going to get hammered in the press. I think if he loses this fight, if he thought losing to Alexander Usyk, who in my opinion is a pound for pound great, was bad, if he loses to Francis, his reputation and his career's in tatters. So if we're talking about pressure, as Francis makes his walk right now, there's way more pressure on Anthony Joshua than there is Francis Ngannou, who is looking like a fucking Terminator right now. I've never seen a man wear pink and look more fucking scary.
He's rich now.
I'm going to put my pink shirt on now. Fuck that.
He's rich now. You just start wearing what you like.
Mate,
for real.
when you look like that.
I do think though everybody underestimates Anthony Joshua's skill set and just looks. He's talking.
I'm
about
not
his
saying that though.
physical attributes. I think
But tonight's where you prove it because you're in front of someone. See, that's the issue. You're always the bigger, stronger guy. So we're always going to look at the skill set as second because you're a fucking chiseled Greek god. Yeah. Whereas now you're in front of a bigger chiseled Greek god. So now you have to use your skill set. And if you can't use your skill set against a day 2 boxer, well, then you want shot because you've had 20 years of, let's be honest, the British taxpayers fucking funded Anthony Joshua's career, right? The Olympic team, we fucking put the money in. So you should be able to fucking go and school this guy. Yeah. Absolutely you should. Because if AJ went in the cage, if you think Ngannou's not doing him in 1 minute, you're wrong. He'll fucking take him down and strangle him or break his arm, whatever he wants.
This is where every boxing conversation that most boxers and probably us guys sitting around the table would always, pick AJ every time. But this is where Ngannou's such a freak of nature. Like he kind of makes every argument just seem weak. You know what I mean? Like he's just got that ability because he's such a machine. It's just like.
Do you know what? It's funny because who's the lad on Sky Sports, man? The bald geezer, the old guy who what's his name? The old he's like
Funds.
No,
he's not on
I can't remember. He's a commentator for Sky. Anyway, he was like, I've only met 2 guys who I believe every word that they believe. And he goes, there's Mike Tyson and Francis Ngannou. Yeah. And I knew what he meant,
Johnny Nelson.
It was Johnny.
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
Johnny.
It
was Johnny. And I knew what he meant because I felt it too. When I met Francis, I thought, I didn't feel like this when I met Tyson Fury. I didn't feel like this when I met Israel Adesanya. I didn't feel like this when I met Francis has an aura.
Yeah.
And that's a word that we throw around. But it's actually true about him.
But I feel it even watching him on the telly.
Yeah.
Sometimes when he's getting asked questions and you ask a certain question, he's all smiling, and all of a sudden his face just changes. And it's like, I feel it. I'm intimidated through the screen. You know what I mean? So
let's see what AJ's face is like. All business by the looks of it.
He's focused.
Let's go, AJ.
Let's go. Know who you are.
Know who you are.
Like we said hours ago. Know who you are. Because if he knows who he is, he should make easy work at
box.
this. Just box. That's
see.
what you gotta do. But love to everyone again that's tuning in.
Yeah, hit the like
on
button.
The Real Wills channel.
the like button,
tuning
guys.
in right now. Grab your t-shirts on the link in the description. Leon Wills Academy, Living Sports, Real Wills. That's us. Brian's gonna wear it soon.
Bro, we've got 50,000 votes, by the way. Shout out to the chat. We love you.
55.
We got 50,000 votes to say who they think's going to win. And obviously they're voting emotionally. But AJ KO, 21%. AJ points, 23%. So that's in total 44% for AJ to win. Oh. Francis Ngannou by KO, 48%. So Francis by KO, I think they're all. You know what? It's partly my fault because I think I've got everyone with them.
It's you, man. Yes, you sold it. You sold it well.
Mate,
Who is
I'm not gonna lie.
I deserve pay-per-view points for the fucking job I've done. I convinced Carl Froch that he might have a chance.
You've done well. You do put up strong arguments for France.
Do you know what it is, mate? I just love the guy. Honestly, he's a
It's his
fucking
story,
legend.
man.
It's his story.
Mate,
Everyone,
that
listen,
story.
man, from the ground up.
Yeah.
From the ocean up. From anything up.
AJ looks like he's doing a bit of a moment in the corner here, having a kneel down. Got his gum shield in, ready to roll. Mate, you know who you're looking at now, AJ? You're looking at a real dog, right? Yeah. Big Frano, takes head kicks, eats them like they're sandwiches.
it's crazy to think that this fight is arguably his biggest test on every level, on a physical level, emotional level, just at this stage of his career. It's
In
so
terms of
temperament-
athletically, there's no doubt about it. He's never fought a bigger, stronger guy in his life, athletically. Skill-wise, you'd probably say Klitschko is his biggest test.
Skill-wise, absolutely, yeah. But it's just,
you know Klitschko? Klitschko was 240 that night.
Yeah.
I just think in terms of like where he is in his career, because when he fought Klitschko, AJ was kind of on top of the world mentally. You know what I mean?
He knew he was winning that, didn't he?
He was in a good place
Yeah.
mentally. He's had a lot of fractured. His mind's a bit fractured since then. But right now, this is, God, a guy you having his second fight is possibly his
Do you not
biggest-
think we're going to find out, though, like, all of the questions now, like, about... Because I feel like, honestly, I've got so much respect for Francis as an indestructible human. If you put a beat down on Francis Ngannou, even if it isn't his fucking first sport, I still got to hold my hands up and go, fuck me. You knocked out a man I've never even seen hurt before, ever, who's had, 20 MMA fights?
Yeah.
And he's took on... Even when Stipe was at his best and he was gassed out and he had nothing left, Stipe never hurt him. So if you hurt him, I'm like, you're the real fucking
If he beats Francis Ngannou in any way, I think then we can definitively say that AJ's turned a corner.
He's back.
In terms
Yeah.
of, from
crazy
you know,
that
when
a
we were
guy-
looking at...
This is the solidification.
Yeah.
It's crazy that we're
Yeah.
even saying this.
This
A guy
is it.
coming from MMA would never normally say
No.
this. It's,
Yeah. Never,
it's just,
ever.
but you know,
But you know when Otto Wallen looks as feeble as he did in that last fight, it's not enough for me. I
Oh,
need,
no, it wasn't
I
for me.
need someone who's a real hard test.
Franklin and Hellenius, both of them fights, I was still like,
yeah.
Yeah.
you won, but you ain't showed me nothing. Otto Wallen, I'm like, right, that's the old AJ that I like to see. Little bit refined, little bit fine-tuned, looking good. If he goes and beats Ngannou here, then that's it. Then I'm like, right, he's back.
it just goes to show how much of an animal we're all thinking Ngannou is. He's like a different breed, isn't he? He's like it's crazy.
This
This is definitely a small ring, you know. When they
It is
zoom out
a
on it, I'm like, this is a small
knockout
ring.
chaos.
Because normally when there's people in the ring, it can still look like there's space.
Yeah, yeah.
But I feel as if now, because there's people in, there's just no space in the ring.
Dewey and this.
He's a scary looking man, and
he
he.
stands by that.
I see
you know.
this is Dewey's big fight.
Yeah.
He wants to put his name on the map. He wants the respect.
Always.
He's been dying for this respect.
He's put years of work.
Years and years and
Years of
years.
work.
And this is where he wanted to originally be. You know, you hear him say MMA was just because it was an opportunity. There was no opportunity in boxing. He's finally arrived, and it's like, I'm going to make the most of this. Like, he's a guy who doesn't waste opportunities, you know what I mean?
If he gets this win, clients going to be flocking to him.
Oh,
my
You know,
days.
you know how it goes,
Oh,
man.
my days. You know how
He might
it
win
goes.
Coach of the Year.
He might win Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
Honestly.
If Dewey pulls this off,
Yeah.
mate, this man needs a fucking...
Dewey's already underrated as a coach.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he's already extremely underrated. He doesn't get the fame of his achievements.
Well, interestingly, Ben Davison is a little bit of an anomaly in that he has very little in-ring experience and is yet seen as a great coach.
Yeah.
Dewey has way more in-ring experience than Ben coming into this.
it's interesting because that's always the conversation. Do you need to be a boxed yourself to kind of be a good
I don't
coach,
think so.
or work at least box to a decent level?
Yeah.
But you know, I personally
Just
think
got to understand.
I personally think that it's great if you have been in there, even in this at any level, even if you've only been white collar. But you can still, like anything, you can learn the game, do an apprenticeship, be around great coaches, be around boxing. You can still learn it. But I think from the psychological point of view, it's always
Fuck
good.
me, lads.
It's always good. If
When you look at the British ones though, like Shane McGuigan, Adam Booth, Ben Davison now, all of them only ever fought
Shit.
as amateurs. None of
There we go.
Listen, it's
yeah,
not-
we
it's a-
go.
That's calm.
who will win?
Fuck me, the audience, even on Sky, the audience are leaning towards Ngannou.
Jesus, that's a surprise.
Mate,
That.
I think people are emotional. I'm emotional. I'm wanting Francis to win for the story, for the icon that he would become.
His story's bigger than boxing.
No, it is. Yeah, it's
That's the
insane.
reason.
I think that's part of it. I've definitely romanticized. I'm all about
Oh,
it. AJ,
Hey,
came out with
it started.
Oh my God.
Little check hook. Okay.
fuck me.
No one's even talking
Even
no
I'm
more.
breathing.
Yeah, everyone
My
stopped talking.
breathing stopped.
I wouldn't care. Francis is doing that thing he was doing against Fury.
Ooh,
Yeah,
nice
that
check
good
hook.
Coming again.
Come on, Francis. Put it
we
on.
know
him.
he's got
Stick
that
it on
on
him,
the
That's
son.
in his locker.
Yeah.
Let's find out what he is. Come on.
That's in his locker.
He's stiff though. AJ just needs to keep fainting. Take his time.
Take his time. Take his time. And just make
Yeah.
it a boxing match. Make it a boxing
That's
match.
it.
I-
Throw that
yeah.
jab. Move.
I mean, size-wise, they look very comparable right now.
Yeah.
No, there's not loads in it.
He's making him.
Francis looks a bit nervous.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
a
he
bit
looks
uneasy.
Different.
He's a bit
He looks a
uneasy.
lot different than when he fought Fury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nice little hook.
That landed there.
Nice left hook from Francis.
That one, the first one landed.
AJ to the body.
He's got more of a respect for
Oh,
Yeah.
AJ is a little bit stationary here. Francis needs to go for him, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Francis did
Stick
just
on.
try to
He
go
just
for
did
him.
try.
But he's a bit uncomfortable.
that was
Yeah.
the first time he went back into MMA where he kind of ran forward a little bit.
Yeah.
And Nganou's uncomfortable for sure.
Yeah, he's in with another specimen, you know what I mean? Even for Ngannou, he's used to being the bigger guy, the bigger specimen. He's now in with someone very similar.
AJ's just standing with a bit of a long guard, you know.
But you know what?
Yeah, just
AJ
keep
looks
that
a little
range.
bit heavy on his feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
AJ is very heavy on
He's
his
actually
feet.
getting hit with a bit too
He's
many
gonna go
shots
over the
again so
top of
early.
the right hand.
You have
Yeah,
to.
that's
You
the
have
plan.
to admit, Francis has outlanded him so far in the first round.
AJ's thrown a couple of
Yeah,
jabs
he's
to the
got a
body
shoot to
in
the
a
body.
second.
Right hook from Francis.
He's going to go over the top with a right hand in a second. And
He's
then
forgot about that move now. After
Yeah.
that right hook.
Yeah.
Is he switched
He
southpaw?
switched. Yeah, he switched.
This is what he does.
Yep, got that range now.
AJ's half decent against Southpaws,
Southpaws,
though,
yeah,
you know.
No, you know,
I'm
he
not,
knows
not,
how to.
not
he
taking
knows
that
how
on
to
the
box
Usyk
himself.
thing, because
Yeah.
Usyk's different gravy, but
Yeah.
This is how I expected the beginning of the fight to be, though.
yeah.
Both. Southpaw.
I told you yesterday. People are saying that he couldn't hurt Ngannou.
Why you want to
Listen,
turn
listen.
southpaw?
People go southpaw and they
Come on,
can't.
Francis.
Not
They
against,
don't
not
defend.
against, not
They
against
can't
world class.
defend.
Like,
No, he
come
went
on,
southpaw.
AJ, be calm.
Why you want to
If
turn?
AJ
He
does
switched
him in
back.
the first
He
round,
switched
oh my
back
God.
real quick.
Mate, that would
Yeah, then he
humiliate
switched back
Tyson
real quick.
He
Fury.
switched back real quick. He's back
Listen,
to orthodox
AJ,
now.
be calm because he's still going
Yeah.
to be dangerous.
Yeah, don't get-
AJ nearly went into Andy Ruiz where he got a bit excited. Be calm
Hey.
because he's still going to be dangerous.
Oh.
Breathe. Hey, we're in the main event. We're in the main event now.
I'm trying to gauge how hurt Francis was by
I
that.
think that was flash. I don't think he was massively hurt because he was still
No,
there.
I think he was alright. I think he's
Yeah,
alright.
Because there's like sometimes you get off balance, sometimes it's real
No, that
clean.
was
I couldn't really tell.
That was a
It was a
flash
flash.
knockdown.
I actually
He
think
won't
that
be
Francis was
switching
winning
again.
that round.
Yeah.
I think that other than the knockdown, Francis outlanded it.
Yeah, he was having a good
Yeah.
round.
I'm
He was having a very
interested
good
to
round.
see now whether he turns southpaw again, because
He
against
ain't
Fury he was
turning
constantly
again.
turning. We said it right as
Don't
we
be
went
seen,
there.
it was-
Look,
I said
look,
AJ's
look,
quite
look.
good against southpaws.
What did you think? What did you think?
No, his eyes are wide open.
Yeah, I think
That-
he's all right actually. There, I think it was a little bit like the Fury knockdown.
Yeah.
where Francis dropped Fury.
No,
I don't think he was hurt.
No,
I think
no.
he was actually a little bit off balance as well at the time.
Nah, he wasn't on balance because he wasn't even moving. It was nothing to do with balance.
He just got fainted and
yeah.
What?
His back leg went. His leg come
Yeah.
in. It was a flash knockdown. Like
I
his
don't
eyes were
think we'll
wide
be seeing
open.
southpaw
He
again.
didn't. He wasn't switched off, but he just needs to be calm because when he
I heard
did
something
drop
in the
him-
back there, by the way. So them lot in the back need to stop giving it away.
Listen,
I heard something as
Yeah,
well.
I knew something was coming. I'm like, these fuckers have said something.
when he dropped him though, AJ did nearly get excited and let his hands go in and Ngannou through a combination.
He smothered him.
I can't think of a worse person to be a wounded animal than Francis, though. So, like,
Hey.
he does need to treat him,
Yeah.
like, carefully. Do you know what I mean?
That's what I was
Back on
thinking
his
as soon as he
boxing,
got up.
Mate, nothing would have helped AJ's confidence more than that.
Yeah.
But I just need him to stay calm and not get too carried away.
Imagine. Not
Oh,
chaos.
He's been
that-
using a
that-
sharp jab, but
Yes.
Wild hand.
Ngannou's very quick to respond. Like
He's quick, you know,
He
his
wants,
timing.
he's looking to throw as soon as you throw. And that's
what
dangerous.
That's what he's got. He's got timing, excellent timing.
So now we're in a position.
Do you know what
where-
timing beats? Speed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's see.
This is why he's dangerous.
That right hand
Still
is way.
looking for that hook,
He needs
though.
to throw that right hand on AJ because it's wide open if he does.
It's just the way AJ's going down the body, he's staying down there a bit too long.
Tell you what, AJ's position of his own right hand's pretty good here, though, considering Ngannou keeps shooting that.
He's
He's
throwing
doing the
that
right
quick
thing, throwing a double jab to Francis'
Yeah,
right hand,
he's
keeping it
doing good.
occupied.
I'm actually surprised that, even though the knockdown happened, I'm not looking at this thinking AJ's boxing his head off. Or I feel like Francis is outlanding AJ right now.
AJ is definitely, you're right, with having Ben Davison, he's definitely holding his feet a little bit more.
Good
Good
shot,
shot,
AJ.
Yeah,
Good
yeah,
shot
yeah.
from AJ
That was
there.
that lovely slip counter that he does.
Honestly, I think that didn't land as good as you think.
Listen,
Brian said Ngannou is with
I
it.
love Ngannou. Stop it.
I love that level of bias. I don't even think it landed.
I just think you're seeing things, lads.
He said no.
Come on, Francis, you still do this.
Hey.
Listen,
You come through worse than this. You bastard. Stop it.
Brian's so funny.
Honestly, man.
This is it's entertaining though because
This is-
you're literally on the edge watching.
Mate, I feel
listen,
it. I
I'm
can
not.
feel it.
My breathing, I don't think I'm even breathing properly.
Double jab, Francis. Come on, son. Do you know what? The more I watch him in the boxing ring, even if he loses this, he definitely
He's there.
he can be.
He's
mate,
there.
all of this that you lot said, no offense, this Southern area title stuff about Francis, he's a problem for
Yeah.
boxers in
No,
this
this
division.
yeah,
mate.
of
this
course.
was
And he's showing he's showing the Joshua right now some problems. Yeah,
this was
already.
before we've seen him actually.
Oh,
Oh!
He's,
Oh!
see, that,
He got him
that
again.
slip counter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Come on, Francis, son.
Boy.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
son.
We saw what Ben Davis was
Listen.
doing in the warm-up.
Yep.
We
Come
saw
on,
what
son.
Ben Davis was doing in the warm-up with him.
Using
Listen.
his jab.
Well, everyone said it because Ngannou throws a lot of wide shots and
His defense is not
straight shots down the middle.
It's just his defense.
Oh, he's out! He's out!
Done. Big
Come
AJ.
on.
Big Nigerian. Big
Sorry, lad.
Let's go.
Listen,
I told you.
I know.
Jeez.
No.
He's bad.
I told you. If he boxes him,
Can
then
we
it's not a contest.
Can we just accept though?
Go on,
How
Brian.
bad this looks for Tyson Fury is my only saving grace. By the way,
Listen.
can we just accept?
Hey.
This man gave Tyson Fury kittens,
Yeah.
and AJ's just made light work of him. AJ made light work of Wallen, and like I could just say categorically now, Tyson Fury should not step in the ring with AJ if he wants to live another day.
I've been saying it for
AJ will kill
ages.
him.
Stylistically, AJ's always been a tougher fight for
Yes.
Fury, and like, oh my god, I'm
Hey.
Do you know what? You get carried away in the movie, lads. I did it.
I gave,
love
I
it.
gave,
listen.
I gave
Yeah.
Ngannou more rounds. I thought you'd last more rounds.
Do you know what I did? Do you know what I did think though? He was
thought
actually outlanding AJ in some
Yeah,
of these
he-
exchanges.
no, he was. He
But,
was.
you know
but
the
when
difference
AJ
was-
stepped back and come forward,
That's
it's
when
just
it
a
was-
right.
Do you know the difference is? It's the level of technique, the way AJ
Yeah.
actually fully rotates his hips through the shot. Like, there's no level of. It doesn't even compare.
Mate, shout out to AJ.
Everybody
Yeah,
was.
he's absolutely smashed.
my only,
Listen, I
my
love
only,
his respect as
my
well.
only gutting thing.
Is he still down? He's still
yeah.
out. you know?
Down.
My only sad thing for Francis is that I just wish he'd gone for it a bit more than he did. You know
No,
what I
he
mean?
couldn't.
No,
but
he
he couldn't
couldn't,
against
no, he
the.
couldn't,
Listen,
he couldn't,
look.
he couldn't.
This,
Mate,
look
Tyson Fury, mate, you're a
Look
champ.
at his face, he's
Mate,
like-
mate, heavyweight champ of the world, and you got kittens off of a guy on his first fight. And just to be clear, AJ did what he was supposed to do tonight.
Absolutely. This is it.
I'll tell you now, we now know why Tyson Fury was running scared from all these guys, trying to avoid making the fights until His Excellency got involved. Because the man is actually going to get a fucking
on
hiding
point.
soon.
Listen,
He's back
there's a
on point.
hiding with if Usyk will give him it or AJ will give him it. There's no way after those two guys get through with him, he's got that belt.
Listen, this settles it. Like, this is
back on point.
Listen, I think
Bell.
myself included all fell into the trap of thinking Ngannou's unstoppable because he is a specimen. He is powerful.
It's not just that, it's because he fucking fucked Tyson Fury up.
Yeah, but that added to the whole
Absolutely.
situation. It made even myself think, oh, he's better than he even is. But realistically, he should never have been even competing with these guys.
Mate.
He's jumped and respect to him.
Remember
the grand
because
scheme of
he's-
things, yeah.
he's the grand scheme of it, hindsight's a
Yeah.
thing. But he done so well so quickly. We're all like, oh shit.
I
actually-
still love Francis. I still love him.
Listen,
I'm not getting off.
Listen,
I still
Yeah.
love him.
Listen, I loved him beforehand and I love him after. Like, I expected this to happen. I expected AJ to do this. Well, I just think he fought against Fury and he done a lot better than we thought.
No, and he done. That's what I said. Remember what we said earlier about the confidence and him being more aggressive, bringing out the
Mate,
gaps.
mate.
That's what happened.
Mate.
Oh, look,
He
he's
was
giving
so-
all the old good
he was
sides.
so
He's doing that to
aggressive.
Fury. Was that the Fury? Look.
Gun fingers
That's going to be the Fury.
Mate, I know that this isn't about Fury, but it really is because
Let me
the
see
whole
this,
point
look.
of this fight.
Jump. Boom. That's what I'm saying. This is boxing.
Yeah,
This
The-
boxing.
and look, boxing fans are going to credit
That,
like
man.
they're going to fucking love this. But for me,
No, listen, I don't love. This is the thing. When I was watching this, I didn't want either guy to lose. That's the sad thing. But like,
Wow.
yeah, that was
that's what should have happened from Fury. That's what we've just seen.
But you know what it is, though? The simple fact is, Fury's never been a puncher. Before he would become a puncher when he fought Wilder the second time, we've seen him, with the Kronk style. But
It's not even just that. It's not even just that though, bro. Like, this is the thing. It's Otto Wallen. And now it's Francis Ngannou.
Everyone he's fought?
Two fighters who gave Tyson Fury big problems. And let's be honest, Otto Wallen cut Tyson Fury. He then Ngannou dropped him, and Anthony Joshua.
Listen, he shut his lights
has
out.
just dropped them and shut the lights out right after. If I'm Tyson Fury, deep down, and I know 2 + 2 doesn't always equal 4. There's enough data to know now. Fury is fucked.
Like, listen, that's the first time I've seen Anthony Joshua have a guy in front of him where he can literally throw like he's throwing a tennis ball.
Yeah,
like
and just chuck it.
he was so hurt on the spot. He got up. His mind wasn't there.
Eddie
It was-
boy.
it was-
Eddie said, "Yes, get it
I
now."
got to say,
Yeah, because Eddie was shit himself.
Got Paris Fury,
mate,
mate.
mate.
Even she's
Tyson Fury, there's not a less sincere clap I'll ever see in my life.
Yeah, that was the fakest clap ever. Like,
yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
still respect the Steelers if I'm giving
No
it.
way,
But yeah,
even clapping.
You just made
Oh,
me
he's
look
up in
like the
his street.
shithouse I am. Do you know what? The saving grace for this, the one thing that makes me really happy, Francis Ngannou's gone from making 600 grand to 20 million tonight.
Listen,
Yeah.
Thank fuck.
Yes.
if
Good
I
on
was
him.
in Ngannou, I would sail away into the sunset if I was honest.
No, he'll fight again.
I think he'll go back
Man,
to
innit?
PFL now.
Yeah.
I think that this might make him go back to PFL potentially.
Stick in his lane,
Yeah.
I
really.
think so.
Yeah.
This is the way it should have happened. You can't spend years in a different sport and expect to come over at elite level.
Fight
Realistically,
Zhang, man. Fight Zhang.
It depends if Brother Turkey still like
Yeah, it depends
you know
what
what I'm
Brother Turkey says. We
Not
got
put him
offering
against
for you.
someone, yeah.
If
But
we say-
this is the thing. Saudi own the PFL as well, so it's
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah.
In AJ embraces with Ngannou, which is nice to see, to be fair. And look, for me, if I don't care who the fuck wins out of Usyk and Fury, which I do think it'll be Usyk, but I want to see
wanna
AJ
see-
fight the winner.
Yeah.
I don't want to see a rematch.
No,
just take a step
Just
aside.
straight away.
Because with AJ in this kind of form now,
Let's just go.
Yeah.
it's convinced me like, yeah, you are back.
He's
fully.
he's back.
Yeah.
He's back.
He's back. He's back and
He's
better.
back and better. Yeah.
that was a scarier risk because you know it was a bit of a high risk and not a lot of reward if he was to lose. You know what I mean? Win or lose,
Do
realistically.
you know when he was catching Ngannou, I was getting a bit excited there. I was like, double jab, all right, you're landing.
Yeah.
And what was interesting about AJ, and I don't know if this was part of the plan, they drew him out.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they let him attack more. And I was thinking that AJ would be
that
on
to
his
you.
bike.
Said that
But
to
in reality,
AJ's
what
a
he
great
did was
counterpuncher, that
he
backhand.
let the aggression come out and then he exposed the holes.
Exactly.
And you know AJ's confidence. I always think when you start doing slip backhand counters, that's a sign of confidence.
Confidence.
Because in boxing, it's not as easy punch to pull off in
Especially
reality.
with Francis Ngannou in
With
front of you.
someone that
Even if he's not
powerful.
a boxer, he's still fucking hard hitting.
But
So-
it shows the pads that Ben's been dealing with him and Lee
Drilling,
Wiley.
drilling,
Drilling,
confidence.
drilling,
Yeah.
drilling. Rinse and
Absolute-
repeat.
Absolute confidence.
Oh, bless Francis. Poor guy.
Listen, I thought it would take a few more
I'm doing
rounds.
it, what I am happy about is I was starting to get a little bit sick of people saying that Ngannou can't be hurt, and I was thinking like. We're talking about Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
Like I've seen him up close and personal.
Do you know why though?
Hundreds
Do
of
you know
rounds.
why
Like,
though?
this
Because
man can hurt
Fury
anyone
couldn't
on the
hurt
planet.
him, man. So like it was a logical thing, wasn't it? To think like a 270-pound Fury was literally like Baba.
But I was nearly
Baba,
convinced myself.
boom,
I was like,
fucking hell. Like of course that there was. This is the thing. There's no one in the arena right now who should be more fucked up in the head than Tyson Fury because that man
Fury,
gave you hell
he's feeling
and he
that.
has went through him like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing, lads.
It is.
It's embarrassing on every level. For
and
Fury.
it would be different if this was the only fight, and you know you could say Ngannou didn't turn up, but like I think there's been more than a couple of opponents that they've both fought and AJ's knocked them out when Tyson Fury's went. There's who else?
Yeah, but there's more that you got to remember, like some people.
Listen,
look
never
at it
mind
and
the Fury
there's-
fan.
No,
Listen.
but some people will say like there's more than one way to skin a cat. Listen,
yeah.
we all love knockouts, and
Yeah, yeah.
it's more impressive. What AJ's done is more impressive, but you could say, okay, well. Fury never got dropped by Klitschko. Fury outpointed Klitschko a lot more handedly. Fury never got a big shot landed on him by Dylan White. AJ did. So I'm not saying that this isn't more impressive because it is more
you know what
But
impressive.
do you know what my argument is to all of this? Like to all of them people. When he fought Dylan White, Anthony Joshua fought him when he was very early in his career. Nowhere near the finished article that he's ended up. Whereas
We're talking
Tyson
about right
Fury-
now, Loza. Right now, in recent times,
Yeah.
we're not talking about Dillian White back then.
No, but just-
we're not talking about Dillian White. We're talking about Fury recently and AJ recently.
Yeah.
If they had fought 5 years ago, I would have picked Fury.
Yeah.
When AJ was struggling with Pulev and Fury was mopping the floor with Wilder, I was all aboard the Fury bandwagon.
season, that
But
was a
right
season.
now, I'm looking at a different beast compared to Fury. Like.
I think the difference is the improvement of AJ through his pro career has been a lot steeper. Whereas, you know, this is because he didn't have this junior experience.
But
in the
Fury
boxing.
also took like a 2-year period of like getting fat and like
but he's
when we
still-
talk about the Klitschko performance, when we talk like it's not reliable the information for what we're looking at now, is it?
I just mean in the sense of AJ's been gradually improving over a long period because he didn't have them early, like he wasn't boxing at the age of 10 and 12 like Fury was. It took him longer to get the like peak performance and kind of, you know, be fully experienced.
Do you know whose fault this is? It's fucking Drake's fault. It's fucking Drake's fault. He bet 600 grand on him.
came out to
And I
God's
knew
plan.
then, I thought, we're fucked, lads.
He came
We're
out to
fucked.
God's
every
plan.
time.
Mate, God's plan.
Yeah.
Came out to God's plan, but he did against Fury as well.
Bastard. Honestly.
But no, AJ's back.
This is
And
the
I
thing
know
with AJ.
he's going to be waiting for the winner of Fury and Usyk.
Do you know what, mate?
See, the thing is,
Imagine he comes back 3-time heavyweight champion of the world.
AJ's got everything.
wants
This is the
it.
thing.
is AJ going to
you he
fight? He's
wants
going to
it.
fight or is he going to wait?
What's he saying? I want to know what he's.
For them to have 2 fights? Or
No.
do you reckon Turk's gonna-
Try. Intervene after the first one. That's what you should.
How happy is Eddie Hearn right now?
Over the look at him.
Did
can't
Did you
stop
not just see his smile?
Oh,
I mean, honestly, as much as I'm a fanboy of Francis, I'm delighted for AJ because you know what? He's a fucking good bloke and he's a proper champion. And the one thing I will give him is the frustration I had with Tyson about why aren't you defending your belt? Why aren't you fighting the best? I never felt like that about him. Never.
He's always fought everyone.
And I want a defending champion who is relied upon, who you can be like, you are going to do what you should do for the fans.
AJ has ducked no one. He kind of won his world title very early, and there was no easy fights after that. And he's fought.
He
everyone.
should never have fought Klitschko when he did, probably.
No, probably
that
not.
was
On
early,
paper,
but
it was far too early, but he got through it. So, like I say, everyone who's ever criticised AJ, with a lack of experience, the way the speed he's come through the pro ranks, it's unbelievable. Really,
No, it's great. It's we're seeing a different version of him now. We saw someone who was purely athletic, got taught some fundamentals, and he took him a long way to someone who, got too big and thought he could crush through everyone. Ended up getting, stopped himself. Then maybe being too light to then try and be a boxer and a mover.
He's right where he should be.
He's found his perfect style.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's exactly what we said earlier on. It was like, what is AJ? Who are you? And now
this
we
is
know.
him.
You're a 250-pound, hard-hitting monster who has the balance now between the defensive style that you've been working on, but the aggression as well.
That you had to get you there in the first place.
And he's right where he needs to be.
It's a problem. 2 rounds, within 2 rounds.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
He'll do Usyk if they fight again.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I don't know.
AJ would do Usyk.
I think
Really?
so now.
I'm not still convinced with that because Usyk's style's a different kettle of fish.
No, it is, no.
But I can't get too carried away him beating Ngannou. He's meant
There's
to.
one thing you need to do with Usyk. Is to let it all go. Until you're willing to empty your gas tank, you're not beating him. While you're still worrying about making it to the 10th and 11th, 12th round, he's got you. And he's mind-fucked you before you make the walk. And because he was worried about that both times, he lost. He needs to do that. So just sit on your punches and let it go.
There is
Your
every
punches.
chance that if he lets his punches go like that against Usyk, he gets clipped.
And that's what he has to accept.
Yeah.
And because he was fearful. He was like, if I empty the tank, I'm going to get knocked out. You are. But how much do you want a fucking world title?
He but if he boxes again, he needs to use his jab properly. He never used his jab the way I wanted. Like he wasn't
poured with it.
He poured with it and played with it. He was too hypnotized with what Usyk was doing. He needed to be confident with. There's a difference of jab and being confident.
I wish we could just make Fury AJ right fucking now. Just fuck Usyk up. I don't care about Usyk.
I'm not bothered. I've got no interest.
I know he's the best. I don't give a shit. Just fuck off and let we see the best of Britain.
I mean, is that the proudest father in the world?
Yeah.
AJ's dad. I mean,
no, this was something. This was the statement.
Yeah.
Brand placement.
this is exact. That was the ultimate. What round was that? Was that third?
Second.
Was that second? Jesus.
Can we just say one thing? If Francis Ngannou had him in the cage, he'd still kick his ass. I'm taking him out.
Let's
I'm taking him
that
out.
one home.
That's never been
That's the one thing I've got to fucking live on, lads. Come on.
We got to let him take it.
But yeah, fucking hell, well done, AJ, mate. That was beautiful and a hell of a performance.
Yeah, that was a mad knockout.
He's done exactly what he was meant to do. It's as simple as that. There's no other way of putting it. He fought an MMA guy coming over in his second pro fight. That's what was meant to happen. It was never ever really meant to be
I've
competitive.
got to say though, when I seen AJ winning even, fuck me, that was impressive. I thought he'd dance around him. I thought he'd school him.
Yeah.
I thought he'd jab his head off. I didn't think he would just go,
not at all.
You know what, Francis? I'm going to let you throw a load of punches, slip them, and when you fucking overexpose, kill you.
That was.
I didn't.
I thought that was going to happen a bit
Mate,
later.
I thought it'd be like round 7, 8. I did not think it would be like stone dead in round 2.
We said before there that AJ's counter-punching ability is very, very good and it's underrated to an extent.
He's fundamentally
and it's like
great.
both of them were those slick. I said it, but I didn't necessarily expect it to happen like that.
Mate,
you know what I mean?
unbelievable.
I just think none of us actually believed he was fully mentally there to go out that early and kind of employ them tactics. We all thought he would need to feel it out a little bit more.
Uneasy.
He did.
He looked quite. He looked more settled against Fury. He looked quite uneasy.
He just didn't look. He didn't fear
He
him.
was like you said in the exchanges. He was outlanding AJ in some of the exchanges, but it was very reactive.
Yeah.
It was very like, whoa, like it was.
I do
that's
think
MMA
Ngannou was.
striking.
I do think he was confident though. Like I do think he was in there with confidence. I think he landed 1 or 2 shots early on, left hook especially straight away when I thought he thought right, okay, I can land on you.
Yeah.
But when it came to the reflexes, AJ just pulling back and letting them shots
and that's
go.
the
Too much.
10,000 hours, right? And unfortunately, as much as I love
Can't
Francis,
cheat that.
and he's an athlete and a beast, you either do that, you don't, and it's a fairy tale in my head that just didn't come true. But look, fucking great fight, like, fair play to them.
Yeah.
We'll wrap that up there anyway. Big love to everyone who watched, whether it was on my channel or Ril and Wills. Shout out all everyone. Shout out to the lads. We got so much expertise in this. I appreciate you all, lads. You fucking smashed it. And we'll see you on the next one. Cheers.